Hi everyone, and welcome to my top 500 games. This is actually a list that I've made over a long period of time. I recently finalized it to the best of my ability, and so I'm going to be taking you through this list, one game at a time for the most part, and I am going to start off by just explaining the rules that I've set for myself with this. So I'm just going to start off by basically telling you that it's a list of my top 500 video games. That means that it has to be a game that you can play on a game console or a PC or on the internet, something that requires like an electronic form, if you know what I mean. And I have set some rules for games that I am not going to include, or how I'm going to include things, or how I'm going to distinguish between what counts as a game or whatever. Now, the first rule that I want to point out is that I am not including any game that is a mere duplication of a physical game. So anything that's established not as a video game, that something has just been replicated, then it's I can't count it. So say something like online chess or whatever, where you're just playing with other people and it's just a mere duplication and there's nothing added to it. I can't count that because that's just chess in video form. If of course there was like a strange version of chess that they worked on something and changed a few things round that makes it more than just playing with people chess as you would with a board, I would say that's legible. Second rule is that I'm not going to include collections. Well, collections are quite a tricky subject because sometimes you'll have collections. They come in two different forms. In one form, you'll have a collection where it has a collection of games that otherwise exist. So, say like on the new consoles, you may get a game which is the Genesis collection or something like that, or the Atari collection. Those aren't counted as games because those individual games count as individual games. But say if some random company makes a game which is a bunch of mini games one at a time, that's legible because those aren't individually distinguished games. Which I understand the lines can be blurry when it comes to this, but collections, just general collections of games that exist over the past, not going to include them. I'm going to make one exception to this rule, and I know it's bad to make exceptions to rule, but I'm going to make one exception to this rule because there's one collection in particular where like if I didn't include it all together, I would have such a hard time ranking them, and I'll get into that when I actually get to that game. Yeah, my next rule is I'm not going to include duplications across systems, and this should be pretty obvious. So, say if one game comes out on the PS3 and it also comes out on the Xbox 360, I'm not going to count that as two separate games because it's the same game, but ported to different systems. Although if, say, something has the same name as a game, but it was released on a different system and it's different enough to count as a different game, then I will count it as a different game. So sometimes, for example, you might get a game that comes out on the PlayStation, and they also make a Game Boy Advance version, and obviously they're going to be different because the hardware is different. You can't duplicate the same game, so they are going to count as different games. Is there anything else to talk about duplicates across systems? Yeah, when it comes to like remakes and stuff, I'm going to sort of use my own discretion with that. So say if something comes out on one system, then it comes out on a newer system where they change a few things around, I'm generally just going to make that one game, count it as one entry rather than have it across multiple entries. My next rule is when it comes to multiple versions of a game, and I'm sure there are some obvious examples out there, but say if something comes out as like you've got a game that's released and there's like more than one version of it released, but they're purposely made with slight different alterations. I'm sure there's a few examples of that. I'm generally, if I think they're similar enough, I'm going to count them as one game. I'm not going to talk about the very, very minute differences as to why one of them is better than the other in that case. Again, I just have to use my own discretion when it comes to that. Extra content, when it comes to DLC and add-on packs and stuff like that, there's a question of would I include that? And I suppose I'd have to say that I would include it, but I would have to sort of like put it at a discount because it's like an additional product that you buy separately. Um, although not necessarily in all cases. So I think I will have to account for that as much as I can. But I mean, there might be games with DLC where I've really liked the game, but I've not played the DLC. I can't take the DLC into account. I just have to do it to the best of my abilities. Rule number 6, lack of experience. This is something that some of these rules are basically just describing what makes it difficult in making the list. Some games I have played, but I sort of lack experience to feel confident enough to really judge it properly, to be as objective as I can. Sometimes the lack of experience it's just naturally going to happen. It's going to make me rank a game lower. So say if there's a game where I haven't played it too much, but I really liked what I did play, there's going to be sort of a battle between like how much I liked it and how little I've played. So it's going to be quite hard to judge, but I'm just putting that out there so that you know. And equally, rule number 7, which is kind of along the same lines, is about nostalgia, because nostalgia is going to obviously play a big part in this. And this is a list of 500 games. I can't go back and play all these 500 games and be completely objective and say, yep, the mechanics of this particular game that I played in 1995 is at such a level. I have to work on my memory here, and so even though I think generally it's a good idea to be as objective as possible, and I'm trying to be as objective as possible, there's some things I just can't escape that's just going to be there. Another thing to point out is that I'm not necessarily going to always try to justify why I've put something in a particular position on the video. The reason for this is that I think this isn't so much a rule of what makes it on the list as so much a rule about the video series that's going to come from this. The main reason for this is that I think it's going to make the quality a lot worse if I'm stood around saying, yeah, well, this is good because it's got this, but oh, it's a bit bad because of this, and I try to justify as, oh, why is it higher than this game but lower than that game? It's going to be so awkward doing that. So in most cases, I am just going to just talk about what the game is and kind of just leave it at that and say, yep, this is my number so-and-so game, and talk about my experience with the game, and that's it. Clumps. Clumps is, I don't know if this is a word that people would use, but this is a word that I use to describe a certain thing in list making, which is quite apparent when you're making a list as big as this. But clumps are, what I would consider a clump is where you have a bunch of similar games all together on the list. So you may have like 4 games of the same series all together, and that could, I mean, I'm not saying it's not justified, but it can be so, because it's so much easier to compare games that are similar to each other, I suppose. It's really, really hard to really sort of separate that out. And sometimes when I've seen like top game lists, I think to myself that they've purposefully just separated things out as to like make it so that they don't look biased or something. Like I remember seeing like an IGN article where they'll have like one Madden game at number 20 and then another Madden game at number 90, and it feels so disingenuine, even though I'm not saying it is, but it seems that way. And I also think that if you have a bunch of games put together, like I did see like a list someone did of their top 400 games, and they had like 15 Zelda games all lumped together. And I'm aware of clumps, and I'm aware that they can actually happen, and I've not particularly tried to avoid them, so to speak, because you know you can't help how you feel about games. But yeah, I'm just being wary of it. I'm just basically putting it out there that I'm being wary of it. And what I will do sometimes is when I actually get to a clump, I will talk about the games. Sometimes I'll talk about them as a whole. I might say, okay, and now we've got a clump of 2 games or a clump of 3 games here. And so I will talk about them individually. I'll talk about them as a whole as opposed to individually. Another rule is that, and this should be completely understandable, and this is more so for my own sake to avoid any sort of controversy, even though it's a top games list. There's going to be people are going to complain about whatever, but I think it's important that I purposefully do not include Level Up Land in this list. The reason being is that Level Up Land is a game that I made, and I spent a couple of years working on it as well. So there's an obvious bias there that I can't escape. There's nothing I can do to escape my liking of the game to my sentimental value of the fact that I made it. And if no matter where I put it on this list, even if I put it at number 499, there's going to be someone that says that, well, you can't say it's better than the game you put at number 500 because it's your game. It's not fair. And even if I did put it at like number 500, that wouldn't be genuine. It wouldn't. I would purposefully be trying to put it in a place to avoid controversy. So I'd mess up the list. So I think that the best thing I can do in this regards, and the best way that I can be as honest as possible when it comes to this, is just not include it in the list, right? So Level Up Land is exempt from this list, and I think that's understandable. What else is there to talk about? There is one thing that there is to talk about is just the fact that it's so hard making this list. I've gone through so many different iterations and I've gone through so many different processes. I may actually end up making a video about the way that I actually went through this list. But I mean, you can have a rank of 100 or 500 games in this case, and then just look at one of them and think that's completely out of place, and then you'll nudge it up 30 spaces or something. It's amazing. It's amazing. I mean, it feels like you're being really fickle when you do that, but you just have to remember that there's no way that you can think about 500 games all at once and be completely objective. You just can't do it. So I've basically got this list and I've put it together as well as I possibly could. And I've actually reached the stage where I'm thinking any finalization I do beyond this point is just me messing around, and I need to stop. I need to actually just get to doing these videos. The problem is that with these is that if I'm going to be talking about the games as I'm going up, and this is another technical thing with the actual videos themselves, is that starting from the bottom and working up, there's going to be certain things about certain games I'm going to want to talk about, but it's going to be hard to say things in the list whilst not spoiling things from later on in the list. Like I won't, like, say if there's a series that I like and one of them is at number 10 and another one's at number 100 or something, I don't know, whatever. I'm just making this up, by the way. And then I get to the number 100 and I'm wanting to tell you the story about how it connects and how I relate to the game that's at number 10 because they're in the same series. I'm going to have to sort of put that off. So even if there's a game where I have a lot to say about it, sometimes I may not say everything I want to say because of where it is in the list, and that's a really hard thing to do. Also, I am recording this video here. I am recording this before recording the videos where I talk about all of the games in the list. So this I'm making this first. So this is going to take a long time. The date today is the 15th of March 2016. So any game that I've played beyond today, it won't be included in the list, even if I love it. If I play a new game tomorrow and it's my favorite game of all time, or I really, really, really enjoy it, and I want to put it onto the list, I can't because it will just mess up what I've got. So just bear in mind that just because I don't mention a game by the time you've seen this, I may have played it before having made this list. So that's something to consider. But I think the big important point that I want everyone to take from this is that don't take this as 100% set in stone because I can't do it. I can't set this 100% set in stone. Just as a note, some of these side notes that I've made, such as the idea of nostalgia and the idea of being hard to justify its position and confidence and experience and clumps and all that. I find this is more so the case the lower down the list that you go. So when we actually get to the higher stages of the list, I'm going to generally be more confident in my ranking. If I'm feeling a bit iffy about my confidence or my experience with the game as I mention it, I will actually mention that whilst I'm talking about it. So hopefully that's everything I have to say. And so from this point on, starting from the next episode, I'm just going to be counting from 500 and gradually up to 1. What I'm hoping to do is to be able to go through the first bunch of games faster, the games earlier on my list faster than I would the ones higher up on the list, which I think is going to naturally happen when you get to the stuff that I'm really, really into. There's going to be a few cases where I'm going to have like maybe a couple of lines to say and I can't say anything else about it, and you're just going to have to like take or leave it, I suppose. I'll see you all in the next part where I actually start counting the list. Hi everyone, I've just come back sooner than expected because I feel like I just had to add a little bit of extra audio onto this episode here because I know that there's going to be a few naysayers out there who will say something along the lines of, this is ridiculous, there's no way she's going to talk about 500 games in this series, I can't believe it, you're going to quit halfway through, or something like that. Well, I am coming to you from the future, so to speak. Well, this is actually the past relative to when you're listening to this, but it's the future relative to the other bits of audio that you are listening to around this point. See, the audio that you listened to at the first part of this episode was recorded around March. And this audio here is being recorded in September of 2016. So a few months has passed since that audio and this audio, and I have just come to let you all know that the series will all be coming out because the series is all done. In fact, I have just finished recording the audio for my #1 favourite game of all time. So yes, it is a long way away, but it is definitely coming. And as someone who is coming to you from the future in this regard, I just wanted to add a few little things in regards to the videos themselves because now I can speak to you from hindsight. First thing that I want to say is that I plan to release each episode once a week, so if you are still waiting for the next episode, whatever episode that may be, then just wait a while, it should come soon. If the entire series is out at this point, you can just disregard this bit that I'm talking about here. Next thing I want to mention is that it's taken a lot of time and a lot of work to get this series done, and as I've progressed I have noticed a few different little tricks and different editing techniques and different recording techniques as to make the whole thing easier. So you may notice for a few episodes the audio editing might not be as good. You might hear me say things like and more often, but I later on found more effective ways of editing them out as I made this list. I mean, it's only natural. The more that you do of a thing, the better you get at it. And for me to now go back and re-record those episodes with the skills and stuff that I have learned since then is going to be just ridiculous because once again I might learn even more skills and get even better, and the series will never be released. So I'm just here to let you know that whilst for the first few episodes the audio quality won't be quite as good and you will hear me say things like and every so often, it does get better. I'm just letting you know that right now. Also, as expected, the amount of games per episode does decrease naturally over time. The higher up the list I go, the more stuff I have to say about each individual game, and so that does mean that there is going to be more time dedicated towards the games I like more and less time dedicated to the games I like less, which is only natural. The entire series takes up a total of 84 episodes, including this one, so it's going to take a long time for the whole series to get released. But I do have some bonus episodes planned which I haven't made yet. That's still in the future for me as I'm recording this right now, but we'll see. So yeah, that was just a little message from the future to let you know that the list is done. I will try to get a consistent time scheduled for each upload. I'll try to get an episode uploaded every Wednesday. I'm going to aim for 7 o'clock GMT time on each Wednesday, although you've got to consider how that would affect different people at different time zones, and I don't know how that's going to interact when daylight savings time goes in and out, but we'll see. And hopefully I won't come across any problems in regards to that. But yeah, just to let you know that the series is done and I plan to have it uploaded once a week. And I hope that you enjoy my top 500 games. So I'll see you when we'll talk about my number 500 game in the next episode. So see you next time and enjoy the list. Hi everyone and welcome to the first episode of my top 500 games, or rather what would be the first episode. This is actually the second episode. If you haven't seen the first episode, I implore you to go back and do it. So any questions that you may have about the list, how I came up with the list, the rules that I've set myself as to what counts, what doesn't count, all of that sort of stuff. If you have any of those types of questions, then I implore you to go and check the first video first before actually continuing on with this. So if you have any questions or you find something a bit odd or whatever, then go back and check that first episode. But presumably you've already listened to all that, so I am just going to start right now by counting down my top 500 games. So here we go. At number 500 we have Motocross Madness. This is actually a game that I played at my dad's house many years ago. What was quite strange about it was that it was quite a novelty at the time to be able to play a game at my dad's house that wasn't like a handheld game, because he had this on his PC. I remember there was the races that you could do, and there was also like the trick arenas where you could just drive around on your motorbike and perform tricks and score points. I remember the trick arenas, actually. What was quite funny was that you could escape sort of the arena by like the surrounding cliffs. You could find a way to like climb up them or jump up over them, which is meant to be like the level barriers, but you could, if you drove far away enough, you'd hit the invisible wall and you just like shoot back off into the level, which was quite funny. Basically what would happen is me and my brother would compete to see who could get the most points in a trick, and we had no idea how to play. So basically what would happen is I'd be at the keyboard and I'd just try pressing some buttons and I'd score like 6,000 points, and then he'd try and he'd eventually score like 6,400, and then I'd try, and then every time we got a bit more points, there was that level of excitement of, haha, I got more points than you did. Which also kind of reminds me of that Bop It toy that my brother also got one Christmas, which is unrelated to this because it's not a video game. Check back the rules if you're unfamiliar with that, even though I think you can pretty much guess that that wouldn't include. Anyway, whatever. Let's get on to number 499 is Cookie Clicker. This is a game it's one of those games where it's sort of like everyone sighs at how bad it is, but everyone secretly likes it. You know what I mean? Not like it like a lot. Like no one goes out of their way to like seriously enjoy Cookie Clicker like as a serious thing, but it's more of like, it's kind of like a joke. If you're not familiar with Cookie Clicker, it's sort of like a parody on the free-to-play style games where the idea is that you click on things and you get stuff. So you have a cookie and you click the cookie and it counts up. You have 0 cookies, you have 1 cookie, you have 2 cookies, and with these cookies you can buy power-ups, and the power-ups are like pointers that will periodically click on the cookie for you, and then you can upgrade to buying grandmas who will bake cookies for you, and you can upgrade your amount of cookies per click or just your general cookie intake, and it gets ridiculous to the point where you can have like particle colliders and time machines transporting cookies from alternate universes, and you will get billions upon billions of cookies per second. It's quite funny. But it's also, I've seen people online who do like cookie clicker races, like they try to find like the optimal path through the game, which sounds really weird, but that's what people do. Number 498 is Altered Beast. I was never a massive fan of Altered Beast, and I know that I think it was kind of one of those games where it's kind of like, haha, look at all these graphics that we can do with the Sega Genesis. It was quite strange, and the controls were quite strange in that, like, I remember you pressed like a button to crouch and kick directly up or something like that, and you basically go through the levels and you collect orbs to power up into a beast, and with this beast you unlock extra powers, and then at the end of the level you get a boss. It's very basic stuff. There really isn't much to talk about it in that regards, I suppose. Pretty hard game as well. It's not that great, but it's okay, I guess, you know. Number 497 is a game that everyone loves to hate, and that is Rascal. I actually, I actually didn't think so negatively of Rascal as much as other people seem to. I remember it was advertised on TV when it was coming out, and me being a kid, I wanted it because, it looked cool and everything, and I did get it. I don't remember the story behind it or anything, but I remember you're a kid with like a backwards cap because, it's so 90s and it's like cool and everything, and you have this bubble gun that shoots bubbles out, and you travel to different worlds. It's basically like a platform game, but it had tank controls, which I know a lot of people hate. I mean, I don't. I mean, from what I remember, it was pretty hard to control, pretty awkward. But at the same time, I didn't think it was as bad as most people did. I remember when I first discovered that you could go through different timelines of different levels, so you could have like the past version, then you have the present version of it. I thought that was quite interesting. And then you had like Atlantis, where the present version of it was underwater. Yeah, I kind of remember that. Number 496 is Tekken, the original Tekken. I actually wasn't I was actually not introduced to the Tekken series through Tekken 1, but rather through Tekken 2. Tekken 1 seems to be like the bare basics of a Tekken game. I'm not sure if it was or how much it tied into the whole release of the PS1 or anything like that, so don't quote me or don't rely on me for like any history lessons in that regards, but I think I can't remember if I got Tekken 1 before Tekken 2, but I know for certain I played Tekken 2 before Tekken 1, and it was just a basic fighting game, I suppose. But at the time, it was kind of... I mean, I was kind of a bit beyond the point where a 3D fighting, like a 3D graphics were like really impressive to me, so I think I was a little bit beyond that point, but it was still alright. I remember that there was sort of like extra characters like hidden in the data that you don't think you could unlock by playing the game, and I remember you using a cheat to unlock those hidden characters. I'm not too sure if that's true exactly, but that's what I remember. Number 495. Now, okay, this is where I'm going to get some controversy out of this, if at all, because this is a game that people have... I've heard people say that this is their favourite game of all time. I've heard people say that this game is amazing. And this is a relatively new game. It came out just a few years ago. But honestly, this game to me was like the absolute bare minimum of a puzzle game. And I should actually probably mention, it's Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons. Because I've heard so many people say like this game is amazing. And I remember Total Biscuit made a video saying that you have to play this game without explanation. It's just amazing. It's and I know it's all down to opinion and stuff, but I have to say it's really not. It's the absolute bare basics. Like the way that it works is that you control the two brothers, one with each analog stick. Like you press L2 to control, like to have the action. It's like the action button for one of the brothers, and the R2 is the action button for the other brother, and you have to basically go through a series of puzzles, but so many of the puzzles are so easy. There's some where it requires, I suppose, a little bit of thought. Like, I mean, I don't want to spoil it. I'm not going to spoil any of the story or anything, but I remember there's like a puzzle where you got like swing on ropes. That takes a little bit of figuring out, I suppose. And there's the one where you're maneuvering a steel pipe through like a sort of maze, which takes very little effort, but yeah. But some of them is just like, use the big brother to lift the little brother up, then use the little brother to push the rope down so the bigger brother can climb. It's like the bare basics. And people say that... I'm not going to spoil it. Don't worry about that. People talking about how the ending is amazing and how it conveys so much emotion without sound. It doesn't. It just doesn't. Okay, moving on from that. Hopefully we're going to something a bit less controversial now. Number 494 is Super Methane Brothers. This is a game I had on the Amiga, and I know now, obviously, that the name is a pun on Super Mario Brothers, sort of. But it was kind of like I suppose the best thing you can compare it to is Bubble Bobble. I've not really got much experience with Bubble Bobble, but from what I can tell, it is kind of like Bubble Bobble. You kind of have like all these series of levels where each level is a set square, and you've got to kill all the enemies in that square, and then you move on to the next level. And you basically, it's up to 2 players, and you control one of the Methane Brothers, and you use these sort of like vacuum things to throw this gas at them. I suppose it's meant to be methane, so you suck them up and you throw the enemies against the wall, and then you can collect whatever items you can pick up from whatever they've dropped off. Like just the items like fly all over the place. It can be quite hectic in that regards. And the music, I remember I once watched a video that used music from Bubble Bobble and thinking it was Super Methane Brothers, so obviously Super Methane Brothers have sort of like ripped them off. But yeah, I actually remember saying to one of my teachers, describing that I had a game where you plays someone who you got to like vacuum up and then throw enemies against the wall, and she was like, "Oh, it's so violent, it's so violent." Oh, back in the day. I mean, I would have been like 5 or so at that time. Number 493 is Shadow of the Beast. This game is alright. You control the beast character, and it's quite it's a game. It's sort of like a game of puzzles in a way, but it's quite strange because I was introduced to it from my friend Matthew, who I will probably talk about every so often throughout this list because he showed me quite a lot of games when I was younger. But he showed me this game. I think he had it on the Master System, and I got a Master System converter for my Mega Drive, which I'll go through that story another time. But he showed me Shadow of the Beast, and I remember that he was always stuck, because after the first level, you get stuck in like this prison castle thing. But the idea is that if you don't go through that level and you just move to the left, you'll end up going through a tree, and there'll be like a different level, and that's the way you're meant to go. And there's like items you could pick up. So you'd pick up like potions, and there were potions that hurt you if you use them. You pick up the item, then you can use them from the menu. And I remember saying, "Oh, you should not pick up the weak potions that make you weaker." And he would always say, "Oh, you can pick them up, just don't use them." And I would say like, "Oh, but there's it would mean less space and stuff in your inventory." I didn't use the word inventory when I was that young, of course, but I would say like, you know, don't pick up the bad items. And I remember there was a coin that you could pick up and drop it in the well, and it was really strict. Like, you could pick up a key and then use it somewhere other than the door, and then you'd lose the key and you couldn't complete the game. I think the series from that point on kind of progressed, like continued to do that. I don't really know, but yeah, it was quite interesting. Number 492 is Robot Wars Advanced Destruction. Now, if you live in the UK, you'll know what Robot Wars is. If you don't, if you live in America, I think it's called BattleBots. There's like the American version is BattleBots, and I was really into Robot Wars as a kid. And I think I had played the PS2 game before at this point. I had a Game Boy Advance, and I grossly overestimated the power of the Game Boy Advance when I was younger, and that will become apparent in another game on this list later on. But I really got into the PS2 game, so I got the Game Boy Advance game, because this was before I had a PS2. And I remember, like, it was interesting. I mean, I liked it because it was Robot Wars. I was into Robot Wars, but the problem with it was that the hardware just wasn't there. You couldn't simulate an actual Robot Wars type fight within that limited technology. Things would seem to be very binary. Like, you had robots that could flip, you had robots that were like they could go both ways, and you had robots that couldn't. You had an attacking weapon. It was very bare basics, and you would never have a robot like flip halfway and like sort of like slant against the wall. It was either completely flipped or not flipped at all. It was one of those two. Like limited hardware. You did get to make your own robots, which was okay. I mean, it didn't really have much going for it, like I said. You could play as robots that were in Robot Wars, so like Dietor, Dominator, I think. And I think you unlocked ones later on, like Chaos 2 and Pussycat and Hypnodisc. So it was more like later series type robots that got popular, like Firestorm. You know that. If you know Robot Wars, you know what I'm talking about. Razor and Tornado. That lot. I think my favourite part of this game was that you could go in alternate arenas and sort of like have like an endless mode where like robots would, like, you'd be in the middle of this arena and then robots would come out and attack you one by one, and you had to survive for as long as you could. And then we had like alternate arenas and stuff, which was interesting. I actually don't remember how much the house robots were involved in that game. I don't even remember if Sir Killalot was in it, now that I think about it. Okay, moving on. Number 491 is Wacky Races. This, the PS1 game Wacky Races is one of the games that I had that I didn't play too much, but I sort of like, I did enjoy it. And I remember one thing that stood out to me was that it really you couldn't play as all the Wacky Racers. There were some of them that were just taken out. Like, obviously they had the main staple ones like Penelope Pitstop and Dick Dastardly. And I think they had the Cavemen, but I don't remember if they had the Inventor or the Red Baron, the one that was in the airplane. The Red Baron. this is me just talking about wacky races here, but the Red Baron, from what I recall, he was hardly involved in the series at all, so I wouldn't be surprised if they cut him out. It was basically one of those, like, you know, those kart racing games. You know what they're like. I think it was like six races per race, and the issue I had was that I got to a level whereby I couldn't progress because it was just so hard. You had to sort of like jump between buildings, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't get any further than that. Number 490 is Fantastic Four for the PS1. I actually had a demo of this game, and I actually I played it quite a bit, and it was just like the standard beat 'em up, I suppose. But the graphics were kind of in that sort of looked 3D but weren't really 3D sort of sprite style, if you know what I mean. It did have that sort of like appeal. I think this was quite early when I got a PS1 that I played this game. And a heads up, I know nothing about the Fantastic Four. I know what the Fantastic Four. I know there's the guy who's like the flame guy. I know there's the Thing, who's the monster. I know there's the stretchy guy, and then there's the lady that has invisible powers. I don't really know anything else about the franchise or anything, but I remember finding out that you could switch between these characters, and it would be interesting to see, because they all had different like health bars, like just appearance wise. I know these are very superficial things that I'm talking about, but this is very early on the list, and this is stuff that I remember quite vividly as well. But I did enjoy playing the game, and I remember you could play as She-Hulk, which at the time I had no idea who She-Hulk was. I mean, all I know about She-Hulk now is that she's a female version of Hulk. I don't know anything like Marvel, DC, or anything like that related. So, you know, you'll probably know you probably will know more than I do in that regards. But you could play She-Hulk, and I remember thinking it was strange that there was like a fifth character in the Fantastic Four, just because it was called the Fantastic Four, and there was a fifth character. But yeah, I played it quite a bit, and I had quite a good time with it. Number 489 is a game is a very old game, but I played it on the Xbox 360 arcade, and that is New Rally X. It's like one of those like really early arcade games where you control like sort of like a Formula 1 car, and you have to navigate your way through a maze and like collect things and avoid other races and stuff. It was quite interesting. I don't really have much to say about this because I played it rather briefly, I think, but it was alright. Yeah, it was alright. I'm gonna have to move on to the next game because I don't have anything else to say about it. No nostalgia related to it, I suppose. Number 488 is Bejeweled 2. I got Bejeweled 2 on the PS3. It's a very simple match 3 game, so to speak. With Bejeweled 2, I remember I did get all the trophies on it, and some of them were really awkward. Like, get 5 hypercubes onto the board at once, and like to get a hypercube, you have to match 5 all at once. Have like 5 of those on the. I'm not going to explain all the rules of Bejeweled to you. It's a pretty simple game, and there was also the challenge mode, where like the puzzle mode, and there was the time attack and all that basic stuff. But you know, I like the background music and the whole scenery and everything, and there's that voice at the start where it's like, "Welcome to Bejeweled 2," like at the start. Yeah, it was one of those like early PS3 download games, I guess. But yeah, that was alright. Yeah, so I'm going to end this part here. So from the next video onwards, I'm going to start on game number 487, and we'll continue from there. So thank you everyone for listening, and I will see you all next time. Hi everyone, and welcome back to my top 500 games. At number 487 we have Enchanted Land. This is an Amiga game that I had when I was little, and it's a platformer, like a 2D side-scrolling platformer, and there's a few distinct features that I remember about it. I remember you played as a sort of wizard, and you climbed like roots of like giant flowers and all that lot, and sometimes you went into caves, and you always like collected items. Just basic platform game stuff that you would expect there to be anywhere. Two things that really stand out to me, well, aside from the fact that there's walls with giant faces on them, which just looked strange, two things that I remember that stood out to me particularly was that it was one of those games where the levels were massive. You know, it seems to me that there's a certain type of platformer, like 2D platformer, where the characters can like jump around really like rapidly all over the place, and the levels are just massive with all these platforms like darted around the level. Enchanted Land, I don't think it wasn't really that, but it did seem to have big levels from my recollection. I might be wrong there. And I also remember you could pick up and use different weapons to attack the enemies with. I only really remember 3 weapons. I only liked the default one. Like, the default one was like a magic wand that you just like zapped a bit of lightning in front of you. It was just like a basic attack. There was one where you could like throw a stone that like kind of like arced over, which was annoying because you had to like aim it. If you watch the AVGN, he has a few videos where he complains about weapons in games that do that. And the other one I remember was like this orb that floated, it like spun around you. Like, imagine like the shields you can get in the Mega Man games, apart from it's just one of them and it goes really slowly and it never disappears. I just remember that, and I remember thinking that it was interesting, but it was really awkward trying to like line it up with the enemy and all that. So yeah, that's Enchanted Land for you. Number 486 is Wii Sports. This is a game that everyone should know now. It came with the Wii. It was one of those games that just came with the Wii for free. It was bundled in. When I got one of the later Wiis when I got mine, so my copy of Wii Sports came in one of those cardboard cases rather than, you know, the DVD boxes that most people, I think, got theirs in. But I remember, it was one of those things where it was like mid to late 2000s, I think, around this time, where the Wii came out, and the idea was that it was a casual console and anyone can pick up and play it. It was very simple. I still had some enjoyment with it. I remember enjoying trying to get my my bowling rank above 1,000, so you could get that sparkly that bowling ball with all the stars on it. And I remember one of the bowling mini games as well sort of like grew the amount of pins, so you could eventually have like you had a triangle of 10 and then you added 5, so you had a triangle of 15, and then you had another 6 to the back, so you had a triangle 21. It just kept building up to this massive triangle, and you had to see how many pins you could knock over with this massive triangle of stuff. I really liked that. I really did. That was quite a bit of fun, that, trying to, get the bowling ball to knock over the massive amount of pins. I wasn't too fond of a few of the other games, like boxing. I didn't care for boxing at all, just didn't care. Tennis was alright. The baseball one was alright. There was probably something else that I can't remember, but I only really liked those 3, I think. But yeah, golf. Didn't really care for golf either. Number 485, we have Entwined. This is a game that came out on the PS3, and I think it eventually came out on PS4, or it might have come out at the same time, I don't remember, but they actually advertised this at E3, so I imagine Sony had some ties to it. I don't know if it was one of Sony's primary studios that made it, I can't remember, but yeah, they did show this at E3, and it's one of those, like, you are basically going down a tunnel, and you control a fish and a bird, and you have to sort of use the analog sticks to control them, and you have to line them up with these gates of their colour so that they could fly through and you'd get points. The problem I had with it was that I felt like I had to be so specific sometimes, and at the end of the level you had this thing where you turned into a dragon, you had to fly around and like collect things. I remember the last level where you turned into a dragon was a real pain, because you had to get like all these birds or something to like follow you. I hated that. And then when it came to like the endless modes, or the ones where you gotta like score points outside of the main story, I just didn't bother. Okay, now we're moving up to our first clump here, because at number 484 we have Vector Man 2, and at number 483 we have Vector Man. So this is my first example of a clump here. We have 2 games next to each other, sort of like in the same series, similar sort of games. I was never that big on Vector Man. I know there were some people who really, really liked it, but to me it wasn't all that much. Like, I thought the field of view was really low, like you had to, and it was one of those games where you moved really fast but the camera's really low, so you kind of missed off like a lot of your surroundings. You had to be very careful with stuff. People say that about Sonic, but they're wrong. Sonic isn't like that. So you play as this collection of balls. It was one of those like interesting graphic things where everything looked 3D because it was a 3D style sprite. So it was kind of like parts of Vector Man like bounced around individually. Like, do you remember the fighting game Balls? I think it was kind of that same kind of thing, but obviously it had a bigger appeal than Balls did. Yeah. I remember I thought it was interesting when you like blew things up and they released those little sparkles that you picked up, like the way that they fell and separated at the same time. So you kind of like had to pick them before they fell through the floor. That was quite interesting. It was also interesting the way you could transform into different types of different creatures and stuff based on the environment. But it wasn't. I didn't think it was too much to brag on about really. So that was the first clump there where I've just talked about to sort of like cover two games just in the same entry, but that's what I mean by clump. But I'm going to move on. Number 482 is Rainbow Islands. This was an old, probably on quite a few systems. I remember it had that tune where it kind of stole the theme for Somewhere Over the Rainbow from Wizard of Oz, but kind of changed it just a little bit. It was kind of like a vertical platform game, so your power was that you could unleash like a rainbow, and if the rainbow hit something, then it would kill the enemy. But you also use the rainbow as a platform to get upwards. And this is how you progress through the levels, because all the levels were vertical. You actually used the rainbows, and you could get power-ups, and you could like extend them so you're shooting 2 rainbows at a time, or 3 rainbows at a time. And I think it was just one of those games where you just have to get points. Like you get to the top, and then it's like this treasure chest, raise out loads of treasure, and you just have to go and pick up the treasure. I think I remember like there might have been like a bee boss or something. I don't know. But I have an inkling that there was a boss that was a bee. Quite a fast-paced game, I suppose. Okay, number 481 is Virtua Fighter 2 for the Genesis. I had actually played the Sega Saturn version of the arcade, and this was because there was a Hollywood Bowl that I used to go to every so often with my granddad on Saturdays. There was like arcade machines, and I'd play Virtua Fighter 2, which was like the Saturn version. And I was at such a young age where to the point where 3D seemed like a big, like amazing thing. It was so like interesting. But yeah, I remember I got Virtua Fighter 2 for the Genesis, or Mega Drive rather. And like I did with the Game Boy Advance, I sort of like, because I played the Sega Saturn version, I sort of had like this idea that the Genesis, or Mega Drive version rather, would be up to par with it. I don't know why I thought these things. It's just being stupid. Or just being a kid probably with an overactive imagination. But it was a substandard fighting game. What I remember specifically about this game is I don't remember any of the differences between any of the characters. I remember the characters themselves, but I don't remember how they're any different at all. But I do remember you went through the characters in arcade mode in a set order. So I think it was Lau was always the first round, and then Sarah was always the second round. And it kind of went on from there until I think maybe Jackie was the last one before you fought Dural, who was like the secret character. And I remember you could unlock Dural by going to the character select and pressing like and going like off the screen, like scrolling off so that it wrapped around like 10 or so many times. It would count down and go 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, and then you unlock Dural as a character. I don't remember if there's any advantage to playing as Dural, but yeah, I remember playing that and having quite a bit of fun with that, even if it wasn't the version that I was really after. Number 480 is 2048. This is a game that sort of drove people mad it sort of came to my attention like early 2014, I suppose, where you gotta sort of like match up numbers so that they double into each other, and you gotta make one to 2048. I never did it. I know those people who tried forever and they never did it, and they've sort of like developed strategies, because the way that it worked is that you push all the numbers in one direction on this grid, and they'd all push towards that wall, and you had to like combine the numbers of the same value to combine them and double them. And I remember that people had sort of like different strategies, like focus everything towards one corner, or don't never go up, things like that. It kept people busy for a while. Number 479 is Dead Space Ignition. I never got into the Dead Space series as a whole, but I remember playing this game. It was quite interesting because it was like a series of like puzzles and like a series of mini games, but they were okay. Like I remember the one that I didn't really like was there was one where you had to break open this infection thing or whatever, and so it was kind of like a tower defense. We have to like send these different weird spirally things, like go along one of the walls or go along another wall or whatever, and getting them through without having them all die or like break through the wall. I don't really remember, but I do remember. I think my favourite one of those mini games was the racing one, because you could pick up power ups to race. You had to like go up and down to avoid like the walls if you crashed. It was like game over, you had to restart, and you had to like beat your enemy. It was alright. I don't actually remember many of the other games, but I remember there was a few. Actually, yeah, there was a game where you had like this light, this beam of light, where you had to set up mirrors, and you had to like spread the light off into different directions and get the light to like hit one part, and then you have like the prisms that like split the light up into multiple directions, and all that. That was quite good as well. Wasn't bothered about the comic part of it or anything like that though, so whatever. Okay, number 478 is Sunflowers. This is, I think it was a free game that came out on the PS Vita. It's a game with what I consider to be the happiest title screen I've ever seen. It's just a sunflower looking so happy. Like, I've never seen anything so happy in my life. Very, very simple game. You basically control the sun and you have to tap the screen. I think it's tap the screen or press a button or something to shoot out sunbeams, and you have to like hit the clouds so that the clouds could drop water drops onto the sunflowers so that they'd grow, and then you'd collect them and then they'd add to your garden. Very simple game, really not much to it, but you know, you collect the sunflowers, and that was quite nice, getting the sunflowers to like add up and all that. Plus it was free, so I really had no objection to trying it out. And as far as I could tell, there wasn't any microtransactions. Well, to be honest, I don't even remember if it was free. I might just be making it up, because I think I might have got it like 50 pence or something. If it wasn't free, I don't fully remember, so don't quote me on that. I remember it was alright, like, you know, yeah. And you had different types of stages. You had like a tropical stage where you had different types of flowers, and there were certain flowers that were rarer than others. And you could do things with the flowers as well, but I don't really remember. Oh, I remember there was also the night thing as well, where that you control the moon, like night phases, where you control the moon and you had to shoot moon rays at the flowers. Yeah, because if you missed with the sun, if you missed the clouds and then you hit like a storm cloud, or you hit a flower, it would burn the flower and you'd lose the flower. And there's a sort of point scoring system to that. Number 477 is Meat Boy. I actually didn't play this game that much, but it was alright. It was good enough for me to want to include it on this list. Meat Boy is the predecessor to Super Meat Boy. You play as Meat Boy. If you know what Super Meat Boy is, it's basically that, but imagine like much simpler stages, simpler graphics. Yeah, there's really not much to say. I think it was like a flash game or something. It was alright. I had a bit of fun with it, but I really don't have much to say about it because I didn't play it that much, to be honest. But yeah, that's that. Number 476 is F1 Race, which has one of the most generic names ever for a game, but this was a game that came out on the Game Boy, and I got this for my 10th birthday, which was the same birthday that I got my Game Boy, because I got my Game Boy with 3 games. There's F1 Race, Alleyway, and a game that was something football, but it was American football, and even if it was like, you know, soccer football, I still probably wouldn't have really been into it, but I didn't understand how to play it at all, so I just kind of like was never able to play that game. But I did play F1 Race. It's like a Formula 1 game, but it's on Game Boy, so if you imagine like a racing game, but the bare basics. I'm noticing a lot of the time I'm saying it's the bare basics for a lot of these games, but it's true. A lot of these are the absolute bare basics for these games. But yeah, it was alright. I remember the map was quite a strange thing, because it was kind of like the Australian style map where like North and South America is on the right of the map, and then you've got like Europe and Asia and Africa on the left, and then Australia in the centre. It's quite strange. Yeah, it was also just good to have, you know, it was just something. It was my first portable game console, so it's something to play. Number 475 is a game that you should all be familiar with because it came free on every PC and probably still does, and that is Minesweeper. This is a game where some people don't have a clue how to play it. Basically, the way that it works is, I'll explain it now. You've got a grid, and in this grid are bombs, and you don't know where the bombs are. You only know that there's a set amount of bombs, so you have to find out where the bombs are. And if you click on a space, it will open up the grid and it will give you numbers saying like 1, 1, 1, and the ones mean that one of the spaces next to that square is a bomb, like either horizontally, vertically, or diagonally. You have to do this to use the power of deduction to work out where the individual bombs are. So something might have 3 bombs next to it, but you realise that there can't be one in a certain space because the next to that space is one with a one, and that's already been accounted for. So you know there can't be one in this space. It's the power of deduction. And if you play on the higher difficulties, it can get really hard, like stupidly hard, to the point where it is just luck. Like you will. To the point where if you play on the absolute highest difficulty, you'll press on a random square and it will just say 7, like that level of difficulty. Number 474 is a game called Zeus. This was a game that I got on the Amiga. This actually came kind of bundled with a few other games on the Amiga. And what's strange is that I had to research this because I have memories of a game called Zeus, which I don't know. It turns out I don't know the name of it. It was a very, very simple game where you play as like a little spaceship in this little stone ruins area, but that wasn't Zeus. This other game was Zeus, and there is even a small chance now that I'm mistaken because it was one of those really obscure games. It was a puzzle game where you had all these blocks and you had to slide them along, and if you got 2 blocks to match with the same pattern on, they disappeared. So you had all these series and the goal was to clear out all the blocks, so you slide them along. Say sometimes you might have 3 of a certain pattern, and you can't just slide one of the other because that would get rid of 2 of them and leave one of them just by itself. So you'd have to sort of maneuver them in such a way that the last block touches both of the other ones at the same time, so you get rid of all of them. That type of puzzling going on. Although, I remember reaching a stage whereby you get to a point where there's one patterned block and there's only one of them. Like, this is my memory, and this is really old game, like Amiga. I was very young at the time. So you had a blue block with a circle in it, so you have to match it with other blue blocks with a circle in it, and there wasn't any. So I don't know if they just put an impossible level in the game just to say like this is the end of the game, as opposed to just telling you completed the game, or whether there was some really crazy trick or something that I never knew. But like I say, I never knew about it, so I don't know. But I quite enjoyed it, you know, sliding the blocks across and trying to work out the puzzles. So that's it for this part. Hope you enjoyed it. Next time we'll be continuing on from game 473, and I will see you all then. So bye. Hi everyone, and welcome back to my top 500 games, and we are continuing on with number 473, which is iToy Groove. If you don't know what the iToy was, it was a peripheral that you could get for the PS2, kind of like a predecessor to the Kinect in a way, that you put it on top of your TV. It was like a little camera, and what happened was you moved your body around and you sort of like, you could hit things in these different games by like slapping them with your hands or knocking it with your head or whatever. So there was a few games made for the iToy, like the iToy series, and one of them was iToy Groove. iToy Groove was basically the music variation. I actually didn't have this game, my brother got it. It had a set of music on, and it was sort of like it was a rhythm game basically. So you had these like circles on the screen, and you had to move your hands, like hit the circles in time with the beat, and like these little things would go out into the circles. You had to like hit them at the right time. It was all right. It was a bit of fun, and it had quite a few music videos on it as well. The one I specifically remember, it had this song, I don't know if it's called Boogie Night, but the song that goes Boogie Night, da, da, da. I'm not going to sing anymore. That song, I don't know what it's called or who it's by. I had that song on. It also had Fatboy Slim on as well, the Praise You song. Moving on, number 472 is Battle Arena Toshinden. Now, I believe this was the first 3D game I ever played. I'm not too sure about that, but I went to my granddad's house, who lives quite a bit of a distance away, one time, and he had a PS1. I didn't. When I got my PS1, he gave me his, so I got his PS1 second hand. But he had a PS1, or it was just called the PlayStation at the time. I mostly remember he had a demo disc, and I played on the demo disc quite a lot because I was really into games, and to me the PlayStation was like brand new, amazing technology. So I was really into it, playing on this PlayStation and seeing all these 3D games. And one of the games on the list was Battle Arena Toshinden. I played it, and I absolutely loved the music. I still do. The Aegis theme, I loved that music. I thought it was fantastic. And Takara has just a way with music. Like, they've done this in another game that I will eventually mention, but they have this thing where they have a very particular style of music that's hard to explain. It kind of has, it's kind of like electronic, but it's also like very fast, very sudden notes. So you might so have bits where it's like I realise I'm not describing it in a way that makes it sound appealing, but if you hear it, you know what type of things I'm talking about. It had a very distinct style, but I haven't actually talked about the game yet, have I? Yeah, the game was it was a fighting game. Really nothing special about it. What stood out to me though, apart from it being 3D, which at the time was an amazing thing, was how your characters had like superpowers, like you could fire out fireballs, and you could like 4 had like this massive attack, which to me was like, oh wow, that attack is so huge, like this massive ball, like this fireball blue thing, which sort of I thought was amazing. And the fact you could get knocked out of the ring, and some levels you could fall off, and like you'd have levels that were like in the sky, so the person who fell out of the ring died, obviously. It was quite strange to think about that at that time. Like there was one level where it was like just a platform in the sky, like what are you going to do there once you won the fight? You're just going to have to stay there. But mechanically it's not that great of a game really. I remember my friend Thomas actually had this game when he had a PS1 when I didn't, and I actually played it at his house, and I got to experience some more of the characters besides EG4 and Ellis. And I actually remember fighting Gaia, like the final boss of the game, and I remember hearing about how you could eventually unlock Gaia, but I actually never saw that. And I eventually found out online that you could fight against Sean in the first game, which I never knew about. I mean, I really didn't think much of the first game at all, really, in terms of how much content it had. I'll tell you what else was stupid about the first game as well. In the main menu, you have to press select to scroll down through the menu. I don't know whose idea that was. Moving on. Number 471 is Dynasty Warriors 6 Empires. I like the Dynasty Warriors games. The 6 games, not so much. The Empires games, not so much. So to me, this was a Dynasty Warriors with a huge bad side to it. The fact that it was in the 6th series and it was an Empires game. Dynasty Warriors, I love Dynasty Warriors, but this 6 Empires, like, you had to, it was one of my first platinum trophies, I remember. I remember you had to, like, get points to unlock certain things which you needed for the platinum, and for some of those things you had to get certain characters to like you, which just meant trial and error, like trying stages over and over again, and there was no consistent leveling system in the game. Like, you started the game, I think you leveled up within each stage, but you didn't level up overall, if you know what I mean. Like once you finished like that round of taking over that empire, it didn't really seem to do anything. And it had all these things to do with, like, shop merchant would turn up and you'd be asked for alliances and stuff, and I really didn't get it. Like, I really didn't get that at all. It wasn't really my thing, but it was Dynasty Warriors, so I played it, and it was okay, I guess. And I realise I'm going through these quite a bit slower than I have done, so I might not be able to fit as many in this video, but I'll see what I can do. And number 470 is an old classic that everyone knows, and that is Frogger. You play as a frog, you've got to cross the road as different vehicles cross, and then you've got to jump onto the logs that take you across, and you've got to land on the lily pads at the end. Is there anything that I can say that you don't know about Frogger? I think that's pretty much it. Like, don't really have that much nostalgia about this game, so I'm just going to leave it there, I guess, and move on to the next game straight away. See, some games I can talk about very quickly, some games I have a lot more to say. It's better than me just dragging it out for the sake of dragging it out, I suppose. Okay, number 469 is Zool 2. But hold on, we've got another clump here, because at number 468 is Zool. I remember getting Zool 2 after I got Zool, even though I got them both very early in my life. I had them both on the Amiga, and I remember with Zool 2 was more, I suppose, graphically appealing. Like, you could make more out of it. Like, I remember you had levels that looked more like things. Like, you had platforms that looked like these weird coloured eggs and stuff. Zool didn't really have that, but Zool was all about product placement for the most part, because you fought all these enemies who were made out of licorice all sorts, and you had like the Chupa Chups logo all plastered all over it. Strange to think that like these old games that are like sponsored by sweet companies and all that lot. Which I've got another example of that coming up. Maybe not soon, but at some point later on in the list. I've got another example of something similar to that, and basically the way that both games played is that you were this character, you could run fast, 2D platformer, you could shoot out bullets, and you had to destroy these enemies who were often giant licorice all sorts, and you collected sweets to like get your point, and you needed like so many in order to complete the level, and sometimes you could find like a giant polo which is worth lots of points. But what's strange, although maybe not strange so much, but I remember it was one of those games where you seemed to move like quite fast, and it was quite hard to like aim your jumps and stuff, and you could like bounce on walls. But it was also the spin attack, which I don't remember what the significance of that was. Also, here's another memory for you. Zool, I actually really remember. It wasn't like a copied version. It was one of those it was like a legitimate copy of the game. And in order to load up the game, you had this like spinny wheel thing that you had to like turn. It would like when you load up the game, it would say line up these pictures and like say what the number is. So you get like this wheel like that came with the game, like in this box. You like turn bits so that the different body parts lined up, and it would give you like a number or something. You have to type that in to confirm that you had a legitimate copy of the game. But saying that, when these games got copied, they always found a way to bypass that screen, which is strange to think about. But yeah, that's Zool and Zool 2. Number 467 is Digimon World on the PS1. Now, what stands out to me about this game in particular is that I remember having quite a bit of fun with this game, but the problem I had with this game was that I never had any idea what you were meant to do. Like, I remember you got a Digimon and you had to take care of them, and you had to like you had to like look after them. It was more like a pet simulator type thing than something like Pokemon. But you had to like take care of your Digimon, and you had to go through different places, and you had to like feed them, and you had to scold them if they did something wrong and all of that. And I just remember like I couldn't leave the first day. I think I remember there was like a bridge that was broken, and I just couldn't get past. I didn't know what to do, so I spent a lot of time in like the training area where you could say to them like, okay, we're going to train speed, and then they'd get off and they'd like run round this course, or there'd be this other thing where they've got to sit under a waterfall for a while, and like their stats would rise, and then fighting was just like you saying like attack, 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 attack or something. I really didn't understand it, but it was surprising how much I liked it compared to how little I actually knew what I was doing. I seem to recall that if you overtrained the Digimon, that they would die and they would come back as something like a new Digimon or something. I never understood it. It was a strange game. Number 466 is Jumping Flash. This is actually a game that I also had on the PS1, which I played, like I did with Battle Arena Toshinden, at my granddad's house originally. At least I believe I did, because I know it came on the same demo disc. I actually did play it quite significantly, I suppose. Again, not knowing what I was doing, but I did eventually get the game downloaded onto my PSP when, the old PS1 classics came out. But I had the demo, and the main thing I remember about it was it was in first person, you play as a rabbit, and you can jump really high. And I remember, like, you jump, and like you'd look down at the floor as you're jumping, and you could like double jump, or triple jump, or quadruple jump maybe, I can't remember, but you could jump really high. And the levels were very vertical, and I actually remember, I don't think I actually completed like the goals. I think I just remember like walking around and finding, like, I think you had to find carrots or something. I don't specifically remember all the goals of the game, but you could find like time stop power-ups, and I think there was a boss that you could fight after you completed that level in the demo. So you did that level, then you beat the boss. But I didn't play too much of it, but I remember I did play it. When I say I played it significantly, what I remember is, what I mean by that is that I played it significantly time-wise in my memory compared to how much I remember actually getting done. Number 465 is Auditorium HD, and this is a game that I got on PS3. It was like a download game. It was one of those very I don't know. Well, I don't know if it was early or not. I probably wasn't that early, really, because I think I got it quite late. But it was quite a minimalistic visually style game, and basically what you do is you have like these little waves of music, and you have to like guide them to like reach other parts of the level and get them to like hit certain things. Like just like these objects, just like carry around these bubbles and stuff that would guide the sound waves into different directions. But it's like each individual part of the wave was its own like entity, so you had to like stop them from splitting too far apart and stuff. A strange game. Again, no, not too much to say about it because I don't really have like a story or much nostalgia associated with it. So I'm just going to move on to the next game now. Number 464 is Loco Roco. This I played a demo of this first, and I think I did eventually get it on PSP. And I think this was one of the very early PSP games. It was one of those silly, like those silly PlayStation things that sort of was a little bit of a mascot, but wasn't really, like, it didn't maintain its mascot status. If you know what I mean, it was like a yellow blob thing that could split up and connect into other yellow blob things. And you had different coloured ones as well for different stages. And you had to like use the L and R button to tilt the level so that you could allow them to roll to different areas. And sometimes you had to like split them up to make them all go through down like these small pipes that they could all fit through. And you had to like manipulate the level in such a way that you could get these things through the level. I think you could get like a few secrets as well throughout the level, but I don't really remember all that much. So yeah, I'm just gonna move on from there. Now, number 463 is a game that I talk about negatively rather significantly, and I do have quite a bit to say about this, because this is a game that I consider to be one of the worst RPGs I've ever played, but I just think it speaks volumes about how much I like RPGs that even something this bad could get onto my list at number 463, and that game is Last Rebellion. I'm going to have to talk about this game negatively because I really can't think of much positive to say about this, despite the fact that it's ahead of these games that I've put behind it, but relatively speaking to what it is and what it does and how it presents its mechanics, I just have to speak negatively of this game. I think I should have explained this all in the first video when I was talking about like all the rules and stuff. So, well, if I didn't, I may not have, but if I didn't, basically, I'm gonna talk about this game negatively now. Last Rebellion is one of the simplest RPGs. Everything is so bare bones and so simplistic, and yet the mechanics that it introduces, the unique selling points, so to speak, don't add anything to the game. They just make you do more work. Like, and I'm not going to say grinding because, well, grinding is involved, but that's not what I'm talking about here. Basically, with Last Rebellion, the leveling system is such that you level up really, really fast if you're underleveled, or really, really slowly if you're overleveled. So your level is very, very much enforced, and leveling up makes a huge difference. Like, your stats will skyrocket when you level up. And so when you get to bosses, it's very, very dependent on what your level is, rather than strategy. And it can be manipulated so easy. Like, I can't beat this boss. It's too hard. I can't do anything. You go away, fight 10 battles, suddenly they're dead easy. You can just mop the floor with them. It's just ridiculously easy. But the main mechanic that it prides itself over is the idea that you can attack the body parts of an enemy in a different way, and that way you can unlock stamps, so that you stamp the enemy and you unlock their weaknesses. What happens when you do this is that you will unlock the correct order to attack the body parts, but there's no skill to that. You are just guessing, and all it basically means is that you're eventually doing more damage over time. It also has this sealing mechanic where one of the characters has to seal the enemies away once they die so they don't come back to life. That's not too bad, I suppose. You've also got this mechanic that gets introduced whereby you get this power that you can unleash once you've got so many points, but like, it's so powerful, and all you gotta do is you just gotta like grind the points up so that you can unleash it and get like a massive amount of damage. And you got like the super bosses at the end of the game, which are just so easy. Like, if you've got the levels, you could just attack them and win. And the tutorial battle at the start of the game is harder than that if you've got the levels. There's so much negativity that I can talk about this game, and how it does everything wrong, and how you can heal by having a certain character out that you're like controlling, so to speak, and just wait over time as you heal. I can't really think of anything in particular that I can say this is a good game, but I have the experience and the nostalgia enough about this game that I'm placing it at number 463. But don't take this as me saying that a game is so bad, yet I'm placing it at 463. Think of it as, I love RPGs to the point where this game is so bad that it only can possibly reach 463, which for an RPG is ridiculously low. That's the best way I can think about it. It's the best way I can describe it. So yeah, quite a bit to say about Last Rebellion there, but I'm just going to stop there, and I'm going to end this here. So I'll see you next time when we'll continue on from number 462, and I will see you all next time. Bye! Hello everyone, welcome back, and let's continue on with my top 500 games. We are currently at number 462, which is Dr. Mario. What's strange about this particular one is that I have a feeling that I may have played this game when I was very young, or probably not this, more like a cheap knockoff that was like on the Amiga or something. I don't know. I just sort of, like, when I see this game I have a feeling that that's what's happened. But I have actually played this game since then, so I do know I've definitely played this game. It's basically one of those games where, one of those Tetris style games. I call it a puzzle action game, whereby you have blocks or something falling from the top, and you have to line things up in a certain way to make them disappear, or shuffle things around, you know, those types of games. And so Dr. Mario fits into this. You basically, the aim of the game is to match up a different segment of these pills to match up and line across with the germ so that you can get rid of them along with the germ, and you have to clear out all the germs to complete the level. It's alright. There are other these types of games which I do prefer, but this is one that I did play and I did have a bit of fun with. The main thing that I don't like about it, the thing that's always like caught me off, was just, it's hard to describe. Like, the pills feel really solid. It feels really awkward, like trying to get like balance over the edge and stuff. Stay like in a line or something. I'm probably talking nonsense, but I know what I'm talking about. Number 461 is Coconut Dodge Revitalized. This is a very simple game. This is the version that was released on the PS Vita. You control as a crab, you have to move left and right and dodge coconuts. There's really not much more I can say about it, apart from you can get more points by collecting certain things. But yeah, it's very simple, but it's one of those games where you have to pay attention at all times so that you don't screw up, basically. Yeah, it's alright. I'm gonna do these two quite quickly, but I'm gonna move on to number 460, which is DLC Quest. I don't remember what year this came out in, but it wasn't too long ago, maybe a few years ago now. And it's basically like a platform game that parodies the idea of DLC. It has what they call DLC, but it's more so in-game currency. It's not actual DLC, but they joke about it like you start off by not being able to move left, so you start off by just moving straight ahead to the right, and when you hit the wall you encounter the shopkeeper, who you've just collected a few coins on the way so you can buy the moving left pack, which is, I've got to say, as a parody it works quite well. As a platform game, it's very simple. It's okay. Like, you meet characters and you've got to like go on quests and stuff. It's more funny than anything else. You buy the DLC with the coins that you find, and the further through the game you go, the more apparent coins become. Like, you find a lot more of them, and it becomes a lot easier to spend them, because obviously they want you to get certain DLC packs, as they call them, at more specific points in the game. Yeah, there's actually more than one mode, like more than one story mode, where you can go through like the main mode, and then there's like an extra mode that you can go through. Quality wise, both of them are about identical, I'd say. Nothing is particularly amazing about this game. It's got some funny moments, like there's one part where there's a guy who asks you to go and fetch some stuff for him, like 3 of these, 4 of these, a pair of shoes, a mushroom, just like a random list of stuff, and then you walk a bit to the left, you find a chest, open it, and there's everything you need. Yeah, that made me laugh. And there's a few jokes in there, like the zombie sheep who eats the they eat grass and it takes over them, and it says, "Who would have thought that a zombie could have been defeated by plants?" You know, little jokes like that. It's all right, but nothing spectacular. Number 459 is a game that I feel gets way too much praise. Not so much as Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons does, but I think this is a game that gets way too much praise, and that is Thomas Was Alone. Sometimes I feel that when people talk about things positively, they sort of overcompensate. Like I remember seeing a review or something, or it was like a quote that was used, like saying Thomas Was Alone has the best jumping mechanics in any platform game. Like the best jumping. I don't know. I feel like they're just making stuff up for the sake of pretentiousness, maybe. But the idea of Thomas Was Alone was that you have all these characters who are different cubes, not cubes, it's 2D, different rectangles and squares, and you can like switch between characters and you can like jump on the characters. They each have a name, Thomas and Chris and Laura and all that, but they're all different, like different size rectangles and squares, and the idea is the James is sort of like inverted so that like gravity works backwards for James. You've got like these levels where you can have James stand on top or like underneath Thomas, but because James's gravity is upwards and Thomas's gravity is down, it's quite strange. But yeah, it's quite interesting, and it's very puzzle based. You know, you've got like the different areas where only only a particular character can fit through this gap, or you need to use this other character as a ledge, or this other character is bouncy. You've got this narrator who tells you the story, but it's yeah, whatever. I'm not really bothered by it. My main issue with the game is that it's so easy. Like I don't. This is the same thing I had with Brothers as well. Like the puzzles are just you use the character who can jump as a ledge for the character who can't jump very high, so that they can get onto the higher ledge, and you have a few different variations of this. To me, it's so simple to the point where you have to like solve these puzzles, but by the time like you see the puzzle, you can it takes a lot longer to implement the solution than it takes to solve it. So you can look at it, solve it, and then you've got to spend the time pulling it off, like getting the characters like jump on each other and jump off this and all that. But to me, the game got the most interesting towards the end, because you get these characters which are kind of more flexible, like they can adopt other characters' abilities and stuff, and it starts getting more complicated, and you start actually having to think about it. And when you just get used to these new characters, and it feels like you've just been put into the game, it ends like that's the end of the game. So that's what my issue with Thomas Was Alone is. It was alright. I want to make clear that I'm not just saying it was all right as a try to justify why it was on this list to begin with. Like, I've gone through this all in the first video. I'm not going to go through it again. Number 458 is Wipeout HD. Man, this game is hard. This is the Wipeout that came out on the PS3. It was one of the earliest PS3 games I got, and it was a digital game as well. I don't think it came out physically, but it was one of those games where I felt like I really struggled with it. I mean, there was a few races where I could get like the gold medals or whatever there were, but after the first few, it's just so hard. Like, I understand like it's Wipeout, you go really fast, but the big issue I had was that if it seemed like you had to hit the arrows, because the arrows speed you up. You have to hit the arrows. If you don't hit the arrows, you've lost. It seemed very reliant on that. And it seemed like, I think there was this whole thing like where you had like these levels where you had to like unlock medals on this hexagonal grid to expand out and unlock more levels that you could do at different points on this grid, which is fun, but that might be wrong, but that's what my memory says. If the races were easier, I think I'd like this game a lot more. I think it was just too hard for me, that's all. Number 457 is another really old game that is a classic that everyone should know, which is Space Invaders. But the version that I played was the Amiga version. It wasn't actually the classic version where you got all the barriers and you can shoot through the barriers to hit the aliens. There wasn't any of that. It did have like the like spaceship that like travels across the top of the screen, but aside from that, it was just Space Invaders. You shoot the aliens, you gotta like dodge the bullets, and I had a pretty decent time with it. I remember the aliens had different colours to them, so like the bottom ones were red, and then the ones above that were green, and the top ones were blue. I remember, like, if you failed, like one of the little red aliens came onto the screen and it said, like, game over or something like that. I don't remember. Well, I do remember, but I don't remember exactly what it says. Number 456 was a game that I did play quite a bit, but I didn't actually it was one of those games where I kind of got a grasp onto the rules, but it's Speedball 2, like one of those futuristic sports games where you have to grab the ball and like run around like the arena and you gotta like throw it into the goal and stuff. And because it was a futuristic sports game, the thing that stood out to me about this was that you could have different arenas. It wasn't just like a football field. You had different arenas. It had quite a strange theme to it as well. Everything was quite metallic. It had that futuristic style to it. You know, like typical futuristic where everything's like robots and stuff. But it wasn't quite robots. It was more metallic. It's hard to describe. Number 455 is Boom Boom Rocket. This is a game that I got on the Xbox 360 live marketplace, I believe. It's like a rhythm game where you have to press A, X, Y, or B in time with the music, or up, down, left, or right. These little things went up. They were meant to be like fireworks, and you press the button at the right time to match in time with music. It's a rhythm game. There's really not a lot to say about it. And I realise I'm going through these games at this point. I realise I'm going through these pretty fast, or at least it seems like I am. But really, there's really not much to say about it. But yeah, you've got these arrows, and they're in the different colours representative of the different controller buttons. Number 454 is Cover Orange 2. This is a game that is like it's one of those flash games that you it was on, I think it was on More Fun Zone that I played it on. What actually happened was it was one of those like really like casual games, you know, like that you get where you got like just like a list of levels, you just gotta go through the levels. But the way that this one worked is that you had like an orange and you had to drop items and put items in this level so that once everything was said and done, the cloud would come along, like the evil cloud, and would rain like all over the level, and you had to like protect the orange from the rain. So it might have to like drop a wheel to like knock it along a bit, and then you'd have to like put a plank down so that it can roll along a particular path so that it could find shelter. The next game is number 453, which is Dr. Kawashima's Brain Training. How old is your brain? And that is the name of the game. I know that in America the game is called Brain Age, but I know it by the name Dr. Kawashima's Brain Training. How old is your brain? So that's what I'm calling it. This was a brain training game, if you can't tell. It was one of those. It was one of those very early Nintendo DS. Let's mark it outside of the gamer community type games that came along, and I did get this game, and I remember there was the whole, you gotta do like maths, so you gotta like do like a few like additions and subtractions, and you gotta like see how fast you can do it, and you gotta write on the screen, and that was quite a bit of a novelty, like the whole writing on the screen thing. You also had daily challenges where it's like, ooh, get your daily fix of your brain exercise thing. I realised I wasn't the target audience for this, but I got it anyway. And it was alright, and I've got to stop saying it was alright every time. I've got to, it might just be bugging, I don't know if it's bugging anyone else here, but me ending all these with saying it was alright is starting to bug me. I'm sorry, I'm going to try to stop doing that, because it always annoys me. If I'm watching a I'm going off topic here, I know, but if I'm watching a Let's Play and people are always like much of the same phrases over and over, it gets on my nerves, so I'll try to stop. But Dr. Kawashima's Brain Training, How Old Is Your Brain? Was okay. There you go, it was okay. I actually remember one of the things I used to do was I remember when you completed like your daily challenge for the day, you got to like put a stamp on the date, and it had like this calendar, and I remember thinking to myself, what happens if I complete all like and get like a daily challenge done on all of those days in that month? Will something special like happen, or will something unlock? It didn't. September 30th is actually my birthday, so the final day on it was my birthday, so for my birthday present from Dr. Kawashima's Brain Training, I got nothing, but I wasn't really expecting anything. I was just curious to see if something would come up. There was quite a few interesting games on it, like aside from the maths ones. One that I remember beside that mostly is one where you got the word of a colour, and you got to like speak the name of the colour that's equal. That's like that's the colour but not the word that's written down. Easy way to do that. Just blur your vision a bit, then you can't read the word. So yeah, that I managed to do that one pretty easily. I remember mostly doing this like in the kitchen when I was in my nana's house, so I was like out of the way. So I wasn't bugging anyone by saying red, green, blue, yellow over and over again. 452 is Bucketball 2, which is another like online browser-based flash game, similar to Cover Orange 2. But this one, and again, not much to say about this. You've got these different balls in this level, and you've got the different buckets. You have to aim the ball to shoot into the bucket, and you'll have like different obstacles around, like walls that you can knock it against and all that stuff. You know, the typical type of stuff, like things on hinges, that sort of stuff. Yeah, really got nothing, really got nothing else to say about that game. But the next game I kind of do, another browser-based game, number 451, is a game called Achievement Unlocked. Now, Achievement Unlocked it was made by Armour Games, and this was another parody of the idea of you get achievements for simple things like pressing start. The way that in Achievement Unlocked worked was that there was like 100 achievements, and it was this level where you control an elephant in this single room, and there was like a list of like 150 achievements or something, and every time you unlocked one it popped up saying like ding 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 ding, like every time you got an achievement. And there were some achievements which were very like rather specific, like touch all of the numbers in order without dying. So you have to go to the 1 and then to the 2 and then to the 3 then 4 then 5 or whatever. And there was some like you have to touch all the walls, or you have to die in each individual spike, or die in a spike and have your corpse touch a wall. It had like this circus music and just like this platform moving back and forth, and just this like arena. But then when you start the game, like the joke is that because it's so easy to unlock achievements, a lot of the achievements, I'm not going to say most because I don't know, but a lot of the achievements you're never going to find out what they are because you unlock them so easily. Like you'll have an achievement for having touched the floor, which is you start the game basically. There's the achievement for playing for 1 second. There's the achievement for moving. There's the achievement for moving to the right. There's an achievement for jumping. You know, all these things where you'll never notice them. So what will generally happen when you play this game is you'll load the game up, you'll just start walking around doing a bunch of random things, like seeing like all these pop-ups and all these bleeps, and you'll just ignore them, like they'll just go bleep, 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 and you'll just ignore them. And then eventually it gets to that point where it's like, right, okay, I'm going to check to see what I've got left. So you'll scroll through this massive list of achievements that you've got, and then you'll have one which is like, okay, turn the volume off, right, okay, I can do that. And then you got this other one. It sounds silly, and I know it's a joke. It's funny for a single playthrough. That's the best thing I can say about it. And I actually think I'm just going to end this one here. So next time we will continue forward from number 450. Hey, we've actually got the first 50 done, it seems. So yeah, 50 done, 450 to go. So thanks for watching, everyone, and I look forward to seeing you all next time. Bye. Hi everyone, welcome back to my top 500 games. In the last part we just hit the 50 game mark, so I'm continuing on now from number 450, which is the Flintstones Edge Rock Bowling. This is one of those PS1 games where it has the very awkward 3D cutscenes, and it also has awkward transitions between being a cutscene and then not being a cutscene. You know, where it just like freezes for a bit so it's got to load. I don't know why I'm mentioning that, but that just sticks in my head for some reason. But anyway, it's actually not a bowling game in the traditional sense. It's not like you have to aim your bowling ball down a lane and then knock over pins. It's more to do with the Flintstones theme that goes with it, as opposed to actually bowling. Basically, Fred and Barney want to go bowling, but they can't, so Gazoo turns up and creates this giant bowling alley, which he calls a bowling alley, and all of the pins are scattered all over, and you have to go into this weird ball and sort of slide down the alley, knocking over pins along the way. And you can also like collect gems and stuff. It's a very simple game. There's really not much to it, but it's one of those games where, you know, you get it when you're younger and you play around with it and you have a bit of fun, and that's it really. Not much else I can say about it. You'll tend to notice that with these earlier games there's generally a lot less to say about them, because the earlier games in this list tend to be a lot less nuanced, so there's a lot less to talk about. Number 449 is Bookworm. This is a PopCap game. PopCap mostly known for Bejeweled and Plants vs Zombies, Peggle and that lot. But Bookworm was one of their games, which I think they kind of abandoned, but they did do a Bookworm Adventures game. Something weird. I don't know. The game I'm talking about here is just called Bookworm. It's one of those spelling games where you've got like a tile, like a grid of tiles with letters on, and you've got to match them to make a word. Now, I will say this in advance, I'm not a big word buff, so to speak. When it comes to games like Scrabble and all that where you've got to form words, I'm not very intuitive when it comes to things like this. generally what I will do is I will look at things and I will put things together and I'll be like, is that a word? Like, I will just get the letters and look at them and be curious to see if it turns out to be a word or not through trial and error. Like, sentan, that sounds like it could be a word, so I'll try it to see if it works. And most of the time it doesn't. But I think this was also during a phase where browser games became more of a thing that people did. Now the next game, number 448, I actually got this game by accident because I had ordered a different game from Amazon and got sent this. I'll tell you what it is, okay? It's Rayman Hoodlum's Revenge, which is the Game Boy Advance version of one of the Rayman games. Kind of like it's got that Rayman 3 theme to it, but it was a different game. It was a Game Boy Advance game, so obviously it couldn't be exactly Rayman 3. But I had played the Rayman Advance game on an emulator, which is just a Game Boy Advance version of the original Rayman with a few slight tweaks. So I actually ordered this from Amazon. I ended up being sent Rayman Hoodlum's Revenge, and so I just kind of accepted that this is what I had, and I played it. And it does follow the themes of what you'd expect, what you have with Rayman 3. Like, you've got the characters like Murphy and Glowbox, and you've got to collect the yellow gems to score points, and it's kind of got that 3D platform style gameplay whereby it's like an overhead isometric view where you can tell where if it wasn't for your shadow you probably wouldn't be able to know how high in the air you are compared to how far back through the screen you are, if you get what I mean. So that was that. Number 447 is, now I don't know how you're meant to pronounce this one. I think it's pronounced Lumines Supernova, but I've always said Lumine Supernova. I don't think that's actually how you're meant to pronounce it, but that's just what I've always said. But anyway, this is one of those puzzle action games where, where you have things falling from the roof of the stage and you've got to line them up so that things match and they disappear. In this case, you've always got these squares, which are a group of 4 small squares, each of one of 2 different colours, and you basically have to line the colours up to make bigger squares or rectangles of that colour. And if you do that, then the line that passes through the level will activate them and you get points that way. I didn't actually get to experiment too much with the different modes in this game, so I can't really say too much about it. But one thing that I did remember specifically, and I don't know why I remember this, but the theme of the stage and the surroundings seems to change a lot. So like it might be all wooden, for example, in one setting, and then once a few rounds has passed it might change to sort of like scribbles, and then it might change to some sort of neon futuristic setting. I'm not sure exactly why they did that, other than just for the sake of looking cool or something, maybe. I don't know. The game's alright. I had some fun with it. Number 446 is a game that I had on the Amiga called Drip. Now, Drip is something that I have quite fond memories of. The game, I'll start off by describing the game. It's kind of like if you imagine a sort of Pac-Man type theme thing where you have this maze and you've got to travel across the maze and fill out the maze and avoid the enemies that are coming to attack you and all that sort of stuff. And there's power-ups that come along. The idea is that you have to go along and rust all these pipes, or like clear the pipes of rust. That's the idea, that's the theme of the game. And Drip is like wearing sunglasses because he's cool and all that. It was quite a fun game at the time, but it was one of those Amiga games that came on, from what I remember, it came on one of those discs with multiple games on. Like, it wasn't big enough to be its own game, it could only be released as a bundle with others. Kind of what you would expect to have from small indie DLC download games today. But my main memory about this game isn't necessarily just playing the game itself. It's more to do with how I interpreted it, because in my primary school, down near the end of the playground, there were all these patterns all over the floor, which was all over the playground. Like, there was one part where you had like a hopscotch thing, and you had one part which was a snake, and one which was a spiral, and there was one which was a maze. And, the idea is that kids can play games on these little patterns and stuff. But I remember You may laugh at this. I remember down near the far end where it was like really gravelly, there was just some lines just there. I think it was meant to represent like sports fields and stuff. And there's one part where there was just a circle. And I used to imagine I was playing Drip, like in my head, like I used to run across these lines. And then I used to jump into the circle on the floor, which was like the bubble power up in the game, which allows you to fly freely regardless of where you are relative to the pipes. You could go off the pipes. And I remember as a kid I used to just pretend I was playing Drift by running across the lines and then jumping into the circle and then being in the circle, and I could run around wherever I wanted. Yeah, that's what I did in my childhood. Not for the entirety of my childhood, I should point out, during a very specific time. But let's move on. Number 445 is okay. This is a game where, like I had with Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons, this is a game that is highly praised by a certain group of people as being amazing, but to be honest, this game to me fell short. I couldn't really get that into it. And that is Sly 2 Band of Thieves, the second game in the original Sly Cooper trilogy. Now, I had played Sly 1 before this, and then once I was done with that, I played Sly 2. I actually played these originally on the PS3 collection disc. I didn't actually have the PS2 games, but I played the collection disc, and I got to Sly 2, and I think I got to one of the worlds, and it got to the point where I was just bored of it. I can't really describe exactly what I liked and what I didn't like so much. I tended to find it, although I could say that I didn't tend to really like the stealth element of it as much, and I didn't feel like I was getting anywhere, if that makes sense. I didn't feel like I was skilled enough to really understand how to use the abilities that you could unlock, which that was quite interesting, like unlocking abilities and stuff, but I didn't feel that I understood it well enough to really be able to take full advantage of that. And throughout the playing of the game, I just didn't really get into it too much. I did enjoy the game, obviously, to an extent. I didn't think it was a bad game by any means. I just didn't really get into it too much. I think I just struggled with the stealth aspect. I mean, with the first Sly, stealth wasn't too big of an issue, but I don't know. I guess I just didn't really like how when you were caught, the enemy suddenly became really powerful, but that's the idea. You're meant to sneak around. I understand that. But yeah, it just didn't really do it so well for me. So obviously, games of this style are going to appear higher up on the list, but this game in particular, I wasn't as much into it. Number 444 is Sonic and the Secret Rings on the Wii. This is one of those Sonic games that came out and everyone pretty much hated. I think I like this game maybe a little bit more than some people did. Well, it wasn't that good, obviously. You constantly run forward and use the Wiimote to like tilt it left and right, and then you shove it forwards like in a slamming motion to do your attacks. And I did get to a level where I felt that the controllers just weren't responsive enough, and it was a big gimmick thing with the whole, motion controls and all that, which it didn't really live up. It was one of those things. Motion controls was one of those things whereby it really seemed like a big thing at the time, but you could tell that it just wasn't. If you go, I know I'm going a little bit off topic here, but if you go back to watch E3 2010 or whatever, and you watch like the Sony and the Microsoft one, they're like PlayStation Move, Connect. It's like they make like such a big deal about it, like they're trying to catch up with this big fad of motion controls. But that's just me ranting about motion controls now. But let's talk about what I actually did like about this game. What I liked about this game was that it had a leveling system. You could get these different upgrades for Sonic. Now, I know people are going to say, well, you're just unlocking basic controls. Yeah, I suppose you are. And I'm not saying that, just add a leveling system for the sake of adding a leveling system. But I still enjoyed the aspect of replaying levels to level up and get an idea of eventual growth and stuff. I enjoyed that aspect of it. I mean, if I went to play it now, I mean, it's probably not that good of a leveling system, but just having a leveling system at the time made me want to keep playing those levels. So it was quite fun for that. At least I liked it. Number 443 is Die Hard Trilogy. Now, this is it's a game that was on the PS1 that had 3 different parts to it. And I think it was meant to be one for each of the different films. I've never seen a Die Hard film, so I don't know. I know that I believe that the first Die Hard film is something to do with the building. I'm probably going to get comments shouting at me for not knowing that, but on whatever, I don't know. But there was the first game, which was kind of just like a shooter in this building, and then you had the second game, which was like kind of like a light gun game. Although it wasn't really a light gun game, it kind of played out as if it was. But I don't remember if you could use a light gun or not. I actually didn't have a light gun, but I remember that was it was that type of game. And then there was Die Hard with a Vengeance, where you actually had cars. It was more of a driving game. And the one thing I remember more of all of these things, the thing I remember more than the others, is the second one, which is Die Hard. I think it was Die Hard 2, which was the one which was this light gun style game. And I remember I quite enjoyed that one. I would say more than the others. I specifically remember you could get like a machine gun, which what was quite strange was that it felt like, if I'm remembering this correctly, it was a strict upgrade to the other default gun, because all enemies died in a set amount of hits. I think it might have been just like one hit kills, but the machine gun do more shots, and I don't think there was any accuracy involved or anything like that. But yeah, I quite like that. Number 442 is Smash TV. What's interesting about this game is that I think I had it on the Amiga, but I don't specifically remember having it on the Amiga. I know I didn't have it on the Mega Drive, but I know I did eventually play it on the Mega Drive. But when I did play it on the Mega Drive, it was at a childcare centre that I used to go to. I'll probably be mentioning that childcare centre a few more times in this list. And one of the games there was Smash TV. And I remember I had played it, so I think I must have had it on the Amiga. And it's what would be a light gun game. No, what am I talking about? Not a light gun game. I'm getting my words mixed up. I'm thinking of Die Hard Trilogy again. What is the term I'm thinking of? A twin stick shooter, that's it. What would be a twin stick shooter? So, you know, a game where you use the left analog stick to move and the right analog stick to shoot, which, I mean, with it being a Mega Drive game, that wouldn't have been the case. It would have just been, you know, D-pad and a button to shoot, which means that you always have to be facing the direction that you're shooting, so you can't move away from the area that you're shooting. You have to move one way and then also shoot in that direction also, which is okay, I guess. It was one of those games where you have loads of enemies like coming out from the different sides of the walls and stuff, and it was presented as like a game show. Quite fun. And I'm realizing I'm saying quite fun quite a lot now as well, whereas before I was saying that I've got to stop saying it's alright. I should probably stop saying it was quite fun. Just replacing one annoying phrase with another. But whatever. Okay, 441 is Destruction Derby 2. Or is it Destruction Derby 2? I think it's Destruction Derby 2. I think, yeah, it's not just like there's the Derby and then there's the place Derby, which is spelled the same but they're pronounced differently. Destruction Derby 2 was a PS1 game. It was a car game. I'm not going to say it's a racing game. It was a racing game. There was racing in it. And the main thing that stood out to me about this game was the fact that your car could blow up. You could damage the car by smacking into the walls, and you had this little diagram in the corner with the different corners and the edges of the car, and they would go from like green to yellow to red, and you could like bust each individual part. But I think the part that I remember the most, and I think the part that most people remember the most, was the battle arena, where you had just this arena and all of the cars just like slam into each other. Which is that what a Destruction Derby is? Destruction Derby, sorry. Like, oh, there I am again, mixing the words up. I think that's what a Destruction Derby actually is. I don't know. It's a very American thing, isn't it? But I remember, like, if you set it onto easy mode, what would actually happen is all the cars would start off just driving into the center and they all like fly off. And if at the start you just sit there, they'll all drive right into each other, and they'll all damage each other, and you can just sit there for a few seconds and wander around and not get damaged, and they're damaging each other. So you can win by participating the least. But then if you actually head to the high difficulties, the enemies are a lot smarter than that, and you can't escape from it. You have to like go faster to do attacks of higher impact on the other cars. And it was very dark as well. I don't mean visually dark. Like, I remember the menus like very grungy and all that as well. Moving on. Number 440 is Hexic HD. This is a game that was on the Xbox 360. Now, if I remember correctly, this game actually came with the Xbox 360. It was like a free game that you got. And it was another one of those like matching games where you got to like move things around, but this time it was with hexagons, and you sort of grabbed a set of hexagons and you pressed the button to like flip them round, and if you got a match, then those ones would disappear and they'd fall down. Really not much to say about this game, but I remember there was like different modes and different things to different like types of things that you could find along the way. Like the one that I remember the most were the bombs that would fall down, and you'd have to sort of match the things up in order to get rid of the bombs, and you had to see how many turns you could last before the bombs would detonate and you would lose. But yeah, I really don't have much to say about Hexic HD outside of that. But I think I'm going to end this part here. So the next video will continue on from number 439, and I'll see you all next time. So thanks for watching. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my top 500 games. We are continuing on from number 439, and this is Galactic the Xmas Edition, or Xmas Remix 95, or just Galactic, or whatever. This is an Amiga game, and I'm going to have to describe this because the concept is just so odd. You play as a Santa called Rudolph the Santa, and you travel through space with your airwalking powers between this in this fantasy land between these two multicolored bars, and you defeat enemies by shooting playing cards at them, and it's really, really strange. Like I don't know how else I can describe this game. Just you walk around in space as Santa, Rudolph, who's a Santa, shooting cards at enemies and having them turn to things, and you collect the things that they turn into. It's kind of like another one of those like shooter games, like top-down shooters, apart from you're not looking down at someone shooting, you're looking sideways on in space at this Santa Claus shooting playing cards at things like flying. There's no other way for me to really describe it. It's kind of like one of those twin stick shooter style games, apart from wacky, I suppose. What also really caught me off guard when looking at video footage of this game is that it swears. I mean, I wouldn't have noticed when I was younger, but yeah, it does. Number 438 is Lotus Turbo Challenge 2, another Amiga game. It's a bog standard racing game. There's not really much I can say. The main thing I remember is that you've just got this series of levels that seem to happen one after the other. I remember there was one level which was called like the Marsh, and there was one level which was like a city at night, and that sticks in my mind for some reason, the night city level with the tunnels that you go through. I like that, I think. At least I like it in concept. And I remember there was a level where you're playing on a motorway, so it's a lot wider, but if you're on the wrong side, there's cars heading in the opposite direction, and so you don't want to face up against them head on. But aside from that, standard racing game on the Amiga. Number 437 is Dithl's Wonderland, yet another Amiga game. I actually had to look up the name of this game, because this is a game that I remember playing and I remember having, but I didn't actually know what it was called. So a while ago I had to go on one of those Amiga forums and type up the descriptions saying it's a game where you play as someone that looks a bit like a Mario character, and it's a platform game, but you've got to jump on these tiles that light them up. And this is me basically describing the game to you. You start off, you're thrown into the level, and you've got these enemies that walk back and forth. Basically, you've got to stand on all of the blank light platforms so that you can light them up, and once you've done all that, you'll complete the level. But I think the thing that I liked about this game at the time was that there's a level editor. You can actually make your own levels. I think this may have been the first game I played with a level editor. I'm not sure. But not that it really has much going for it in terms of level editing, because for one, if I remember correctly, you always start plummeting from the sky in the center of the screen, so you can't really like set up a level from like left to right, and you can't create walls. All you can do is create like a series of platforms. Of course, being as young as I was, I obviously made a level where it's just full of lights and there's no enemies to be seen. I obviously made levels like that. Number 436 is Fez. Now, given all the controversy that went on behind Phil Fish and the design of this game and everything, I actually went into this game expecting to absolutely hate it. Honestly, I thought this is exactly the type of person who would make a game that I would hate. To be honest, I didn't hate it. It was okay at best, I suppose. I think people give the mechanics a bit too much credit. I don't think the whole switching thing is really all that great, to be completely honest. Like, if you don't know, basically everything is on a 2D plane, but you can sort of like flip the view, so the perspective lines things up. If you see the footage, you can see what I'm talking about here. But aside from that, it seemed that that's all it really had going for it. Like, aside from that, and I know that there's this whole big secret behind the whole game. Like, there's this hidden message in all these like patterns and stuff. But the pure raw gameplay, it seemed like it was something that could be done in a very short amount of time, very quickly. It would be like a neat little gimmick and it would end there. I don't see how you can make something amazing out of this. You would have to actually add something. I think that you'd have to actually add something to the mechanics or to the rotating system to make it more interesting. Like, you might have a particular type of floor where if you stood on it, then at those times you can't flip the world. Hey, maybe these things exist, you know. I didn't complete the game, but maybe these things do exist in the game, but I guess I wasn't into it enough to get to that point, so I'm just having to base this off what I found in the game. Number 435 is Pac-Man Championship Edition, which is kind of this alternate version of Pac-Man, which, I mean, I don't know, it's weird. It's kind of like you've got this big map, like this big Pac-Man level, but individual parts of the level unlock at once. So it's not like Pac-Man where you've got this maze where you've got to find the best routes and work on the AI of the enemies. It's kind of just do things fast enough and then like time it so that you can wipe out the ghost and get a combo. And I think there was a whole thing going on with bombs as well, where you could like trigger off bombs. But it seemed to have limited appeal to me. Number 434 is, now I don't know how you pronounce this, so I'm just going to say it how I would say it, and that's Machinarium. It's one of those type of point-and-click adventure style games where you play as a little robot and you have to go about, and there's no like dialogue. There's like other robots that will say, like they'll have like a speech bubble with like a picture. You've got to like work out how to get them that item and stuff. You would have specific challenges to do based on the different areas, and I remember you would have different segments whereby they would sort of bring up more traditional games. Like, there was this character who, like, you'd go into a bar and you'd play this game with him. I don't know what the game is called. You know, like Noughts and Crosses or Tic-Tac-Toe, whatever you would call it, but it's on a much bigger board and you got to get 5 in a row rather than just 3 or something like that. I remember there was one of those, and you'd also at one point towards the end you have like this computer where you had to play games within that to progress further. I quite like those. There's some parts that I didn't quite like so much. I think sometimes these things can be a bit unintuitive and it could be harder to work these things out. I remember there was a part where there was like a band and you had to get them their instruments or something like that, and there was a part where you had to get the clock working, or there was something to do with the clock. I'm not fully confident in all my memories, but I do have memories of like specific screens in my head of this game. Number 433 is Icy Gifts 2. This is a Flash game that I don't remember if it was on More Fun Zone. I think it was on Congregate though, and it was a strange. They called it a chain reaction game. So you have this area of effect where you click on the screen, and then if things fall inside that area of effect, their abilities would trigger. So you'll have like all these bubbles flying around with different abilities. Like you might have one with electricity and it will zap out and it will grab more stuff, or you can get like an exploding one and it would explode. And the idea is you have to clear them in order to get the points to complete the game. But I remember what I actually didn't like so much about this game was that there was some sort of like shop system which I felt kind of was a bit too overwhelming and a bit too powerful. It did have a leveling system which I did like, so you could go through the stages, and if there was some that were really hard, then you could get some of them done to get some of the points, and then sort of spend your experience leveling up some of the powers, because you used to like level up the different powers. I say used to as if the game doesn't exist anymore. No, that's what you do in the game. You level up different individual like powers, such as the lightning one, so it'll have like, it'll zap more, or the explosion one will have a wider range of effect and that sort of stuff. But I remember there was something to do with like a shop or something extra, which to me seemed a bit overwhelming and seemed to downplay the whole leveling system, which was my only real downside to that game. Number 432 is Wiz and Liz, which I had on the Amiga. I've also played the Mega Drive version, and this is like a crazy platform game. You can play as Wiz or Liz. There's really no difference between the two, just a different sprite. And you've sort of got this hub world with like all these doors, and you jump into them, and then each one has their own individual level, and within each level you have to run around and jump collecting animals, and then like things turn into letters and you got to jump around and collect the letters, and all the levels were forever repeated, and they were really fast, and you could jump, I wouldn't say you could jump really high, but you could jump at relatively high speed considering the fact that you could run really fast. And you basically just ran all over the place and jumped all over the place collecting these letters, and you could collect fruit which you could put into like the pot, because Wiz and Liz are basically like a wizard and a witch, and you could put them into this pot and they could make things. They could make like power-ups and stuff, but sometimes you could put things together and they didn't really do anything. Like, and it was always like fruit, like you could get like bananas and stuff like that, and they had like these weird happy faces on. But the main thing that sticks out in my mind about this game is the infinite looping levels, where the levels just repeat themselves, and just how fast you could go through them. It's a very hard type of game to describe, because really it has the bare basics of what would be a platform game, but it's not necessarily something that you would call a platform game, because it doesn't have those natural progress start to finish type levels. It's what you might call a collect 'em up, I don't know, but it's something that you could expect existing in sort of like an arcade machine because of its style. But yeah, that's that. Number 431 is Frogger Returns. A very simple game. It's basically Frogger. If you know Frogger, you know Frogger Returns. No, well, I said that the wrong way around. If you know Frogger Returns, then if you know Frogger, then you basically can get the idea in your head of what the concept is. It's Frogger, but like you usually get with these updated, newer versions, it's basically more levels and different paths. There's quite a few different levels, and each one comes with its own individual hazards. There's really not much to describe beyond that. Also, I should point out that in this game, at least for the PS3 version of the game, I believe this is the game with the fewest PSN trophies of all games that have them, because it had like 4 trophies total, which is so small, because it was like 3 golds and a silver or something like that, one for each level. Really does stick out. Number 430 is Pod, another Amiga game. Having quite a few Amiga games around this time. Pod is a basic sort of shoot 'em up. you play as this little circly thing, which is supposed meant to be the pod, and you hold down the fire button to continuously shoot upwards. And you've got all these enemies that come in from the sides and from above and sometimes from below. You've basically got like a list of different enemies, and they all have like a few weird frames of animation, and they all work differently. Some of them like shoot in from the left to the right, some of them slowly crawl up from the bottom up, and some of them sort of like drop down from the top and then shoot back up, or they'll like zigzag in and out. And then you'll have ones that shoot and ones that don't shoot, and some that are invincible. But it was basically like a point game. So the idea wasn't to defeat all of the enemies, it was to survive each round. So you had the first round, you had the first bunch of enemies come across, and you had to get as many points as possible. And then once you had done so much of that round, once so much time had passed, it would just put you on to the next round. And you basically scored points by surviving and shooting things. So it was one of those old games where it was more about the points than just getting through. Because I remember there were some enemies, like there's one level where all the enemies are just falling from the roof directly down. So if your goal was just to survive, you would just stay in one spot and shoot directly upwards and not move, because if you didn't move, then nothing could kill you. But of course, if you want the points, you have to move left and right. But the thing that does stick out to me a lot about this game, and the big memory I have about this game, aside from the fact that, like, the theme where it looks like it's in space but you're on this really weird grid, like this wireframe grid, so to speak, the one thing that really stuck out to me when I was younger playing this game is the sound effect that plays when you die. If you get hit, your pod explodes, and it sort of, like, the explosion sort of damages the grid, and it doesn't, like, affect the level at all. Like, you can still move around freely, but it sort of, like, visually affects the grid. But also, when you die, there was this laughing sound, like a ha 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 ha, but it had, like, a really strange sort of effect where it seemed like it was an audience, so it felt like it might have been like a game show or something. I don't know. That was something that really stuck in my head when I was younger playing this game. Just that laughing sound effect when you got shot and when you died. I don't know. It's one of those strange things that stick into your head. Number 429 is Time Crisis. Time Crisis was a light gun game that was in arcades, but I had it on the PS1, and I actually didn't have a light gun that worked on the PS1, so I had to use a controller. But that was I was fine with that. I still would have preferred to have a light gun that worked, but I didn't. It's basically one of those games where, you know, you go through a series of, like, an on-rails shooter, as you'd call it, where you got to, like, shoot the screen to, like, hit the enemies, and then you got to, like, duck to reload and hide behind cover, and you also have, like, a set number of lives and all that. I remember there were two modes. There was, like, the original mode and then, like, an extra mode, and I didn't really get into the extra mode so much, but I don't remember it as much. I remember it was sort of, like, outside this building. That's all I really remember about that mode, and I think you have to go through the building. But I remember the original mode, the different stages that you go through, and I remember that if you shot outside of the screen, then you got, like, extra lives if you did that before the game started. And I have, like, memories in my mind of, like, the different bosses. Like the first boss, you got to this room and there were these three guys with claws, and then the boss for the second level was, like, the main villain of the game, because you sort of, like, went through his fortress, and then the third boss, like, his right-hand man who took over. I remember the music for the final boss, which at the time I remember, like, it stuck in my mind and I like that music, but listening back to it now, it's not that good really. So yeah, there's that, and that is going to be it for this video. So thank you for watching, and I'll see you all next time where we continue on from number 428. Goodbye. Hi everyone, welcome back to my top 500 games, and we are continuing on from number 428, and this game is True Pinball. It's a pinball game. I don't really know if there's too much to say about that other than it's a standard pinball game. You have 4 tables, you have a high scoreboard, that's pretty much it. But the story behind this game is that I borrowed it from my friend from school, Thomas, who the story was, although this is kind of going back a bit further now, he got a PS1, or a PlayStation as I should call it. He got a PlayStation and I was jealous, and I eventually got one of my own, which was my granddad's, but I've told that story already. And every so often we'd like trade like games temporarily. And at one point I borrowed True Pinball from him, and I do remember playing it quite a bit, and I remember it had a certain feel to it that I can't really describe, and I can't say that this is accurate at all, because, you know, when you're younger you're more impressionable about these things, but I kind of felt it had a sort of steampunky vibe to it, even though I didn't know what steampunk was at the time, obviously. But when I think about steampunk now, for some reason I associate it with True Pinball. That kind of doesn't make sense, because when you actually look at the tables, one of them is like Surf's Up beach style table. You got one which is, I think it might have been called Law and Order or something like that, I don't know. And there was the Viking one as well, which I suppose could be steampunk-esque. I also remember vividly that you had the little mini games that appeared at the top of the screen. So like when you got the pinball into a certain area, it appeared at the top of the screen, and you had to dodge the rocks or go through the hoops or something like that, depending on the table. Yeah, moving on. Number 427 is Grand Theft Auto. The original Grand Theft Auto. Most people in general only played the original GTA for the cheats. It was that idea that, oh, it was funny. It was the original thing where it was all like, you can steal cars from people, you can shoot people, you can drive to wherever you want. It was, as far as I could tell, the first game that really brought that to light, even though there's probably something else I'm missing. But as far as I know, that was the big thing that sort of brought that to people's attention. At least to the people who I knew, it brought it to their attention. And everyone just messed about and used cheats, including myself. I do remember trying to just go around and just mess about as everyone else did. But I remember there was one time where I thought to myself, I am actually going to try to do what the game is about. So you have like these phone boxes, and I was thinking, I'm actually going to try to do these missions. And I think I might have done one of them, but I think there was another one which was really hard. I didn't know what exactly I was doing. I remember I had like this big truck that I was trying to park in such a strange way that it would cross over a bit of water to get to an area. And I remember I liked the main theme for the game, and I also remember the pickup truck music. I don't remember how it goes, but I remember it really stood out to me. And I remember later on, when I was in secondary school and I was talking to somebody about GTA, they just casually said, oh, the pickup truck music is the best. And I was like, yeah, I remember really liking that, even though I don't particularly remember what the music was. Number 426 is iToy Play 3. Now, I've talked about iToy Groove earlier. This is another game that my brother had, and obviously I like this better than iToy Groove because it's higher up on the list. It had a wider variety of games, and there was, as far as I could tell, there were 3 games in the main iToy Play series, and they kind of got a bit more advanced. But my memories of iToy Play 3, I suppose you could say they're a bit more hazy. I do remember the technology advanced a bit, but I do remember that during the Christmas, which would have been 2005 if my memories are lined up, Christmas 2005 when my brother got it, this was the same Christmas that I got the, I remember this Christmas because I got the first Panic at the Disco album the same day as well, so that's one of the big things that sticks out to me about that. But yeah, just like little games. If you don't remember what iToy was, you have a camera that you put up of the TV, it's a PS2 game, and you start waving your hands around to like hit things and to mess about with things, and you like had competitions between different players. It was quite fun. Number 425 is a game called Echoes. This is one of those PS Minis which you don't really hear of them these days. I think they sort of phased them out, but they never really made a big deal of them in the first place, really. They were kind of just there. The PS Minis are kind of like this collection of cheap PS1 games that... Sorry, not PS1 games. Cheap PlayStation games that you could play on the PS3, but you could also play on your PSP as well. And I don't know if they added support for the Vita. I really am not sure about that. They were basically this sort of like this indie, like the indie scene was there, but it was more so than just the general arcade area. Like if you imagine the Xbox indie section, not the live arcade, but the indie section, is kind of like that equivalent. But as for the game Echoes itself, you basically had to, it was a top-down view, and you had to walk around and sort of like collect these gems that would appear. At least I think they're gems. I may be wrong. But I do remember you have to collect these things, and as you're going around collecting them, images of your past self that are walking down these paths appear, and if you touch them, that's how you get damaged or lose or whatever. You're supposed to avoid them basically, and so you have to see if you can go on, how long you can go on for without touching these past versions of yourself that would manifest the more you play. Number 424 is Formula 197. This was what I remember it to be, a pretty basic racing game that was on the PS1, and it was a Formula 1 game. I don't really think there is too much to say about it. The main thing I do remember about this game is I remember my uncle really enjoyed playing it. It was about the time I had my PS1 that my uncle used to come round every so often and play some of these PS1 games. And he was into the racing game, so he often played this. I also remember for some reason, I don't know why I remember this, I remember the Brazil track was really wide, and my uncle was saying to me that that's just the way that the Brazil track is. It's just really wide. And yeah, that's that. Number 423 is a game called Lionheart. This was an old Amiga game that I remember playing this game. For some reason I remember playing this game when we had just gone on a sort of family trip, and also bearing in mind I was very young at this time because it's Amiga. We came back from like this family trip, and I remember getting home before 3:30. And this was during a school day, but because I got home before 3:30, I didn't have to go to school. It was kind of like I got extra time off school at home, which for the time was just fantastic. As for the actual game itself, it's sort of just like a platform game, but it's got a very dark feel to it. And I remember in the opening intro, you have the main character transforms into this wolf or this lion or something like that, some sort of feral creature, and to me that was quite overwhelming. I was at such an age where this is the type of thing that could have scared me, but I wasn't particularly scared. I think I was just a bit creeped out by it. As for playing the game, it was a platformer, it was quite stiff, I think, and I remember you had like underground segments and you had to like climb these weird brown leaves that were just scattered around, and I for some reason remember I got to this point where you could fight these giant bugs with like giant green eyes or giant orange eyes. Sounds like something that would be quite scary, and it was a bit creepy, but I don't think I was too scared of it really. Number 422, and actually this is a bit of a cluster here, or is it a clump? I think the word I use is clump. Yeah, it's a clump. Number 422 is Flying Candy. This is a game whereby, if you remember, I was talking about Icy Gifts 2 earlier on. It's the same type of thing. You basically have a series of levels, you click on an area, and whatever's in that area of effect will activate like the abilities of the thing there, so you have to try and get everything to get all these points. And the reason that this is a clump is because number 421 is Icy Gifts, the original Icy Gifts, which is very, very similar to Flying Candy. I would say it's more similar to Flying Candy than it is to Icy Gifts 2, from what I remember. But what I did prefer about Icy Gifts, like the first Icy Gifts as opposed to Icy Gifts 2, is that it didn't have this extra shopping type extra stuff that it introduced into that I just wasn't fond of. I think they had a bit more creativity with the levels, because when you upgraded things, because the way that it works is you click on the screen, you activate like this area of effect, and whatever's in there will trigger, and you have to collect the gifts which works as experience, so you can use that to spend up points for leveling up the different powers. And so, for example, you'd have the green acid spill ones, whereby if you activate those, they will splotch like a puddle of acid, and then whatever passes through that puddle of acid for whilst it's there will also trigger. And you've also got like the lightning ones that tap outwards, you've got the explosion ones, the sort of like ones where it puts like a wave outwards. And so you can upgrade like the effects of all these, and you could also affect your click area. And I remember the level that I had the most trouble 100%ing was one where the screen was full of click bonus icons. So all these click bonus icons fly across the screen, you click on them, and then whatever triggers has a tiny explosion, and you get an extra click for activating these. And you have to get them all within so many clicks, and it was quite hard to line them up. But yeah, I don't know, it's hard to explain. It's one of those types of games where it's really strange, and if you try to describe it to people, it seems weird. But the idea and design behind it is so simple, you'd think that anyone can come up with it, which is quite strange. Number 420 is Flight Control HT. I've got to speak properly. Flight Control HD. Why did I say HT? What am I thinking of? I don't know. But Flight Control HD. This was a PS3 game, like one of those downloadable PS3 games. It was PS Move compatible as well, which I actually have a PS Move, but I didn't actually have it at the time that I was playing this game, so I can't really say exactly about how effective it is. But the way that it works is that you have to draw lines. All these airplanes like pass by, and you have to draw lines to get them to land to safety, but you also have to make sure that they don't crash into each other. Again, a rather simple design, but it works. It works fine. Number 419 is iToy Play, the original iToy Play. Now, I know I was saying earlier that with iToy Play 3, it was like they progressed more as time went on. They added more stuff, and they did. They did improve upon the design, but this was the first one that we got. Again, it was my brother's game, but it was the first one that we got, and we had a lot of fun with it, and it was very basic. So actually, I remember we first played this. It was like on one of the displays in a shop, and we used to, like those like display cases where you can like play a game or something. It was like one of those, but with the iToy, and you could mess around. And this was about the time that we got the PS2. And so what had happened was we played this and we thought, oh, that's quite fun. And I think my brother might have gotten it for that Christmas. I don't remember, but we have lots of fond memories of that. There's this karate game where you're knocking the karate guys away, and I think the one that people remember the most is the window cleaning one, where you've got that "When I'm Cleaning Windows" song playing in the background. George Formby, is he called? I think. But yeah, and also what we used to do, which was quite fun, was we used to use the video capturing feature, whereby you could sort of record a video and then play it back. So one of us would leave the room, the other one would record a video, and then the other one would come back, and then they'd watch the video. And you could do videos up to a minute long. The issue, of course, is that you couldn't save them because they took up so much space on a PS2 memory card. It just took up a 1 minute video took up an entire memory card. So sometimes we would probably save like a 10-second clip every now and then, or something like that, if we had the space. But generally we wouldn't save these videos. We'd just do them, invite the other person in. And I realise that what I'm talking about here isn't a gameplay type thing, but it was just the fun memories we had of this game. Two things that I remember, actually, no, a few things that I remember about the videos that we used to make. There was one video where I used to try to reenact an entire episode of Bear in the Big Blue House in a minute, and I did a pretty good job of it. I have no evidence of it, but you take my word for it, I did a pretty good job of it. We also had like these teddy bears that we used to like act out like little sketches with them, and we used to pretend that they were like different family members and stuff. It was pretty funny. And there was one time where we just said what we did was we recorded a video, and this is when my brother was much smaller than I was, because like I'm 5, 6 years older than he is, but he was smaller than I was at the time. There was a video that we did where we set the video up to record, and we just stand there blankly staring at the screen. He would be in front of me. We'd just stare at the screen and just not not react at all. And then we'd we'd click back to watch back the video. And be like 3, 2, 1. It's just both of us stood there in silence. I don't. It was really funny. I don't know if it sounds funny, but it was hilarious, and we couldn't stop laughing. There was also these kind of crazy effects you could do, where one of them I remember where you did something and it showed a sort of like delay on the screen. So you did something, and then the video footage would sort of be a couple seconds behind, so you could do something and then like see it later on. So we could have it where it's like, okay, you close their eyes. You say to them, you close your eyes, to the other person. You close your eyes, I'll do something. I'll then say blah to open your eyes, and then you can see what I did when you had your eyes closed. It's all sounds very silly and very childish, but we were children, you know? I was a young teenager at this time, and I know I'm going on quite a bit about this, but this is really something to reminisce about. But that's that. I am going to end this here. So thank you all for watching, and I will see you all next time. Hi everyone, welcome back to my top 500 games, and before I continue on with this list, I just want to say that there's a chance that in this episode we might cover a little bit more games than usual, because there's a few coming up which I don't really have that much to say about, because there isn't really that deep of a story behind them. But we'll see how it goes. Number 418 is Decap Attack. This is a Mega Drive game which I didn't have on the Mega Drive. I first played this on the Ultimate Mega Drive Collection on the PS3, and it's kind of like it's a platform game, but you get a skull and you throw the skull to attack enemies, and I really don't really know how much to say about this game. I do remember that it was compared to a certain brand of game, such as Kid Cool and that something Fox game. I don't remember what it was called. Like a couple of specific platform games that follow a very specific type of control scheme. I'm probably talking nonsense to some people, but if you've seen the AVGN episode of Kid Cool, and I think Happy Console Gamer had a video about a game about a fox which was along the same lines. Apparently it's in that same vein, but honestly, to me it feels like it controls a lot better. Not amazing, but better. Number 417 is Kid Chameleon. This is another platform game, which yet again, I first played this game on the Sega Mega Drive collection on the PS3, because I didn't have it on the Mega Drive originally. So this is another platform game, but what's different about this game is that you can get different helmets which give you different power-ups that will allow you to do different things, such as run up walls. And I did have quite a good time with this game. I didn't play it too much. After all, this isn't something that I had a lot of nostalgia with. It was one of those games I played, but it wasn't old. It was old enough to have fallen into that time whereby my experience of games would be limited, but I didn't play it during that time. So because of that, my experience of this game is pretty limited. But I did have a good time playing it. Sorry I can't say much else. Number 416 is Luxor 2. This is basically a Zuma type game that was on the Xbox 360 Live Arcade. apart from what made it different to Zuma from what I can tell was that instead of being on the spot and turning around, you were actually on like a bar and you moved along the bar left and right. And one thing that I remember this game being infamous for was that it had achievements which gave you points that were not multiples of 5, and so that's why my gamer score as it stands ends in a 3 or something like that. I don't remember it. It doesn't end in a 5 or a 0, and this is the reason why. And people have an issue with that, but fine for me. I don't mind. I don't see the issue with that at all. Okay, now the next game I do have a bit of a story about, but I kind of already told it because this relates to a game that I mentioned earlier on, but I'm gonna talk about that story anyway, and that is Virtua Fighter 2, the Sega Saturn version, or rather the arcade version, because this is a game that basically, I'll tell the story again. When I was younger, my granddad used to take me out on Saturdays, not Wednesdays, on Saturdays. Wednesdays is school day. I was taken out on Saturdays, and sometimes we'd go to Hollywood Bowl and we'd go onto the arcade machines. And this is where I first really saw these big 3D games that seemed massive at the time and seemed amazing graphic-wise. And I remember Virtua Fighter 2 was one of these games, and that was one of the ones that I enjoyed the most of these games. But again, it's really hard to talk about because my experience of this game was primarily on an arcade machine. There are other games I played on arcade machines and then played later on, and we'll get to those games soon enough, but this is a game where my experience of it was all pretty much on the arcade machine. And if you remember the story from earlier when I was talking about Virtua Fighter 2 for the Mega Drive, I got that thinking, for some reason, thinking it would be as advanced as this one. Much better than Virtua Fighter 1. I mean, as if that's an achievement, but you know. But I've already gone through that story a couple of times. Actually, I should probably also mention that Virtua Fighter 2 on the arcade version had 2 extra characters that weren't on the Mega Drive version. I think one of them was called Lion, or it was either Lion or Leon, and then there was Shun, the old man. Number 414, again another game I have limited experience with, is Gravity Crash. This is another one of those PS3 download games that I got. Graphically, it seemed to have very much a sort of wireframe style to it. And also, the idea is you are the spaceship and you can fly and you can shoot your enemies and all that sort of stuff. But the main feature that stood out about this game, and the title is based off it as well, is the fact that gravity is a factor. So if you're flying upwards, obviously you're fighting against gravity, but if you're flying down, then you're going to go really fast. And if you're flying left, you're going to fall. So you kind of have to like fly at an angle and always accommodate for the gravity. I get the feeling that the gravity aspect of it was meant to be a big thing that people noticed, but it seems strange to think that it is because it doesn't seem like it should be, but it was, if you know what I mean. It's quite hard to describe. Number 413 is yet another game that I got on the PS3 downloads, another one of the early ones, and this is a game called The Last Guy. The reason I stopped playing this game is because I got to a level that I just couldn't progress. Basically, the way that it works is aliens have taken over the Earth, and you have to walk around, and you've got this top-down view, and you have to gather people. And when you walk around, these people follow you, and if the alien touches your string of people, they'll spread out, so you have to go back up to them and get them again. And you have to drop them off at the save points. So it kind of has that thing with like you have with Snake, whereby you collecting these characters, these people that you're saving, sort of increases your vulnerability zone, and you have to basically drop them off. But there's an element of speed to it, so you have to be so fast. So you can't just go get a few, save them, few, drop them off, few more, drop them off. You have to do it within a certain time limit. And I did just get to a point where I couldn't progress because it was too hard. That's the best way I can describe it. Number 412 is Fusion Frenzy 2. This is a game that was on the Xbox 360. And it was a It was a multiplayer style arcadey type party game where you had different types of things that you could do, different types of events, different types of games that you could partake in. It was one of those, I suppose, very basic ideas that you can get a few people, have a little challenge, and it's just over and done with. And it was, I do remember it was sort of presented like in a sort of game show type fashion, but I didn't play it so much as to really be able to give you lots of details on it. Number 411 is Gunstar Heroes, which is yet another Mega Drive game that I didn't play on the original Mega Drive, but originally it was later on either the Mega Drive collection or just a download game. I can't remember which of the two it was, but of these Mega Drive games that I didn't play originally on the Mega Drive, this was one of the ones that stood out to me the most, although I do feel like it gets a bit too much praise, but even still, I think it's a good game. What's interesting, I think this, again, is one of the big appeals to it, is that you can get different types of weapons and combine them to create a weapon that's kind of a mix of them both, or you could just get the same one, put it together twice, and so you have a sort of more powered up version of the same weapon. One of the weapons that I tended to use quite a lot was the double homing one, where you could literally just sort of like shoot and run, and the bullets would just go and kill all the enemies, which sounds like it's overpowered, but sometimes it didn't really do too much damage, I don't think, and so you would have to find better combinations. I also remember there was the flame and the homing one, where you shot a flame up, and the trajectory of the flame sort of changed its direction depending on where the enemies were. That was pretty nice. But I also remember there was one, I think the worst one from what I remember was one where you basically shot out a laser, but it was like this tiny little laser that appeared out in front of you. Maybe some players who are better at the game than I can explain as to why that's a good weapon or something, I don't know. But I remember that being not very good. But you could have two different control styles as well, whereby in one style you had more freedom over the movement of like your aim when you were shooting, and in the other control style you had more freedom over your movement because you could move when shooting as opposed to the other one, but because of that you couldn't aim as much. And it had some nice boss battles as well. Okay, moving on to number 410, and we have yet another Mega Drive game that I didn't play originally on the Mega Drive. What's going on here? This is a strange string of events here. But this game is Fatal Labyrinth, which is a roguelike game, and I know that some people really did not like this game, but I kind of got into it. Like, the idea is that you start the game again every time, and it's a rather traditional roguelike in that regard, where, you know, permadeath, randomly generated dungeons. You just got to see how far you can go, how well you can do in a particular run of the game, and you get items and everything sort of like randomly laid out. So you've got to just try and try again to see how far you can go. I don't think I ever got too far, but I did enjoy the whole hunger mechanic of having to try to stay well fed. So it was to stop you from just staying in one area and grinding over and over again, which I think is it's a typical roguelike type thing to do that. I remember for quite a while having a bit of trouble with the controls, but I got used to it eventually. Number 409 is Faxanadu. I didn't play this game as much as I originally wanted to, but I played this in 2009 because I was trying out older RPGs, and I originally played this game because I knew someone who told me that this was the first RPG that they had ever played. And RPG wise, in terms of leveling and stuff, it's very, very strange. It's basically all based on money. Like, you can kill enemies to get money that will allow you to get power-ups. It was sort of like, on a more basic fundamental level, the game is like a side-scrolling platform game where basic like sword attacks and all that sort of stuff. I remember one thing that really stood out about this game was that if you ran like in one direction for so long, you would speed up, and sometimes you'd need that to get across specific gaps. And I also remember that like the first town that you go to has like the death spell for loads of money that you just can't afford unless you did like masses and masses of grinding right at the start, which was quite unusual. But what was perhaps the most unusual thing about it, and I think this was a hardware limitation more than anything, was that because the game didn't save, you had passwords. Actually, yeah, it was passwords. I was just wondering to myself if it was passwords. It was passwords, yeah. But the game didn't really have too much to remember, because the way that it worked is that you got experience, and depending on what level you reached, you got a password set on your level. And what your level would determine is that the password that you would get would it would make it so that your experience drops back down to however much it was when you became that level, and it would set up how much money you would have when you reload the game, when you put the password in. So you could get to a certain level, spend all your money, and then sort of reload and get that money back. It was quite unusual. Number 408 is a game that I feel is, for the series that it's in, I feel this game is so overrated, and it's Sonic CD. Now, I like the original Sonic games, but Sonic CD, I played this. Where did I originally play this? It might have been the Sonic Gems collection that was on the GameCube, which I didn't have, but my brother had it. And I think I eventually downloaded it on the PS3. And it's a Sonic game, so, you know, it has good controls, it has all these things. It's an old Sonic game, one of the original 2D Sonic games. So it has the bare basics there, which is all good. But the issue that I had with Sonic CD was a few things. One, I didn't like the whole past, present, future thing. That seemed weird, and I didn't really understand what was going on. And I didn't like how sometimes I shot up into the air and then suddenly I would transport to another world. I couldn't really follow what was going on, and I didn't really feel like it was making any impact. But aside from that, the level design is just, I don't know, like, sometimes it was just as if the level wasn't designed at all. Like, you would have rings in walls that you just couldn't get to, and you'd have, like, areas of just bumpers all over the place, and I don't know, like, I liked it just for the fact that it was a decent platform game with decent controls and everything, you know, like those Sonic games do, but at the same time, it just felt so hindered by all this really weird level design. And you had areas where you just kept bouncing back and forth, and it was really awkward to try to get out of that pattern. Yeah. Number 407 is Tekken Revolution. This is a free-to-play Tekken game that was out on the PS3, and it's got sort of like a free-to-play model where the way that it works is that you have these tokens that refresh over time, and you can use them to play games online, or you can pay real money to get extra tokens so you can play more games more often. Now, of all the microtransactions, right, I hate microtransactions. I think that they're absolute worst, but I think these types of microtransactions are amongst the best type of microtransactions, because what you are paying for is still the ability to play the game. You're not paying for power or anything like that. What you're paying for is the ability to play, and I can kind of support that. I'm not a fan of it, but I can get away with that, I suppose. But I do remember that this was it was mostly just like an online game, and you played with people online, and there was the thing that I did like about this game was it had a leveling system, and I love leveling systems. You actually sort of were able to level up the characters like individually, but I remember there was a really weirdly skewed sort of system whereby you'd kind of want to power up one character, but it was really hard to just focus on one, so you had to kind of spread it out to get more points. I'm not really sure. It was quite strange, quite unusual in that regards, but also quite interesting, because I think that would generally be better than being able to just power up one character over and over again. The downside, I think, to it was that it was purely online, which means you're going to come up against people who are just amazing at the game, and when it comes to competitive fighting games, I don't stand a chance. Yep, there were some games where I just spammed one attack, and there was one character who I played as. I don't remember his name. He was kind of like a martial arts type character. You press like one of the diagonals and then square and triangle. It wouldn't have been law. I don't think it would have been law. And there was like this weird, he did like this weird punch thing that was quite powerful. And sometimes I could get away with just spamming that and I'd win the fight. I know that means that people in the fighting game community would hate me, or obviously some people who are actually a lot better than me would be able to overcome that without issue because I'd be far too predictable. But it worked sometimes, and I did it. I mean, yeah, I'm not good at competitive fighting games. I'll just say that. But anyway, I'm going to end this episode here. So thank you for watching, everyone. We'll continue with number 406 next time. We're actually almost finished the top, well, not the top 100, the bottom 100 of this list. And then we'll be in the top 400. How exciting. Anyway, thanks for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Hi everyone, welcome back to my top 500 games, and we are continuing on from number 406, and that is Sega Superstars. I've already explained a couple of times about what the iToy was, so I'm not going to bother explaining it again. This was the Sega version of the iToy where it used Sega mascots and Sega style games. There's only a few specifically that I remember playing quite a lot. I remember there was the Samba de Amigo one, which was kind of like the whole rhythm one. It was kind of similar to iToy Groove. But there was also a few others, including there was a Sonic one where you ran straight down a tunnel and you had to tilt yourself to turn Sonic. And you also had to like collect rings, and it was down this long tunnel. There was also the game whereby you controlled the monkey ball from the monkey, and you had to tilt left and right in order to control the tilt of the level, and that was very hard because you had to keep your arms held out. It was very difficult. But the other one that I remember was the Puyo Puyo themed game whereby you had to sort of use your arms to guide the different blobs into the different like tubes or whatever they were, the different sides of the levels. This game was a bit more advanced than the previous iToy games. I think they got a bit more understanding of the technology. For example, there were some games where you had to configure the different sides, one at each side. So basically you configured one side and then you configured another side, or calibrated rather, so that rather than just being able to detect movement, it would be able to detect like a difference in something being there and something not being there, which was quite interesting. I also remember that if you did that but you messed it up, the beans, like the little Puyo Pop things, they just stay on the screen, they like shake around, vibrate because they didn't know what to do. Number 405 is Pilot Wings 64. Now, I never had a Nintendo 64, so any games that I talk about that were on the N64, I either was able to play at a later date through some other means, or I played it somewhere else, and that was the case here with Pilot Wings 64. Because I used to go to a childcare centre many years ago. Obviously, I'm not a child anymore, but I used to go to a childcare centre around between the ages of around 9 and 13, I think it was. And at some point, at one of the early stages of going there, they had an N64. So I actually got to play a few N64 games when I was there, and one of those games was Pilot Wings 64. I was still at that stage where I didn't understand how the controller worked. It seemed really strange, and it still seems really strange to me, the controller. But I do remember you controlled these different characters, and you had to like guide them through this level, like on this island, and you had to make them land on a particular spot and fly through hoops and all that sort of stuff. And I remember that the game stood out to me sort of like graphically, which sounds really strange because this was well beyond the point where I was amazed by 3D graphics. Maybe it was just the size or the scope of the levels, or maybe, I'm not sure, but something about that stood out to me at the time. Number 404 is Rugrats Search for Reptar, which was a game on the PS1 that I had. Now, you can look back at this game now and you can say it's a rubbish game, and I can completely understand. It's basically, I don't know. I don't want to call it like a platform game. It's obviously a game for very young children, whereby you've got these challenges that are all very, very easy, and the challenges are all based on Rugrats episode. So there's one episode whereby you're playing hide and seek, and the other babies are hiding just like by in the corner, just putting their hands over their face. That it's that type of level that we're talking about here. But this was at a time whereby I got PS1 games, just copied PS1 games, and I just played whatever I got at the time. So I wasn't really bothered, I just played whatever it was that I had. But I'm not saying that this was all purely nostalgia based, because the one thing that I think really pushed this game a lot higher up, that made it a lot, I'm not going to say harder or anything like that, but that made it a lot more interesting at the time, was that there was a mini golf game, and we really had a lot of fun with that. It was like me and my brother, and there was some kids that my mum used to childmind. We had a lot of fun with that. Played a lot of the Crazy Golf on the Rugrats. I remember there was one level in particular on the Crazy Golf whereby you had to go, it was like a pyramid I think, and you had to go in like a square spiral sort of shape. It was quite strange, but that was what we did most of the time on this game. I also remember there was a level that I thought was quite creepy, which is where everything was upside down and you had to collect balloons or something like that. And just the idea of walking along the ceiling I found quite unsettling. Number 403 is Super Rubber Dub. This is a PS3 game, and it's one of those early PS3 games. And this is a game whereby this actually may have been my first downloaded PS3 game. In fact, I think it probably was. But the way that this game works is that you had this sort of bathtub type thing. It was like a tray with water in it, and you got these rubber ducks. And you had to tilt the controller to guide them around and make sure that they didn't fall off and get them all to the end. And you could flick the controller to make them jump as well, which is quite interesting. But I think this demo, not this demo, I think this game spawned from the demo, like the tech demo that they used during one of the previous E3s to show off the PS3's graphical capabilities, where they had that bathtub and all the rubber ducks just dropped in, and they were saying all these rubber ducks act individually. That's how much processing power the PS3 has. I think there's a mix of that and also the mix of trying to show off the 6-axis controller, because that was a big thing at the time where you could tilt the controller. But yeah, the idea was you had to go through the levels and you could try to get as big a score as you possibly could. And this was, I believe, my first downloaded PS3 game at the time. Well, my first downloaded PS3 game, period. Number 402 is Penny Arcade Adventures on the Rain-Slick Precipice of Darkness Episode 1. That's a long title, but this is a game that I got. It's an RPG, and I did play through it quite a bit, not too much, but there was the one thing that I found quite off-putting about this game was that at least it felt like at the time that there was too much for it to pay attention to during battle. So, for example, you had to scroll between the characters, and you also had to scroll between their different attacks. And whilst doing that, you also had to look at the screen where the enemies were, and they'd come up and attack you, and you had to press the button to sort of like block their attack. So I think the game gave you a bit too many things to look at once, and it moved along a bit too fast, whereby it was too hard to really like think of the strategy to really be able to go through the game effectively, maybe. And I think this is, and I don't want to go off onto a tangent here, but I do think that this is a good example of what I call the interactivity problem when it comes to these types of RPGs, where there's a certain brand of person out there who, for some reason, believes that turn-based RPGs aren't interactive. You just tell your characters what to do, you're not doing anything. And so we get these added features where it's like, press a button when the enemy hits you to dodge out of the way. And this is sort of seen as interactive by some people for some reason. And so that gets used to the point where it doesn't really add anything interesting to the game or anything like that. But I really felt that was a letdown for this game. Number 401 is V-Rally, the PlayStation version. and I think this was like a variation of Sega Rally. What I do remember though, it was one of those racing games where it told you the corners that were coming up and to what degree. So like you'd be driving down and there would be an announcer that says medium right, easy left, easy right, and you'd have to go the way that it says. It's very, very straightforward in that regards. I also remember that there was some races whereby it didn't have that lap feature. It didn't, you know, the basic racing game feature whereby you start at the beginning and you go around and you do a lap, and then you start at the beginning and you go around and do another one again. I seem to remember there were some levels whereby that wasn't the case. You just had a starting point and the finishing point, and you just had to go from the start to the end. And I think there was a New Zealand level that did that. I seem to have this memory of there being quite a lot of levels, which probably wasn't, but that's just part of my memory. I also remember that one of the kids that my mum childminded at the time, called Nick, I actually played against him on this endless mode, and the way that worked was that he would sort of be racing against someone, but it wouldn't end, so it would just keep a track of how many laps you've done. And I remember there was one time where I had overlapped him like 10 times or whatever, and then I had left to come downstairs for some reason, and then he was still playing, and then when he came down he said he'd overlapped me, and then when we went back up I was still like 6 laps ahead of him or something like that. But yeah, fond memories. I seem to remember it being a rather colourful game for some reason. Again, don't know why that's particularly like is cemented. Maybe because there was other games around this time, racing games that weren't as colourful, but I seem to have that memory in my mind that, yep, this is a colourful game. Strange how that works, isn't it? Okay, so that's the first 100 down. We are 20% of the way through this list, and we are not stopping now because we are going to continue with number 400, which is Explosion Man. This is a game that I got on the Xbox Live Arcade at some point. It's basically a 2D platformer, apart from the theme is that you explode rather than jumping. So you run along, press the jump button, and what happens is it causes an explosion below you, so you fly up. It's jumping, but they just called it exploding for the theme, I guess. And I do remember that from what I played, it quite a lot consisted of you sort of finding ways of going from point A to point B with a limited amount of explosions, because you only had so many explosions until you hit the floor. So you could like double jump or triple jump or whatever, but you could also sort of bounce off walls, and there were things that you could find that would enhance the size of your explosion, the effectiveness of it, that would allow you to jump higher. So sometimes you'd have like these little obstacle courses where you had to like jump to the side, then jump back up, so that you could line up with this thing that would expand your explosion higher up, and all that sort of stuff. Number 399 is Ninja Gaiden. Is that how you pronounce it? Gaiden? I think that's how it's believed that you pronounce it. Yeah, okay. Ninja Gaiden, whatever. But basically, it's an original Nintendo game, which I didn't have an original Nintendo, but I actually played this on my brother's Wii because he had it on Virtual Console, and I actually had quite a bit of fun with it. I didn't get too far because I know I've seen all the reviews, I've seen everything, where it gets ridiculously hard later on, whereby enemies, you'll kill an enemy, and then if you try to get out of the way, they'll instantly respawn, and all that lot of stuff. But I only really played the first few levels, but I had fun playing the first few levels. I particularly liked the jumping off the wall and just timing the attacks and stuff. I think there's a particular type of thing that I really like when it comes to these like old style platform games, where it comes to the element of accuracy, like timing and accuracy, as opposed to like button combinations and that sort of stuff. I'm sure I'll talk about that more when I get to later points on this list. Next game is number 398, which is Color World. I'm spelling it without the U because I'm guessing that's how the original game would have been spelled. But I would never otherwise spell colour without a U, unless it was like Game Boy Color or something like a brand name. But whatever. This was one of those Flash games that I had played online, like a browser-based Flash game. You know, like the ones that you find on Congregate and all that sort of stuff. With this one, you had to sort of get things to be a certain colour, and the way that you got things to be a certain colour was you had to hit things of that colour that would sort of allow you to change things into a different colour. And sometimes you just have to hit things of a colour against things of another colour to change the colour. That's the basic premise of the idea. Really not much to talk about, so I can just move on to the next game. Number 397 is Tekken Dark Resurrection. This is a game that I borrowed from my friend Josh, who had this game on PSP. I borrowed it from him on the PSP, and it was just a basic Tekken game, really. I'm not too familiar with like how Tekken has changed much, like in the later games, even though I have played some of them. But one thing I do remember was that you start with all the characters unlocked, which I don't like. I don't like not having things to unlock. But what you can do is you can complete the game with characters and you can sort of unlock their endings, and you get money by doing these fights based on your performance, and you can spend this money to buy like costumes and things, and you can also use them to buy endings, like the characters' endings. But I remember thinking to myself, what's the point of buying a character's ending when I can just complete it as that character and earn money in the meantime? My guess is sort of like just in case someone really hates using a particular character or something. I don't know, but I'm not very good at fighting games, and I completed it with all the characters, so I don't really understand why that would be the case. Number 396 is Battle Tanks, and this is another PS3 download game, and it's sort of like one of those arena arcade games where you control a tank, and your basic aim is to go around and blow up the other tanks, the other enemy opponents' tanks. I don't know why I said enemy opponents. Enemy and opponent is basically the same thing in this context, or whatever. But yeah, you've got these different levels, and you just have to drive around, or whatever it is you do in tanks, go around and shoot your enemy and be the last one standing, or whatever. Just win the round. That's the aim of this game. The aim of this game is to win. There you go. Number 395 is Pac-Man. Everyone knows what Pac-Man is. You control Pac-Man, you have to go around the level, eating these dots, avoiding the ghosts. Each one has their own AI pattern, and you pick up the big super Pac pellet, as I think it's called. I remember they were called that in the cartoon, so that's what I called them. And then that turns all the ghosts blue, so you can go around and kill all the enemies. And once you complete the level, you go to the next level, and everything's a bit faster. Old style arcade game. Everyone knows what Pac-Man is. All TV shows reference it at some point. It's one of those types of games, so I shouldn't really need to mention anything about it. But I will talk about something nostalgia-wise for me, because when I was, I don't know how old I would have been. I think I would have been about 15 years old. At school, we had to do work experience, and the place that I went to, it was sort of like this reception job. Something to do with the local council, just like at the front room at the reception. And I had to do things like fix spelling errors on letters and all that. And I remember having to like open letters and stuff. And this, I'm not talking about Pac-Man, I noticed, but the part of the story is that the computer that they had there had Pac-Man on it. So every so often they'd just say, "Oh, play Pac-Man." So when I think of Pac-Man, I think of working in this little reception, and on the last day, my supervisor wasn't there, so the person who was supervising me at the time just said, "Play Pac-Man." So I spent all of the day from whatever time. It was like a 9 to 5 thing, I think, from like 9 to 5, playing Pac-Man. So that's what Pac-Man reminds me of. But before I end this episode, I'm going to quickly move on, because at number 394, we have, and I suppose you could say this is a bit of a clump in a way, but I would specifically want to talk about this game separately. And it sounds very, very strange, because number 394 is a game called, and you're going to laugh at this, Mouthman. This was a game on the Amiga that I had before I knew Pac-Man existed, and if I showed you footage of this game, you're just going to say, It's Pac-Man. It's just Pac-Man. What is this you're showing me here? It's Pac-Man, and it is basically Pac-Man. But the reason I'm counting it as a different entry, as opposed to just the same, is that what Mouthman had that Pac-Man didn't was that it had new levels. You could, once you finished the first level, you actually went to a different level, and the new levels had things arranged differently. And I remember, like, the third level, it was green, and it was like divided into two segments, and the levels got these really strange patterns, and I found that very interesting. I really liked seeing how far I could go to see if I could discover a new level, which, of course, because I wasn't aware of Pac-Man, like proper Pac-Man at the time, I could never really say, oh, this is just Pac-Man. To me, it was just Mouthman, and then it was eventually later introduced to me as Pac-Man. Now, this game is probably, I imagine, because it's like a rip-off, I imagine there's not going to be the same level of competence with the AI. They're not going to have that same level of layers of the different ghosts and all that, but this is just of my experience and what I've played, and I would just be speculating at that point. But yeah, I'm going to end this here. So thank you for watching, everyone, and I'll see you all next time. Goodbye. Hi everyone, and welcome back to my top 500 games. We are continuing on now with number 393, and this is another N64 game that I never had. It's GoldenEye 007, and this is a game that I know is highly regarded by many, but for me, it was okay. And I remember this was a game that I played at the childcare centre that I mentioned at earlier, and it was also a game I played at Nick's house. I mentioned Nick before. He was someone who my mum used to childmind, and I mostly remember just messing about with the cheats more than anything else. I think that's just what most people did in general, as opposed to, randomly playing the game properly on the single player, I suppose. I don't know. I think I may have played some of the single player just naturally without cheats, but I'm sure most of the time was played just messing around, playing on the multiplayer with random cheats on. And I think that because it was one of these new multiplayer first-person shooter games, I think for me, what I liked about it was the idea that you could go places and then hide from people so they didn't know where you were. I'm not talking about camping, if that's what anyone's thinking about. I don't mean camping. I just mean the ability to be somewhere and for you to find other people. And I know it's kind of strange to say that because it's a split screen, so obviously you can just look on someone else's screen, which you probably could do anyway. And people call that cheating, which I think is strange. Like, how could you possibly be caught out for that? I don't know. But I didn't get an interest in the competitive first-person shooter genre that came from this, and I don't know. It wasn't something that ever advanced with me, but I did have some fun with this game. Number 392 is Super Frog HD. Now, this is an Amiga game that I didn't have on the Amiga. I actually played this on the PS3, and it's just a bare basic platform game where you play as a frog and you've got to jump around and collect things. And which I realise I'm talking so generically here. Jumping around having to collect things, that's really not much of a descriptor, is it? But it was a 2D platformer, and you can do really high jumps, and I do remember that one of the things about this game was the fact that there wasn't really any sense of acceleration. You kind of just ran, and then when you stopped, it was kind of sudden. You didn't have that flow to it, which, to be honest, I do like the whole sense of flow and everything, but I'm not one to complain if a game doesn't have that. To me, this game was perfectly fine. I didn't really have any issues with it. Number 391 was Chime Super Deluxe, which was originally on the Xbox 360, but it did later come out on the PS3. If I'm not mistaken, that is. I may be mistaken there. But it's kind of like one of those, I suppose I would call it a puzzle action game. You've sort of got these jigsaw pieces to put into this grid, and you have to line them up so that they make like full solid squares or rectangles, and this bar would come along and count points for you, and it would eventually get rid of them. So you had to add more parts onto it so that it would extend so that you could get more points out of it. I don't really have any nostalgia or anything like that associated with this game, so again, because it was so recent and I didn't play it too much, so I really can't expand on what I've said there. So I'll just move on to number 390, which is, and I don't know how you pronounce this, I'm just going to call it Goblins. It's spelt with 3 I's, so it might mean Goblins 3, but it looks like it says Goblins, so I'm just going to say Goblins. And this was one of those point-and-click adventure games, sort of, on the Amiga, but it wasn't so much a story point-and-click adventure where you go around and talk to people and learn what to do, and people tell you stories and all that. Rather, it was, you had 3 characters, and each of them had their own ability. You had the one character that could punch things, you had the one character that could pick up items and use the items, and you had another character that had magical powers that, like, cast this magic spell on things. So the idea of the game was to look around the level and find ways of progressing through the different areas in the game. And some of them you wouldn't necessarily think about because it's not so intuitive. Like, for example, you wouldn't think to yourself that a magic spell is going to do a particular thing because magic is magic. There's no real logic to it. It just does its thing. So there was that issue with it. But I did have some fun with this game, and I do specifically remember, for some reason, the thing that sticks out in my mind is that there's like this house that you go into where there's this wizard reading a book, and you have to sort of get your characters, the goblins I suppose, to go around and like go on the table for some reason and to like pick things up and all that. There were these Venus flytraps that would bite at you and stuff, and sometimes you had to get this thing with like a fly in, and it would fly up and the fly trap would eat it, so you could sneak around whilst it was busy eating stuff. It was a strange game for sure, and I think it was one of those games whereby you could do something wrong that you wouldn't know is wrong, but you just did a thing and it turned out to be the wrong thing, which, if you know what I mean, like for example, there's 2 treasure chests and one of them contains a trap which eats you. Something like that. Not that particularly, but things like that. I also remember that this game had like an opening intro cinematic type of thing, like an introductory story, where there was a king sat at this table and it showed you, had like this little bubble where it showed you someone playing with a voodoo doll of the king who was just messing about with it, poking it with like a needle and using a feather to tickle it. And the king would start like screaming and laughing and stuff. It was quite creepy, to be honest. Number 389 is another Flash game called Turbo Kids. On this game you control a kid in a race. You're running from left to right, and basically you don't control the movement, you just control the jumping and the shooting of the fireballs. And what happens is, you are running and you have to know to jump at the right time so you can get across the holes. So basically like an endless runner. And you also shoot the snowballs so you can hit your opponents to slow them down, and that's how you win the race. And you can also find these little power-ups that will boost you forwards or make you jump up higher. And so everything was timing based. But you also, in this process, you collected coins. And with these coins you could buy upgrades that would allow you to carry more snowballs, for example, and that type of stuff. That, you know, like extra powers, that type of stuff. And the idea was, the ultimate goal was to get first place on each of the races. The next game on the list is number 388, which is The Lost World Jurassic Park on the PlayStation. I don't think I got too far on this, to be honest, because I seem to remember finding cheat codes and putting them in to see what the later levels were like, and you would play as different creatures, like different dinosaurs. And I remember there was one level where you played as a human, but I don't really remember much about that. But I remember the first level in particular. I remember it was one of those games whereby at the start, if you moved backwards, there was a hidden life there. But also I remember when you killed enemies, you could eat them to regain your health. And also it had that 2.5D element to it, whereby you would move left and right, and the levels would be set out in a left to right format, but sometimes the graphics would make you go in and out based on like cliffs and just the way that the path was molded and all that. and I had quite a bit of fun with this game, but it's quite hard to remember quite a lot of the details. Go on to the next game, which I do remember a lot more details of. Number 387 is the Blues Brothers on the Amiga. Now, this, with it being an Amiga game, it was one of my very, very early games, and I've never seen the Blues Brothers. I don't know what it's about. I don't know anything. All I know is that there's two brothers. I know what they look like. I know how some of the songs go. Not necessarily off the top of my head, but I know some of the songs go, and that's it really. I know it's something to do with music, which is where the name the Blues Brothers would have come from, but I don't really know much about, the film or what the story is behind it. But I remember you choose between one of the two brothers, and it's basically this platform game. But there are specific things I remember about it, such as the way that you killed enemies was that you threw these crates at them, but crates were a limited resource because you could find them lying around in the level, and you picked them up, and when you threw them, they just went straight forward and the crates would disappear forever, and enemies just ran backwards and forwards, and they were very fast, but they had very predictable patterns as well, so you sort of had to choose whether to dodge them or throw a crate at them. And there was quite a lot of, I remember, especially on the first level, there's quite a bit of backtracking where you had to go out of your way to go back to get a crate so you could go back to throw it at one of the enemies. But what I remember finding confusing was that if you held a crate and you ran forwards and you hit an enemy, sometimes you get hurt, sometimes you'd hit them, and I could never figure out what the connection was. I don't know if it was just random or if there was a particular reason for it, but I remember that the aim of each level was to pick up a certain instrument. And I remember in the first level it was inside the music shop, and you collected these sort of vinyl albums, and I just have vivid memories of the first level of sort of going around this building upstairs and around, and you grabbed on a balloon to fly up, and you had these tanks of water, and there was a bit where you went round and there was all these weird series of elevators that went up near the end. And again, I remember the backtracking with the back and forth, and you actually did have to sort of like get to the top of the level, and I'm just describing the first level at this point, but I just remember at the top of the level you had to sort of jump across the clouds, and there was also these birds that came and attacked you. And I did get to the second level, and I'm sure I must have gotten to like the third level, I must have, but I don't really remember too much beyond that point. Number 386 is Sonic 3D Flicky's Island. This is a game that came out on the Mega Drive, but I didn't have it on the Mega Drive. I actually first played this game on the Sonic Mega Collection that came out on the GameCube with all the other Mega Drive Sonic games. And I think the general consensus of this game is that it's not very good. I do remember when I had a Mega Drive, I was kind of after this game. It wasn't something that I was really, really wanting, but of course, I was at that age where I thought the idea of a 3D game was amazing. So I did kind of have that desire, but I never actually did get it for Mega Drive. So I ended up playing it when I got this GameCube version of the Mega Collection. And the way that it works is that you have to go around finding the flickies, which are the birds, and then put them into the giant rings as to sort of save them. So you defeat the enemies and the birds come out of them, and you pick them up and they follow you. And you can use these to sort of reach higher areas. So say if there's like a life in the air, you can jump on a spring to jump straight up, and if you can't reach it, sometimes if you've got a long trail of flickies behind you, the trail will extend out and hit the life for you, so you can get it that way. And it did seem to be rather slower than a regular Sonic game, because you weren't just trying to get somewhere, you were trying to search things out, you were trying to search out the enemies, and so it was a lot slower in that sort of geographical progression type sense. But I still thought it was a decent game. I didn't think this game was terrible, I did think it was a decent game. And I do remember thinking that the music got pretty good, and I remember finding it rather interesting, like how in the second world where you've got to find the platforms that make you spin round so you can break through the ruins, so you can create different paths between different areas. I thought that was quite interesting, but it's not a game that ever really stuck with me, so I can't really talk about nostalgia in that regards. It's always nice when I can talk about nostalgia with these games, it's always a nice thing to talk about, but some games I just don't really have that nostalgia. Number 385 is Cuboid. This is a game that was on the PS3. Again, another one of those PS3 download games, and this is quite interesting because it was quite a strange game. It was a puzzle game where you had lots of stages, and you just had to solve the puzzle on each stage. But the way that it worked was you had this cuboid that was sort of like, it was the size and the shape of two cubes, and you had to sort of roll it along. But of course, with it being a cuboid rather than just a cube, its sides actually made a difference to its movement. So you could have it laying flat, and if you wanted to go to the right, it would roll along to the right. But of course, it would keep changing from being on its side to upright, to on its side to upright. So it was very much like you had to get it standing on this single tile at the end of the level, but you couldn't just move it there. You had to sort of rearrange it and fiddle around with it so you could line it up, so that you could have it standing up straight on that tile so that you could complete the level. An interesting concept. Next game on the list, number 384, is Castlevania. Now, I actually got this on the Wii Virtual Console, and this is a game that, to be honest, I didn't know what it was going to be like, because when I first heard of Castlevania, it was via the internet. I didn't grow up with Castlevania at all. I didn't know anything about Castlevania until the internet came along, and then I learned about Castlevania. But I learned about the Symphony of the Night type of games before actually getting to grips with the idea of like these early Castlevania games. So I was kind of under the impression that Castlevania games were just sort of like these 2D platforming style RPGs, which I thought was interesting, which is why I got this game to begin with, because I thought that's what it might be. Turned out it wasn't. It was just a platform game, but it's very, very much its own unique style. You can tell by playing it that it's not like a Mario or a Sonic or something like that. You can tell by playing it that it's got a much slower, more methodical, more solid control scheme, whereby you can't change your direction of jumping in midair, and there's a slight delay between pressing the button and your attack with the whip, and the fact that you can't move when you attack. There's a very sort of heaviness to it, and everything has like a weight to it. Which is why this game can get away with having the first level be a flat plane with just enemies popping out with occasional staircases. It's why it can get away with that. And so I kind of had higher expectations of this game because I was thinking of the whole RPG thing. And that's not what I got, but I still did have fun with this game, and I don't think it's as amazing as some people do, but I did have some fun with it. Number 383 is Golden Axe, the original Golden Axe, which I believe I had on the Amiga, but I'm not so sure because I may have had it on the Mega Drive as well, or instead of. Not too sure. I think I may have had it on the Mega Drive when it was on one of those collection things like Mega Games something, and I may have played it that way. I definitely didn't have the cartridge of Golden Axe, but it's one of those, it's a beat 'em up game, like the old Double Dragon style game, but it's got that mythical dragon style theme to it. And to be honest, playing this now, I find it a lot harder to control than I did then. I find everything's got a really weird feel to it, like jumping and attacking is very, very powerful for some reason. It doesn't, I don't know, it's hard to describe. Like, you jump and attack, it's like if you jump and attack, the enemy will definitely be knocked out, but if you attack them, everything just has this really weird flow to it, and the sound effects kind of have this weird sound to it as well. It's rather hard to describe in that regards, but I do remember playing through it on the later difficulties and getting to the later stages with Death Adder and the different variants of Death Adder, and the final stage where there was the statues that came to life, and I remember being really hyped about being on the final level and just how strong I felt of being able to get to this final level. But you don't get that with games now. The games today, you don't feel amazing for getting to the end of them. You sort of just don't, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Games can have all sorts of different emotions and feelings, but that particular feeling, games don't really have that anymore. You don't get that, I'm finally going to complete it this run through. in modern games. But I do remember, I think one big thing that did stick out to me with this game was that the three characters had different magic powers that they could use when you picked up the different spell bottles, more so than just how they looked. The fact that they had different ranges. So you had one character with only a few ranges, and then you had another character with this huge range, but took a long time to get to the second range or the third range of these different stages of power. Which I remember I always tried my hardest to get to the final stage of the longest path, which may not have been a strategically good idea, but it's what I did. But yeah, my strongest and best memories of this game are finally getting to that final stage where the final boss uses that attack where you hit the floor and all the fire things spread out in 6 different directions and all that. Okay, I'm going to end this here, so thank you for listening, and I will see you next time. Hi everyone, and welcome back to my top 500 games. We are continuing on today with number 382. Now, this is a game that I know some people are going to say that it should be higher, but this is my list and I don't feel like it should be higher, so this is where I'm putting it. And that is Sly Cooper and the Thieves Raccoonus. I didn't play this game originally on the PS2. I played this originally on the PS3 collection disc, the Sly trilogy that you could get. I got it on Christmas of 2010. I remember I got it for myself for that Christmas, and I played it to completion within the next 5 days. So before 2011 started, I completed it in that little time frame there. To me, this is I would sort of describe it as one of those, if you took a good platform game from the PS1, sort of the PS2 maybe era, if you took one of those games and I had the quality downgraded just a bit so that it was simplified quite a bit, this is what you'd get. Not bad by any means. There's nothing about this game that I can say is a bad thing. I just felt like it didn't do enough for me to really want to rank it any higher than that, which is a shame really. But basically the game is a platform game. You have to go around these different worlds and unlock the different safes, and you unlock different powers from within these different saves, which I suppose could be interesting if there was a bit more variety to it, I suppose, but even still, the variety to it wasn't that bad. I think my main problem with the safes was that you actually had to type in the code, so to speak, when you were giving it. You, like, Bentley would say, the code is 327, and then you'd have to actually manually put in 327, which seemed a bit strange. But the game was a decent game. Platform game. You go around, you collect the clue bottles, which is just your basic collectible type thing. Jumping on platforms, sneaking around edges and stuff, which I suppose is kind of a unique Sly type thing for this type of game. Swinging across ropes and all the hooks and that type of thing, I suppose. Yeah, it was something that I could definitely say is a decent platform game. I honestly do not at all think that this is worthy of that much praise. I don't think this is one of those. I don't think it has a spot amongst the classics, but I can't really think of a bad thing to say about it, really. It's one of those types of games, I suppose. Moving on, we have number 381, and this is actually, I believe, so far from all the games we've mentioned, the newest game that I have played of all of the games so far, and that is Beach Buggy Racing. And what I mean by that is that I first played this game in 2016, so that's very, very recent compared to everything else that has been on this list so far. But yeah, it's a PS4 game. I got it on a bundle because it was in a sale, and it's a sort of like a kart racing game, and it's alright. There I am again saying it's alright again, but that's true, it's alright. I seem to remember, I say I seem to remember as if it was ages ago. It wasn't ages ago, but I do remember that there were some things about it that I found quite annoying. I am less of a fan of kart racing weapons than most people are, it seems. I'm not as into it as a lot of people are, and this game has them. And I have often felt at some point that it has a bit too much randomness to whereby I felt like I am doing well, but because something random happened, I'm pushed back a bit. I don't know. I haven't really felt as strongly about this game as I have with some other kart racing games that I have played. But what it does have is it does have a sense of progression, which I like. It has a sense of you building up points and money and that kind of stuff that you can spend to upgrade your cars. You can unlock new characters with new powers, so you can choose different powers, so it has that bit of a strategic element to it, I suppose, and I like that. Moving on to number 380 is Tomb Raider Legend. Now, to me, how do I describe this? I like the game, obviously I like the game, but I do have problems with this game compared to previous games in the series which I have had a much different experience with. But with Tomb Raider Legends in particular, some things that I didn't like. For example, I didn't like how your medipacks reset in between levels. Didn't like that at all. I didn't necessarily like the level structure, really, in that it felt like you went from one room to the next room in sort of this linear fashion, and there didn't really seem to be any puzzles in this grand scheme where you'd have to learn the level and figure out your way through it. It was just a case of puzzle one at a time, one after the other. But saying that, some of the puzzles I felt were pretty good. I remember one, for example, whereby there's these these walls that sort of slam into you, so you have to like push a block and use the block as sort of like a barrier. It's not fantastic by any means, but it does have the standard put a block onto a switch so that you can then go through the door, because if you were to otherwise just stand on it, it would then deactivate once you left it. Basic stuff like that. It does have that, but it's not too much. I think you have that once, that's okay. I prefer it not to be much at all, but For 379 is Geometry Wars Evolved. This game I didn't play too much of, but I did have quite a bit of a blast when I did play it. I believe it was the Xbox 360 arcade version that I did play, and the best way to describe it is that you play as this little spaceship thing in this 2D plane, and it's a twin stick shooter, and enemies sort of like form out of nowhere and they fly towards you. You have to fly out the way and then shoot them and they explode. Really not much to say, but yeah, that's that. Number 378 is Pac-Mania, which is a sort of Pac-Man sequel, maybe? I don't know. I don't feel comfortable calling it a sequel. Sort of like a later version of Pac-Man, but it was strange. It was like you had these 3D graphics, so it kind of looked like you were going up and down from this weird particular angle, but left and right was still left and right on the screen, even though up and down had a slight tilt, like a diagonal tilt to it, which did look quite strange. And you had these different levels. So you had the first level, which was like Lego blocks, and the second level was this weird neon wireframe type thing. The third level was these sort of sand dunes, like a sandy area with all these weird pyramidy blocks, and then you had the last level, which was like a jungle, but it was like each level was set out differently, and you could also jump over the ghosts, which I don't think you could do that in the early levels, but in the later levels, like the last level, you had to do that because the ghosts were very fast. You couldn't outrace the ghosts in that last level. You had to jump over them, so it's a bit different. I believe I had this on the Mega Drive, but I know someone who had... No, sorry, no. I believe I had this on the Amiga, but I think I knew someone had it on the Master System. Number 377 is Prehistoric, which was a game on the Amiga, and this is one of the games that I didn't really get too far in it, because it got pretty hard. It was one of those games whereby you seem to die pretty fast, although I couldn't tell you specifically how many hits it was till you lost a life. But you basically had to collect so much food and then get to the end of the level. And every alternate level was a boss. So you'd have the first level, which is a platform level. You had to like jump between different caves, and you had to jump over fires within the cave. You had to be very precise with the jumping as well, because the jumping, you didn't really seem to cover much range with that, but you did. have to jump over like fires and stuff, and you had to, I remember, bash through these rocks, and you could get a power up which was an axe, which was like a more powerful attack. But I remember the frames between things such as the enemies popping out of the cave for you to attack them, and the enemy sort of like being hazed and then coming back. It was very sudden, and I think that's what kind of added to the difficulty. I do remember there was a part in the first level where you could go underwater and collect some fruit, and there was a part with the balloon that you flew across where there's piranhas jumping out at you. And I also remember on the second level, which may have been the first I got, not the second level, sorry, the third level. The second level was a boss. The second level was a weird boss, which was this giant dinosaur that just stood there and did nothing as you attacked its toes, which is weird as all the little baby dinosaurs came out. And then the third level was like this icy platforming level. But I remember there was these bridges whereby the bridges were on a slightly higher ledge than the actual floor, so if you just walk, you'd walk off, but you had to do like a little jump so you could actually be on the bridge, which sounds really strange, but I think that caught me off guard quite a bit. And I remember I quite like the music of this game as well. Number 376 is The Flying Hamster HD, which is a strange name and it's a strange game. I have it on the PS Vita, and it's basically like a shoot 'em up, but whereby you control a hamster and you're flying through these different levels. And I think the levels have a bit more creativity in the visual style to them as to what you'd expect in these sort of side-scrolling shoot 'em up games. But yeah, it's a strange game, and as strange as it is, I can't really think of anything else to say about it, so I'm just going to move straight on. I know that was very quick, but I'm going to move straight on to number 375, which is Crystal Defenders. This is sort of like a tower defense game, which is based on the Final Fantasy Tactics style theme, like more so Tactics Advance, like with those types of creatures, like the Ivalice saga. So you've got the Numus and the Viera and all that, and those types of graphics. And the way that it works is just like a tower defense game would. You spend crystals to put them onto this level, and when you hit go, the enemies come out and your characters go out and they do their attacks, or slow them down or do whatever. So the idea is you're supposed to sort of synergize them, so you use the mages that slow them down, the time mages, so that they can slow the enemies down in this area whereby there's going to be lots of things attacking them, and you've got to also measure based on the path. So say if something goes around like this big bend, if you put something on the corner of that bend, it's going to have more things around there. But of course each unit can only attack one enemy at a time or so you've got to consider all those things, and you can also use your crystals to level your units. But I do remember that I pretty struggled with this game. I do remember having a hard time with it. I remember there was a sort of connection between how many creatures you let through, which ended up deducing your crystals, and how much of a reward you got overall. And I think I found it quite hard to measure between the two, like how well you had to do in order to get how much. And you could also level up your units as well, and I did have quite a bit of trouble with this game, but I did enjoy trying to work out all the quirks of the individual units and how they all worked. Number 374 is The Misadventures of PB Winterbottom. This is sort of like a 2D puzzly game, but it's sort of got a time feature thingy whereby it's one of those games where you do a thing and then you rewind time so that your shadow self can go and do that thing, so that then you can use your current self to react to what you did in the past. One of those types of games. It had a very strange visual style to it, all very black and white, that type of style. Lots of grayscale, pretty like a drawn style to it. I don't think I got too far on it, but I remember there was quite a bit of challenge in working out some of the puzzles. It wasn't like dead easy, obvious puzzles where you just got to make sure that you can do it. There was some times where you did have to stop and think, and I like that. I do like that. Number 373 is 4 Elements HD. This is a PS3 game that's compatible with the PS Move, and I have a PS Move, but even still, I think I just prefer using the controller. I think it was kind of designed around mouse controls because, you know, you can get it on PC, but I played it on the PS3, and the idea is you have this grid of all these different coloured things, and you have to sort of draw through them to connect all the ones of the same colour, which will make them disappear, and you have to get this liquidy stuff or gassy stuff or whatever, this stuff like that just flows through the level. You have to get it to the end of this path, and there's, along the way you'll come across weird little puzzles, not amazing puzzles, but just things where you'll unleash like a cannon that will shoot stuff out and break ice, or it will cause this massive chain reaction which goes along and breaks a bunch of stuff. And you have this whole series of levels, and you've got to like score points and all that, and you can use your points to sort of like upgrade your castle and get like these little upgrades and stuff, which is pretty nice. It's a pretty nice game. But moving on to the next game, and this is a game that I imagine some people will take issue with me ranking it this low. Number 372 is Super Mario 64. So yeah, another N64 game that I never had on the N64 because I didn't have an N64. But I did actually own this game on the Wii Virtual Console eventually, and I did manage to play through a few levels. But my main memories of this game weren't so much playing it, but its release, because I remember it coming out. I don't remember the year exactly. I don't remember if it was a launch console with a launch game with the N64, but I do remember it coming out, and I do remember being vividly aware of it coming out. And I remember seeing in a game shop there being a TV screen where they sort of had this demo playing on loop, and me sort of finding it interesting seeing Mario in 3D running around collecting all these coins. But if I play it, I generally find it's pretty hard to control, which I know is what some people seem to feel that way, but it's not. I can't say it's a bad game because it isn't. It does have some fun elements to it, and even just playing, you know, the first level, just it's enjoyable, like running up the mountain trying to avoid those big black bomb boulder things. I don't know what they're meant to be. They're like boulders, but I know that level's based on bombs. But I do know it does get quite ludicrous with the whole rainbow road and everything later on, or the rainbow path or whatever it's called. I forget. And I've never been a massive fan of the 3D Mario platforming when it comes to, you know, doing multiple jumps so that you can do a big jump. But I've never really had a problem with Mario platforming at its core, like just the idea of Mario platforming. I'm talking nonsense, aren't I? I should probably just move on to the next game. Number 371 is Worms Crazy Golf. I don't have too much to say about this game, but if you imagine Worms, but instead of like aiming missiles and stuff, imagine just a golf ball and trying to play golf. It's basically that. Apart from there are times where you do have to like collect these coins, like use the golf ball to collect coins and stuff. Again, I don't like it when I don't have much to say about these games, but there are some games where I really don't have that much to say. But yeah, that's Worms Crazy Golf. I don't remember how far I got. I remember I didn't just play, I remember I did play quite a few levels. I did get, not really far, but I got to a rather decent point, and it didn't get too hard for me, I don't think, but I do remember there was a few levels where it was really tricky and I wasn't sure how I was meant to go about it, but I do remember, and I did like the whole aiming the ball thing in this sort of 2D golf style game. I don't know if there's many other games like that, now that I think about it, like 2D golf games. You'd have like golf games which is like overhead, like mini golf that way, but not like a side-on view, which is strange. But yeah, that's Worms Crazy Golf for you. Anyway, I'm going to end this part here, so thank you for watching, everyone, and I'll see you next time where we'll continue on with number 370. So thank you all for watching. I'll see you all next time. Hi everyone, welcome back to my top 500 games. We are currently at number 370, and oh boy, this is going to be a bit controversial, I think, because this is a game that is by some considered to be one of the best games ever, one of the foundational games of all games, which I can understand, and I agree that it has a very significant point in our history, but I rate it number 370, and that game is Tetris. I know there are a few variations of Tetris out there, but the specific version that I played was the one that came on the Game Boy. the black and white one where each of the individual pieces had their own distinct pattern on them. If you don't know what Tetris is, then who are you and why are you watching a video on my top 500 games? I don't know. But if you don't know what it is, you basically have blocks coming from the roof of the level. Each block consists of 4 squares all bolted together. You have to put them down, and whenever you get a full line, the line disappears. And you basically just have to survive for as long as you possibly can, getting as many lines or points as you can. My main memory of this game, which may seem very strange, is that my uncle used to really like this game. My uncle Darren, he used to come over quite a lot, and what would happen is he would play this game and his girlfriend at the time would also play it, and they would both do much better than I would. And I was like, how do you do so well? And I didn't understand, and they kept saying, oh, I can't really explain it, but I don't actually remember why I got this game originally. I do believe that I asked for it, but I don't remember where I originally heard about it. But I think I did ask for it, and then my mum got it for me one day. So yeah, that's my biggest memory of Tetris, is trying to beat my uncle at it and never being able to. Number 369 is Rayman Jungle Run. Now, this is a game that probably would be higher in the list if I had played a different version of this game, because the version that I had played of this game was the version that came on the Windows 10 desktop version, because I had a Windows 10, sorry, no, I'm getting mixed up, Windows 8 desktop, and so I got it from there, and that's where I originally played it. And it's one of those endless runner style games, so you know, you just run forever and you gotta tap the screen to do the thing, like jumping most of the time, which is basically what you did. And I managed to do that for like the first world or so, you know, go running through the levels, collecting as many lumps as I could. But the problem was that the way that the game was set up was that you actually had, instead of being able to, like say, press on a touchscreen where you press on the left or you press on the right to jump or do the punch attack, which is what you eventually unlocked, you had to click on the screen. So it got really awkward, and it got to the point where I couldn't move the mouse cursor from one part to the other to be able to differentiate between jumps and attacks, and that's where I stopped. And I probably would have enjoyed this game more if I was able to play it on a different system, and in fact I do have it on my phone, I just haven't really played it, so if I was to play it I'd probably rate it higher, but that was my experience with that. Number 368, and yet again we have another game that is seen as one of the most foundational games of our gaming history, and again I can completely understand, but to me this game isn't as good overall, and I know this is going to bring up some debates, but okay, I'll explain what I'm thinking, right? The game itself is Super Mario Brothers, the original one on the Nintendo. The original Nintendo, the one that came with Duck Hunt, that's Super Mario Brothers. Now, I'm not going to deny that Super Mario Brothers as a game, when it came out, was very good. It sort of set the foundation for platform games to come, and it had all, you know, it had things such as being able to accelerate and jumping, specific jumping physics, and having a series of different levels that were set up differently. It had things that were very important, and I understand that, and obviously I do enjoy this game to an extent. But I believe that one of the big reasons that this game gets so much praise is because of nostalgia. Basically, this is a game that came out with the Nintendo, the original Nintendo. I believe it came free with the NES in America. I might be wrong there, but I believe that's what happened. But it was kind of like everyone had it, so of course everyone's going to have nostalgia about it. Not saying that your nostalgia isn't relevant. Of course I'm not. Obviously I'm not saying that. I mean, half of these games so far I've been telling stories about like nostalgia and stuff, so I'm not dismissing that. I just think that that's why it gets more like a higher rating than what I would think it would otherwise in general. But yeah, it's a good, decent platformer. There really isn't too much to say other than that it did set the bare foundations. But yeah, I'm just going to stop talking about that now. And I'm going to move on to number 367, which is Bomberman. Just the original Bomberman. The way that Bomberman works is that it's basically primarily a multiplayer game. You've got all these different Bombermen scattered on the level, usually up to 4 players, sometimes 8 depending on the version, and all the levels are based in like this grid formation, and you have to drop bombs and they will unleash their explosion in a sort of cross shape. Any of the bricks that it hits on the way will be destroyed, and you will collect power-ups on the way, such as being able to have a larger explosion or being able to move faster, things like that. And you basically have to be the last one to survive. It's a decent multiplayer party type game, I suppose. That's the best way I can describe it. Number 366 is Super Stardust HD, and I believe that this was the first twin-stick shooter that I had ever played. The way that it works is that you're on this planet or this sort of rock, like it may be a moon or a planet, I don't know, but you fly around it and use the right analog stick to shoot out in a particular direction, and there's all these asteroids coming inwards towards the planet, and you have to blow them up and they will separate and stuff, and you can pick up powers and switch between different types of weapons and get points that way and stuff. Again, just a point collecting type game, just not really much to explain there. But this next game, which is number 365, I do feel that I want to, before I actually get to talking about this game, I want to talk about a particular category of game that this game falls into, and something that I want to just talk about and make sure that I am talking very, very clearly here, and so that I can explain myself as much as I can, okay? There is a particular type of game out there which, in some situations, seems to get a lot of praise, and this particular category of game, I feel cannot, well, I'm not going to say cannot. Yeah, actually, yeah, I will. I'll say it cannot reach the level of spectacle and the level of quality, rather, that you can get from the best games of all time. I just believe that these games can't do that. These games, I believe, are interesting for maybe a single playthrough. Beyond that, probably not really much to brag on about, but I am basing this off experience alone, okay? And the type of game that I'm talking about is actually, no, stop there. I'll just tell you what this game is, and then I'll tell you exactly what I'm talking about. This particular game is Heavy Rain. Heavy Rain on the PS3, and the type of game that I'm talking about here is a purely story-based game, if I can get my words out properly. A purely story-based game. And what I mean by that is a game that its foundation is set on the story that it tells, not the mechanics. Now, Heavy Rain does have some mechanics to it, which include your ability to press buttons in very weird and particular ways, which is rather unique to Heavy Rain. So that's an interesting thing about this game in particular. But when I get to these games in the list, I'm usually not going to talk much about them, because really there's not much you can say without spoiling it, I suppose. And I just also want to make it clear that I make a big deal in general of saying that story isn't an important factor for me in games. Now, people take that as me saying that I think story doesn't matter at all, or I can't enjoy a story. That's not true. That's not what I'm saying here. It's just that when it comes to judging the games that I like the most, for example, I'm not going to give any particular examples, we'll get to those when we get to those points in the list, but for example, my most loved games, I really have to defend myself when people say that these games are about story or something like that, because there's a particular brand of game that Heavy Rain falls into, which is, I can say it is a story-based game, but I just want to make this clear, just because a lot of people may think that a game is story-based, and just because a game has a lot of story in it, that doesn't, to me, make it a story-based game. But Heavy Rain and other examples that I'll go through on this list and explain when I get to them, they are story-based. And so I am basing this purely on a first playthrough, my experience of when I played it through the first time. and that's where Heavy Rain lies. I really don't have too much to say about Heavy Rain. I could talk about the story, but I don't really have much to say. I don't really want to be honest. So I'm just going to move on. I think I've spent enough time talking and trying to clarify myself there, but let's move on. Number 364 is one of, I suppose, you could say this is Kaz Harai's favourite game, or one of his favourite games, because it is Ridge Racer! Yeah, the main thing that people remember this game for is that you have the space shooting type game that happens during the loading screen, which has a big story behind it about, you know, the patent and all that. But if you manage to complete that space shooty game during the initial loading screen, you will unlock a lot more cars to control as in the game, which sounds really strange to me as to why they would do that. I don't know. I don't think there's any particular difference between the cars, like performance-wise. I'm not too sure, but you do have a few tracks. Usually there's only like 2 or so tracks or so. It really is a very, very small game. There is the normal track, and then there's the track whereby they kind of extend one of the paths and it's nighttime. It's really there's not much to say about this game apart from space shooting game at the start, and at the time it does have pretty good graphics. You may remember back when I was talking about Battle Arena Toshinden, I was saying that my granddad had a PS1, which eventually became my PS1, and he let me play on it, and that's where I played Battle Arena Toshinden on a demo. But when I was there, I actually also played Ridge Racer, which I don't believe was on the demo. It was just a separate game. You just had Ridge Racer separately. And so I played that there, and so I was quite amazed with the graphics. But I think I was already amazed at that point from Battle Arena Toshinden. Number 363 is now, remember earlier on in the very first part, all the way back where I said that I wasn't going to include collections, and I tried to explain exactly what I meant by this, and I said that there was going to be one exception to this. There's going to be one exception when we're going to take multiple games and stick them in a collection and just count the collection, and this is it. This is the one exception to the rule, and that game is Metal Slug Anthology. The reason I am including this is because I have played Metal Slug Anthology, and I have played through all of the Metal Slug games that were on that. I may have missed maybe a couple of them, but I did play through at least almost all of them from start to finish. With infinite lives, obviously, and infinite continues, because, I mean, otherwise it would just be too hard. But I did that, and the whole experience kind of melds into this one experience of Metal Slug. And the way that Metal Slug works is that you pick one of the few characters, and it's kind of like a 2D, I'm not going to say platformer because it's more focused on your ability to like aim and shoot the enemies and stuff. It's more arcadey in that sort of context, I suppose. But my first experience of Metal Slug Anthology was at university. I actually played Metal Slug 3 for the first time on the PS2. It was in a particular room at the university which had loads of PS2s, and that's where I first played it, and that's where I thought, this is quite interesting, this, and I had quite a good time with it. What is actually interesting about Metal Slug in general is that what you'll find is that there's a lot of things that can happen that are very specific to the situation that they present to you, such as there's one level whereby you can turn into a zombie, and it's like the zombie is very, very specific for that particular level, and as a zombie you can do this weird giant vomiting attack, but you can't run very fast. And it's very strange because it's sort of like designed as a game mechanic, but it was very, very specifically put into that part. So it's kind of like whenever they design a level, they design mechanics to go with it, so things are very specific to the specific areas. Another example of this would be the different vehicles, the way that the different like submarines and tanks and stuff control. Also there's this thing where you save hostages, and then at the end of the level it will count up how many hostages you saved, but if you die at all, it will erase the memory of how many you've saved. so you have to just do it all and not die, which is so hard. I don't know how you could do it without just being amazing at the game. Which maybe if I played these games when I was a lot younger, when I played them in the same environment that I had done when I played the Mega Drive games and all that, maybe I would get a lot better at those games. So maybe that's what would happen. Maybe it's just all contextual. But I am going to move on from that, and I'm going to talk about number 362, which is Puzzle Bobble Live. Now, Puzzle Bobble is basically a game that everyone's seen many, many times, and it's taken many, many forms. You may have seen it as Bust a Move or something like that, but it's basically where you got the bubble bobble type dinosaur thing, and he's controlling a little contraption which will shoot out these balls up through the level, and you have to get them to bounce off the walls and then hit the ones with the same colour so that they match and they'll disappear, and that will destroy all of the ones below it that aren't linked to the ones above it. And your basic aim is to destroy all of the bubbles in the level, or do it as fast as you can, I suppose. Number 361 is Half Minute Hero. This is a game on the PSP that became well known for its particular type of style. It was known as like the fast RPG, like, oh, RPGs are really long and slow and take a long time. Let's make one that's really fast. So they'll present this story which is like, aha, I'm the evil overlord, you can't defeat me. And then they'll present a level whereby you'll have so much time, and then you'll have to run around, defeat enemies in order to get money and experience, and you can spend that on like time extensions and stuff. And the way that battles work is it's very strange. Like, you go enter a battle and your character will just run forward and kill all the enemies, and you'll take however much damage. It's like a quick maths calculation, and then it just ends the battle there. So then you have to use that to buy all the upgrades and get all the level ups that you can. Thing is though, I would say this is more of a puzzle game, because it's more about solving the puzzle of how to find the right things to get in order to progress through the level and complete it within the time limit. It's presented as an RPG because that's the theming, but I wouldn't have actually called it an RPG in that same sort of way that I would with RPGs. But anyway, I'm going to end this episode here, and I will catch you all in the next one, where we'll continue from number 360, and I'll see you then. So, bye! Hi everyone, and welcome back to my top 500 games. We are currently at number 360, and do you remember in the last part where I was talking about Heavy Rain and how when it comes to these purely story-based games, I don't know how to talk about them effectively, and I went on that big rant about how I'm judging them and stuff, and well, basically, yeah, the same is true again here, because number 360 is The Wolf Among Us, which is a Telltale game. It's one of those 5-episode Telltale games. And again, I really don't know what to say about this, because it is a purely story-based game. There really isn't any particular mechanics or anything like that that I can talk about. So yeah, I really struggle of knowing how to talk about these types of games. I suppose I could say, give some sort of brief synopsis of what the story is about. Not that I particularly want to, but basically the main character is a werewolf called Bigby, or rather the Big Bad Wolf, that's where his name comes from. And he's like a detective, and they live in a world whereby the fairy tales have come to life, and it's his job to track down on strange goings on. And there's this whole thing about the fairy tale creatures needing to buy glamours so that they can blend in with regular humans. I really don't have much to say about it, so I'm not going to continue talking about it. I will just stop talking about it right there and move on to the next game. Number 359 is Nightmare Creatures. This is a game I had a demo of on the PS1. I don't actually remember which demo exactly it was or what else it came with, but I do remember that of all the demos that I had, this is probably one of the ones that I had played the most, because this game is kind of like an action adventure sort of game, I suppose. Now, I don't do horror generally. I'm not intrigued by things that are terrifying. I don't find that enticing. I don't like being scared. I don't do that sort of stuff. But I was kind of into Nightmare Creatures, and it was quite spooky, because at the start you can instantly hear these zombie groans, and there are moments where there's these werewolf type creatures, I don't know what they're meant to be, but they sort of jump out of doorways and smash through walls and all that sort of stuff. And you have a sort of like a staff that you can go around and smack the enemies with. That is if you're playing as the male character. And you also have a gun, and you can go around and you can find hidden areas with different types of weapons and weird magic power-ups and stuff. And I do like the whole sort of action-adventure puzzly layout that the game has. It's something that I find very appealing. The whole looking for switches and then having the door open and trying to find the door. Obviously not that very specifically, because that's just really simple, but that whole sort of making a puzzle out of the environment is something I'm very much a fan of. And I also was able to find that at the end of the level that you could sort of escape from the main area, because on the ledge that led to the boundary of the level, the fence, or like this weird barrier type of thing, probably a fence, it wasn't across the whole way, so you could kind of sneak around, and there were some extra bonuses there. It was interesting. I liked that, and I did enjoy the limited amount of this game that I did play. Next up, we have a little clump, once again, because number 358 is Trine 2, and 357 is Trine. Both of these games are very, very similar, so there really isn't much to talk about overall to differentiate between the two, really. But there is quite a few things to talk about when it comes to the raw, pure mechanics of the game, because it does stuff that you don't often see in too many games. The game is sort of like a 2D platformer, apart from you have three characters that you can switch between. You have the archer, the wizard, and the knight. And the idea is that they each have their own individual abilities. So, for example, the archer can shoot arrows, and they can also use a rope to swing across wooden platforms, and the wizard can create blocks by drawing the squares in the air, and it will create a sort of box for you to use as a platform. And the knight can also bash through objects and is the powerful attacking one of the group. You can level up these characters by killing enemies, which will give you experience, and you can also find items that will increase your experience. So it was sort of like a collecting thing and a grinding thing in a way, and you could use these to build up the different skills of your characters, such as with the archer, extending the amount of arrows that you can shoot at one time, or increasing the amount of blocks that the wizard can make. And there's skill trees to go with these characters as well. See, this game is, or rather these games are rather puzzly in their approach, but sometimes it kind of feels that there isn't much you can do except for the fact that it's more to do with implementing the solution rather than solving the solution, because sometimes it feels as though you can't really figure out what it is that you're meant to do, and once you've sort of come up with an idea and you try to run with it, you kind of get this feeling that you're not entirely sure whether that was what you were meant to do. Like, for example, I have had times whereby I've created a block with the wizard, and the idea is that you're not supposed to be able to move a block that you're stood on. So usually you can hover blocks in the air with the wizard, but if you're stood on it, then you can't. But you can create a block on top of the block, step on the top block, and then use the magic thing to move the bottom block along to sort of travel through the air. Of course, the downside to this is that you have to sort of balance yourself, and the game does have these weird wonky physics. Both of these games have these weird wonky physics, but in cases like that, it kind of feels like you've cheated the system and you're not entirely sure whether you did what you were meant to do. But good games nonetheless. Number 356 is Age of Zombies. I actually played the PS Mini's version of this, even though there are other versions of it available now. But this is a game by Heartbreak Studios, so this is where they use the character Barry. I think this may be where Barry originates, I'm not entirely sure, but it's a twin stick shooter, and it's got quite a cartoony style to it as well. So you're basically running around this arena and all these zombies are trying to come towards you and you run around and shoot at them and kill them. And the cartoony style that it has it gives it a very strong feel of, I don't want to sound generic here because I know this sounds generic, sort of like this level of satisfaction that it really feels like things have an impact, and such as, for example, you can collect a weapon and you can see an explosion and you can see the explosion and it really feels like it had a impact to it. I realized that trying to describe this, I'm using very wishy-washy language, and I don't want to be one of those people who use terms like, oh, it has a certain charm to it, or, oh, it really feels like you're actually in control. You know, wishy-washy language like that. I don't like using that, but I can't think of a better way to describe what I'm trying to describe here. Number 355 is an extremely simple game that I played on an iPad called Piano Tiles. Now, Piano Tiles, the way that this game works is that you have several different modes, but they all revolve around having different quadrants of the screen, not corners of the screen, rather 4 different segments at the bottom of the screen, and these notes will sort of drop down. If you imagine sort of like a Guitar Hero type style or something like that, where the notes will fall and you basically have to tap on the screen. But what I really like about this game is, yes, it's very simple, and yes, there really isn't much to say about it, but what I do really like about it is just the way that you sort of go into this sort of zen mode when you play this game. You will just be tapping away at the screen and you won't be thinking about what you're doing. And then the moment that you stop to think about what it is you're doing and you're thinking about the tiles dropping, that's when you lose. It's a very strange thing to describe, but it's sort of like the more aware of it that you become, you start to hesitate a bit, and it's one of those games where you just have to play it on your instincts. It's very hard to describe, but I think it's a feeling that many people will understand. And there are different modes, such as the one that just keeps on dropping notes and you score points. There's a mode whereby it goes as fast as you tap it, so you have to move it manually as you go through, things like that. Not much to say, but still interesting and fun to play. Number 354 is Doritos Crash Course. This is a game on the Xbox 360, and I believe this game was free. I don't fully remember, but I believe it was free, and it wouldn't surprise me if it was free because it's Doritos based, so it's that Microsoft Doritos Mountain Dew sort of stuff. It's probably to do with all that lot. It'll be a sponsorship thing, so yeah, it's a Doritos type game, apart from it's not really got anything to do with Doritos. It's just a game with Doritos in the name, so kind of like a Doritos. I don't know. The game has nothing to do with Doritos. Is it just the company that made it? It's just a cross-promotion thing? But forget Doritos. It's got nothing to do with Doritos. But basically, you control your Xbox avatar character, and you're sort of running through this obstacle course, racing against other people. And it's really intricate at times with the way that you've got to make sure that you press the button at the right time and make sure that you do things just right. It's one of those very, very heavy score-based games, if you know what I mean. Number 353 is a game called Azada, or is it called Azada or Azada? I don't know. I don't know how you pronounce this game, but this is quite an anomaly because I kind of got this game sort of towards the end of the late 2000s, so it might have been 2010, it may have been 2009, around that time, and I sort of got into this phase of just getting some PC games, just buying a few PC games. I don't know why that came into my head, but I did, and this is one of them. And this is one of those games that is sort of, the type of game that you get in supermarkets where it's obviously aimed at like 50-year-old women who like hidden object games and that sort of stuff, and it's all like the mystery of so and so, and you've got to solve the puzzle by clicking on the things, and you know the type of game I'm talking about. But I didn't know that at the time, and I'm not 50 yet, so who knows what I'll be into when I'm 50. Hopefully I won't be into those types of hidden object games. But then again, if I enjoy them when I'm 50, then why is it an issue? I don't know what the complaint is there. But whatever. This game is kind of like one of those, apart from it has a bigger series of events that you can do rather than just find the hidden object, which it does have some of those, and I believe that those parts of this game are the worst. But a lot of it is just basic puzzles. So you'll have things like, you know, that squares game where you got to like put matchsticks down, or you got to like draw lines, and then whenever you get a square you can draw another line and you got to score more points. It has like one of those. And then it has that game whereby, I don't know the name of it, where you've got like a tower and each piece of the tower it's sort of like a pyramid shape. You're not allowed to put the blocks that are smaller underneath the ones that are bigger, so you have to sort of maneuver them in such a way that you can move the tower from one place to another. It had those types of things, and it did have some really, really silly things, such as you will click on like a matchstick and it will reveal like a number. It will say like 171, and then it'll bring up this calculator, and then you have to press in 171. Things that just make you do things that aren't really any sort of gameplay to it. But there is a reason why this game is at number 353, and something that actually I really did like about this game, and that thing is that the game itself isn't just a series of these small challenges. Completing the series of challenges itself becomes its own challenge, because the game, the proper full, I don't want to say arcade mode, that sounds stupid, or story mode even, but that type of, you know, what would be called the main campaign, as what people would call it, but you know what I mean. It actually had a time limit on it, so you had a time limit to complete the game, and if you didn't beat in the time limit, you lost the game and had to start again. And it wasn't like you could just memorize all the answers. Obviously some of them you could, but not all of them. And you also had like these little stones that you could use and you could accumulate by completing levels. And if you use the stones, it would allow you to skip a level. So there's that sort of tension of, I don't want to use one of my magic stone things. I want to be able to keep it for a later level. And what happened with me is that I kept those stones. I kept them quite a while, feeling quite confident about myself. And then when I got to like the last few chapters, suddenly I ended up using like loads of them. I don't know, I really like that aspect of it. I really like it when they take something that's something so simple, something like, you know, just solving a brick puzzle, and then they sort of expand it into this greater thing where you have a series of puzzles and you have to sort of connect them in such a way that you have to think about, like efficiency, there's questions of efficiency, like how good am I at these types of things, how will I use my resources. I really like that. So that's what really attracted me about that game. Number 352 is The Legend of Zelda, the original Legend of Zelda. Now, I didn't have this on the original Nintendo because I never had an original Nintendo. The first time that I played this game was on the Game Boy Advance, the Game Boy Advance version, because I got the NES-themed Game Boy Advance SP, and you got to choose a Game Boy Advance NES-themed game to go with it. So I chose The Legend of Zelda. So it was actually a Game Boy Advance port of this game that I had played. Now, The Legend of Zelda, the original Legend of Zelda, is a classic. There's a certain set of people who just love this game, and again, like with Super Mario Brothers, if you've got the nostalgia for it, you're going to have that nostalgic quality to it, of course. Also, it means that you'll have a different sort of mindset, a different sort of frame of reference to the game. But when I played this game, I did have that sort of I don't know where I'm going feeling. But even still, even with the sort of cryptic messages that you never would understand, I still did enjoy the game to an extent. And I did enjoy going around and trying to find the different caves and different areas around this world. Now, the thing that I did like about this game, which may seem like such a minor thing now, but I really liked how having your health full meant that you could do the long range attack, and then being hit meant that it went down to the short range attack. That might sound silly, but I really do like that sort of variable punishment type of deal, whereby if you can go a long time without being hit, you will keep this power, you will maintain this power for a longer amount of time. And we don't really get games that do this nowadays, because nowadays everything's long term, everything's continuous, which, don't get me wrong, I love long term things, like, you know how much I love leveling up and RPGs and that sort of stuff and all that, so I can't really complain there. But just this idea that you can keep something powerful but you have to sort of really protect it, and your ability to protect it is the power itself. I might be rambling, but I know what I'm talking about. It's something that I found really nice, and it's something that I would like to see come back in some games, actually. But to be honest, I didn't get far enough to the point where I was just like not having a clue what to do as far as I could remember. I may have done a couple of dungeons. I don't remember all that much. Number 351 is Sonic Rush Adventure. This is a Sonic game on the DS, which I had, and for a Sonic game, the main 2D platforming parts were alright. They were as I expect a 2D Sonic platform game to be, especially of the more modern ones. The more modern ones tend to be more focused on pure speed, as opposed to the platforming bits with speedy segments to them. But the reason why I don't rate this higher is because it seems so bogged down by weird mini-games and pointless story bits and stuff. And I know I said that I don't really like to complain about story, but I am here, I suppose, even though it wasn't that much of a big deal. But I just felt there were some extra padding bits that I didn't really feel worked all that well. I don't know, I didn't feel those bits, but the game overall was okay. So that's it. I am going to end this part here. I will see you in the next part. We'll continue on from 350. I'll see you then. Bye. Hi everyone, welcome back to my top 500 games, and we are currently at number 350, which is Castle of Illusion, starring Mickey Mouse, for the PS3, or rather should I say the new version of the game. I say PS3 because that's the version that I played, but really it's just the new version of this game, the remake, so to speak. So what makes this game stand out in terms of how it's different from the original version is that this game is I'm not going to say much more modernized really, but it does seem to have more modernized things to it, such as, you know, you can save your game and save your progress, and there's lots of collecting stuff and all that. Basically, the aim of the game is to complete all these platforming style levels and collect all of the diamonds as much as you can, and just collect all of the things that you can find, which is basically that type of game that it is. It's a 2.5D game, so it plays in 2D, but there are actually moments where it is 3D, although usually that isn't in the levels themselves, more so it's to do with the hub world, the way that that's set up. That's generally how that goes. And the game is basically sort of like narrated by this, I was going to say it's narrated by this narrator, but then I suppose that's a pointless sentence. But yeah, the game is narrated, and it's narrated in this sort of poetic sense, so it's like, you know, rhyming stuff that you'd expect to hear from the Grinch, that type of stuff. Also, what I find interesting about this game is that enemies tend to be used as commodities rather than just obstacles. So there will be times whereby there'll be things to collect that are high up, and the only time you can reach them is if you jump on the enemy to get some extra height, and the enemies respawn. So there is that element of commodity to the different enemies. I actually started playing this game maybe around 2013 or so. I don't remember exactly when it came out, but I didn't actually play the game too much when I first got it, but when it got to 2015, it was about mid-2015, I started playing the game more. I didn't actually complete the game. Actually, no, that's not true. I did complete the game. I did beat the final boss, but I didn't actually, you know, get all the collectibles and all that. Number 349 is Rodland for the Amiga, although it did come out in a few other systems, including there's a Game Boy version, but I'm specifically talking about the Amiga version here. The basic idea of Rodland is that you control one of two fairy children, and the aim of the game is to climb to the top of this tower to save your mother who's been kidnapped. The way that it works is that each level is like a single screen with ladders and platforms and enemies and stuff, and the way that you interact with the game is that you can create a ladder to sort of ascend, which is sort of like the alternative for jumping in this game since you can't jump. And you basically have to kill all the enemies, and the way that you do that is that you use your magic wand to grab them and you can fling them back and forth, and when you do this you can actually hit other enemies on the way, flinging them around like this. You can also go through doors which will teleport you around the level. There'll also sometimes be balloons that will take you up to the higher parts of the level. So it's kind of got that arcadey style gameplay feel to it, I suppose. Also, if you collect all of the items in the level, that being the main collectible items for that level, whatever it may be, it might be flowers for instance, then you will go to this extra bonus round whereby all the enemies will turn into this weird pink monster thing, and if you kill those they'll drop a letter which switches between the letters E, X, T, R and A, and you pick it up, and if you collect all the letters to spell extra, then you will get an extra life. So that's how you build up your extra lives. There are also different sort of like points you can collect that will just give you points that will also help you get through, and you can also set off these different contraptions, such as a rocket will, when you walk up to it, it will shoot off in the direction that you're facing, and it will go and hit the enemy. Like a bomb will explode. And you've also got these weird 4 bead things that once you touch them they'll just start flying around. There's also a bouncy ball that can go and attack enemies, and there's a dynamite that will explode into 2 waves, one to the left and one to the right. This game has a few bosses, all of them themed around different animals. Usually they're quite cutesy, but that doesn't stop them from being deadly at all. And the bosses usually include them shooting out miniature versions of themselves. So for example, you got the one with all the crocodiles, they will shoot out little bouncing crocodiles, and you got the whale that will shoot out all these little whales. But I believe that this game was the first game that I ever completed from start to finish. I may be wrong on that, but the final boss is sort of like this weird mythological Taurus creature, maybe? I'm not sure how you describe it, sort of like a bull thing. And the way that it works is that it starts as a small thing and then it will grow as you hit it more and more, and it will unlock more deadly attacks. Number 348 is Big Head Snooker. I really don't have much to say about this. It's a snooker game. There are actually a couple of versions of this game, but the version that I got was the version on the PS Minis, so that was the less graphically advanced one. There really isn't much to say. It's just a snooker game. If you know how to play snooker, then this is just one of those games. It's got a rather user-friendly interface, I suppose. I don't really think of anything else that I can say about this. Number 347 is Zuma Blitz. Now, Zuma is a game that PopCap made whereby you control this frog and you shoot out these different boulders, and you've got to match the boulders to different colours on this path, and you've got to do as much as you can before the boulders fall down the pit at the end of the path. Usually on a Zuma game, the idea is to clear out all the boulders so that you can succeed and complete to the next level, and the difference here is that with Zuma Blitz, you don't have that goal, rather you've just got to score as many points as you can. Because it's a Facebook game, it's all about, points, just getting as much points as you can, just doing as well as you can, scoring high on the weekly scoreboards, that type of thing. Number 346 is Outrun Online Arcade. Now, I believe that you can't get this game anymore. Well, at least not from the systems like the PS3 and the Xbox 360, but something to do with like the license running out. I may be wrong on that, but I believe that's what happened. But I did get this game and I did play it, and it's a racing game, but it's one of those old style racing games whereby rather than just racing against people, you've got a timer and you've got to like get past the checkpoints before the timer runs out. And the game tends to split off onto different paths, so you can always go the left path or the right path when you reach these cross sections. And I think it was set up so that the left path was the easier path and the right path was the harder path. So if you went to the very far left, that was like the easiest path, and the very far right was the hardest path. But the game as a whole was very hard. I think I only actually managed to complete the race one time by going all the way to the left every single time, and even that was hard. Also, if memory serves, the game had a big deal of drafting as well, whereby if you were behind another car, you could actually speed up. I don't understand how the physics of that works, but I just remember that's how the game was at the time. Number 345 is Hyperboloid HD. Now, this is, again, another game that I got on the PS3, and it's one of those bat and ball games. So you know the typical breakout type game where you've got a ball and it bounces around and you have to break the blocks that are above you and you have to break all the blocks and all that. Well, Hyperboloid HD was kind of like a more advanced version of that because you did have to go around and the general idea was to smash all of the blocks, but what I actually really liked about this game in particular was that you never really had to do that. You only had to break so much and then the game would kind of release this item whereby if you collect it, you win the level. That was generally the idea. You have to collect the thing that makes you win the level, and once you've broken so many blocks, it will more and more likely drop. So you can have still a few blocks left and then can just win the level because the thing dropped and you collected it. Which I think is good because I tend to find that the more annoying parts of these games are when you do have 2 blocks left or 1 block left and it's just floating around and you just can't hit it because you just keep missing. This game also did have quite a few different variety of blocks, which was quite interesting. The way that you knocked them and the way that they floated around varied, and you could also get the different power-ups. Of course there was the one whereby you got the wider bat, but there was also one where you could make the ball stick to your bat so you could move it around. There was also like this weird Gatling gun thing where you could shoot and destroy the blocks through the bullets, and of course there was the multi-ball as well. Number 344 is a game called Moho. Now this is quite a strange game. I actually originally only had this on a demo, but I did actually get the game properly eventually. And the way that this game works is that you control a robot with sort of like a ball for legs. So if you imagine sort of like a 3D wheel, it's kind of like that. And you have this obstacle course, and the aim of the game is to get to the end of this obstacle course and beat the time limit. You do have different obstacles, such as you have quarter pipes, you have fire traps and spike traps, and there's generally parts where you've just got to really take your time to be careful that you don't get knocked into the traps and stuff. And of course the speed up panels. And the game, I remember the game being really hard and really struggling being able to do it, but I did enjoy it, and that's what matters. Number 343 is Bomberman Ultra. This is the PS3 again. I say most of the time when I say PS3, I actually just mean 7th generation. It's just that the PS3 is the version that I play. But yeah, I play this on the PS3. It's basically Bomberman but online, and you can also unlock different costumes and stuff. Which really, just unlocking different costumes is just a way of saying that I played so much, I unlocked this thing. But I've already explained Bomberman. It's basically, you've got this arena, and you've got so many players, and you run around and drop bombs, blowing bricks up to pick up power-ups, and you basically have to be the last one standing. I think this one may have had the whole feature whereby if you died, you actually got to still continue playing, but you got to ride around on the outskirts of the level to throw bombs to interact with the level. I don't actually remember if that was in this game, but I believe it was. I know that's the type of thing that Bomberman does. And also, if the battle goes on too long, the walls start closing in to speed it up a bit. Number 342 is the Back to the Future game, which is again, I played it on the PS3, but it's also available on other platforms. And this particular game, what happened was, it was basically another story game, but it kind of worked as a sequel to the Back to the Future trilogy, which I think is what attracted most people. And that's what attracted me, because I know I said before that I really don't have much to say when it comes to these types of adventure, purely story-based games, but I suppose what I can tell you about is my history with Back to the Future in general, because Back to the Future is something that I never grew up with. It took me a long time to actually watch the films. I eventually got the trilogy on DVD. I'm going to guess around 2011, 2012, or maybe around that time. Might have been 2013 even. I'm not sure. Around that time. And I just sat and watched the films. And I liked the films. Not so much the third one, but I liked the first two for definite. Number 341 is Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 for the Game Boy Advance. Yep, this is specifically the Game Boy Advance version. And do you remember all the way back at the start when I talk about Robot Wars Advanced Destruction? That was like in the high 400s. It was like right at the very start. I said that I had overestimated the power of the Game Boy Advance, and I said that there was going to be an example later on whereby that was also the case, and this was certainly the case here. Again, for some reason, and like I did with Virtua Fighter 2 on the Mega Drive, I thought that the Game Boy Advance had more capabilities than it did, so I was expecting a lot more from this game, which, looking back now, seems really silly, but that's just how it was at the time, I guess. It was just my past ignorance. And this game is really strange in the way that it controls, because it works as this sort of top-down view, but also sort of like this isometric side-on top-down view, whereby it does have the levels from the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, like the original version, but everything's all scaled weirdly. The characters that you play as look really small in comparison to like the half pipes and all the stuff around each of the level. And this game, I would say, is certainly harder to control than the original version, but it's something that you can get used to, because if I remember correctly, you held B to... B was sort of like the push forward and ollie button. A was the grind button. L was the flip tricks, and R was the grab tricks. So it had this rather unusual control layout, but you did eventually just get used to it. This version of the game is also very hard. I actually got very good at Tony Hawk's games when I was a certain age, but this game I had more trouble with. I never actually managed to complete it with any of the skaters. I know there was one skater that I managed to max out their stats. It might have been Steve Caballero, I think, but I don't remember fully. I think it was Steve Caballero. But there were some goals that I just could not do. Like the hidden tape in New York, I just could not do it. And there were certain... I think there was the keys in New York that you had to collect. I think there was some that I just couldn't get. Also, because of the graphics, some of the things were very skewed, so you couldn't tell exactly where something was without looking at its shadow, because, like I mentioned with Rayman Hoodlum's Revenge, you often couldn't see how far away something was. You kind of just had to judge this 3D perspective. So sometimes you might think something's on the floor at a faraway distance, but it's actually in the air closer to you because of the weird camera angle. Also, this game didn't have the music, because of course it's a Game Boy Advance game that the original had. So it just had this weird sort of generic video gamey music. So you'd have the cool and laid back song, and you'd think, alright, that's meant to be like a rap tune, and then you'd have the faster one, like, okay, that's meant to be like the punk music, the faster punk music, the type that I was into, and still am. And yeah, I do remember playing this game quite a lot at my nana's house back in the day, but I'm going to stop talking about that. I'm just going to quickly move on to number 340, which is Banjo-Kazooie. Now, some people think that this game is amazing. I actually didn't play this game on the N64 because, like I've said many times, I never had an N64. I originally played this game on the Xbox 360 arcade download version, and I thought it was alright. I didn't think it was as great as what people were saying it was. That might be to do with the fact that I didn't grow up with it. There's probably something there that, I just can't really describe, but that is honestly how I felt about the game. I did enjoy it, obviously, but I just didn't feel it was up to... I just didn't think it was on the same level as the classic platform games, I suppose. One thing that did stand out to me about this game was that there was only a few levels, but they were all really big. Like, there were things that would just take a long time to do, relatively speaking, for a platform game. And I did enjoy some of the different layouts of the level. I remember, like in the hub world, when you go through the Gruntilda's mouth so that you can get to all the levels, I did like how you could go around and find the different levels that way. I did like that. But I eventually got to the water level, which, well, I say that as if there's only one. I don't know. I remember I did get to a water level. It was quite sewery, and there was this weird giant metal shark thing. And I remember having a lot of trouble trying to control it underwater and get air and all that. People generally have the trouble with water. I don't. Most of the time, I think people's issues with water tend to be over-exaggerated, and I don't really have that same problem. but I found with Banjo-Kazooie in particular, it was harder to control underwater. But yeah, that's that. I'm actually just going to end this part here, so we will continue on next time with number 339. We're getting close to that 200 mark, so yeah, getting really, really good with this. But okay, I'm going to end this here, and I will see you all next time. Goodbye. Hi everyone, welcome back to my top 500 games. We are continuing on today with number 339, and that is Kirby's Dream Land. I actually have a story surrounding this game. It was the third year of primary school that I was in, and I believe it would have been around 1997 or so, around that time. And we had one of those days at school where it was like a play day. Say it was the end of the year, or it was the end of the school time just before some holidays were coming up, and the idea was the kids could bring in toys to play with. And my friend Andrea, she brought in her Game Boy with Kirby's Dream Land on it, and I didn't have a Game Boy at this point because I got my Game Boy for my 10th birthday, which would have been in 1998, so it was just before I got my Game Boy. Of course, I was really, really into games, like, you know, video games, computer games, whatever you want to call them. And so, whilst other people had brought in all these things, I just wanted to play Kirby's Dream Land. So I would pester her. I would say to her, "Oh, please, can I ever go on Kirby? Please, 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 I want to go." And she wouldn't let me. She did eventually, but she just wanted to play it for herself. But she did eventually let me play it, and so I did. And I enjoyed it. I actually got this game soon after I got my Game Boy. What's funny is that I can tell the story, and I sort of have this memory in my mind about how long things take, like gaps between events and stuff, but it's amazing how relatively small these memories can be, because I got my Game Boy in 1998, September 30th, 1998, because that's when I turned 10 years old. And shortly afterwards, in 1998, we went on holiday to Ibiza, and I have memories of sitting on the balcony at Ibiza whilst they played the Samba de Janeiro song, which is the song that they played all the time, and just sitting on the balcony at night playing Kirby's Dream Land. That's one of my fond memories of this game. But what's strange about that is that really my memory of getting Kirby's Dream Land, it comes after getting my Game Boy quite significantly, but we went to Ibiza in October, so it must have been within weeks or so. I remember we went to this place called Fantasy Computers, which I went there recently, and they just sell games at really high prices. It's really, really bad, and more recently they closed down. But that's where I got this game from, and I was really excited to play it. But as for the actual game itself, the game is very, very easy. It's like a platform game, but you can fly, which on paper sounds ludicrous, but yeah, it's a platform game, you can fly. The idea is you suck up the enemies so that you can spit them back out and knock them against other enemies, or you can swallow them, or you can like fly and then shoot out stuff from when you're flying and all that. And there's only a few levels, and then when you get to the final level, it's sort of like a boss rush where you go to the different levels and then you take on the different bosses again, and then you fight the final boss. And I loved the final boss music. That was something that really stood out to me. And then once you completed that, you were given a little trick as to how to unlock the extra harder difficulty, so you could play through again on a harder difficulty. I really did have a lot of fun with this game at the time, but it's strange because I remember playing it many, many times, trying to get through, but equally, I can play it now and know that it's really easy. Well, that's strange because there's games from even further in the past that I played on the Mega Drive or Amiga that are now really hard, but back then I don't think I struggled with as much as I did with Kirby. I don't understand. It's weird how things like that work, but I am just going to move on from that. And I am going to go on to number 338, and that is Mega Man, the original Mega Man. Now, I am not a massive Mega Man fan, and I know that there's a certain group of people to which Mega Man is absolutely amazing, but I've only played a few Mega Man games. This is the first Mega Man game, so it basically introduced the idea of choosing which robot master you want to fight so you can unlock their power, and then go around in a cycle. Use each other robot master's weakness against each other and all that. I actually didn't play the first Mega Man too much. I think that it really doesn't stand up as well, and I know it's not really noticed as well. The level design was a bit off, I suppose, at sometimes, like Elec Man, I think was at a pretty stupid level. But besides that, it was alright. It was a decent platform shooting game, but I'm not a big Mega Man fan like other people are. Number 337 is Limbo. Limbo is one of the more recent puzzle platformy type game and this became a rather common trend. I don't know if it's still going on, but it became a rather common trend whereby you would have these puzzle platform games where you would play as this rather small character and there's a big scary world out there and you have to go around and figure things out and it's all puzzly. Now Limbo is very silhouette based, so everything's black or white or some variation of grey, and you have to solve puzzles. And the main thing that sticks out to me, my main memory of this game, is where you've got the giant spider and you have to maneuver the bear trap so that when it tries to stab you, it will stick its leg in the bear trap. That's the main thing that sticks out in my mind when I'm thinking about that game. But I'm going to move on to number 336, and that is 1 and 1 Story. Now, this is a Flash game that I'm surprised hasn't got more traction, because this also falls within the realm of what I was saying about with Limbo, where it's very dark, very atmospheric type game, but it's just a Flash game. And to me, this is an example of a good Flash game. Basically, the way that 1 and 1 Story works is that it's a platformer, basically, but it's one of those 2D platformers, but it's more puzzle based. And the idea is you have two characters, you have the male character and the female character, and your goal is to get them to join, so they all become 1 and 1, basically. That's the gist of it, I guess. And the way that it works is that as you progress through the levels, it will present to you new mechanics as to how you interact the different characters between each other, and they will always provide some sort of weird, just some silly poetic justification, like, whenever I see you I come running. So, for example, you'll have one level whereby you control the male character, and then whenever you are on equal line of sight with the female character, she'll come running towards you. Even if that leads towards her death. The idea is you have to move platforms around so that you can soften the blow from certain drops, so you can make those drops and all that lot. And different stages have different themes to them. So you'll have some levels whereby it will say something like, wherever you go I'll follow, and in those levels you control both characters at once. And what's interesting about this is that even given this, they will give you the same level design, the same level setup multiple times, but because it's presented with different mechanics, you have to approach it a different way. And I thought that this game, when it comes to these types of games, when it comes to Flash games that are usually games that you can just play and then dismiss, this is one that I would expect to, I suppose, get more traction. But as far as I know, it hasn't. Number 335 is, and I'm going to have quite a lot to say about this because it's going to be, I suppose, quite negative the way that I'm going to talk about this game. And that game is South Park: The Stick of Truth. I played this game right at the start of 2015. The idea behind this game is that it's like an episode of South Park, which if you like South Park and all that, then you will like the story of this game. I guess, I suppose, I don't know. It's very much rooted in the fact that it is South Park with many South Park references. For example, one of the collectibles is the Chimpokemon, and you unlock superpowers by farting. Things like that. So what I think makes this game interesting, aside from just being a South Park game, and I do like South Park, but what I think makes this game interesting mostly is the way that you have to maneuver around levels. And to be honest, I think that is one of the most points of worth praising about this game. The way that you do maneuver around and you unlock powers so you can go to new areas in a very Zelda-esque sort of way, I suppose. But also, the battles themselves can be decent. There is a little bit of strategy there. I mean, it's South Park. You can't expect deep strategy from a South Park game. I would be very surprised if there was deep strategy, but there isn't. And there is a bit of strategy there, but what really, really gets to me about this game is that, as far as I can tell, and people can argue about this, and this isn't an argument that I really like going into because it generally divulges into a set few arguments that people repeat, and it gets boring. I have a hard time necessarily calling this game an RPG, because when you level up, and everything to do with leveling up as far as I can tell, except maybe the equipment, although I'm not too sure about that, everything about the leveling system is a complete facade. You will fight wolves at level 1, and they will do, if you have 100 health, they will do 20 damage, and then if you have 10,000 health, they will do 2,000 damage. Everything is scaled, so all that's happening when you level up is the numbers go up, but nothing actually changes, it's just all the numbers go up. It's really stupid, and I really feel like they did this because they didn't want to make an actual leveling system where, you know, you have to consider the different strengths of areas and stuff. They just wanted to make a game with turn-based battles, and they did do that. And they also did the silly thing of making it more interactive by pressing buttons at the right time, which is a lot of rubbish. Now, to me, the only really interesting fight in this game would be the Al Gore fight, who's basically the super boss of the game. But come on, you make it just the super boss? Come on. Like, see, what gets on my nerves is when people say things like turn-based battles are stupid, and then you have a game like this which tries to make a joke of it, saying this is how we do things, we have to take turns because that's the rules of the game, basically making fun of it. And I am okay, just to make this clear, I know South Park make fun of everything. This isn't me digging at South Park, but what I'm saying is that this is an example of something that makes people think that turn-based is all boring and this is all you do is wait around taking turns. But what they're failing to realise, and they also did this when they announced the South Park something butthole, whatever it's called, Fractured Butthole, that's the name of it, haha pun, is that, well, the combat in that game sucked. And I'm going to say, well, I suppose it kind of did, but don't blame turn-based combat on that, blame their inability or their undesire to actually add depth to that system. But I don't hate this game. Like, I know some people out there who just hate this game. I am not one of those people. Trust me, I am not one of those people. I think this game is subpar on the RPG scale. I mean, better than Last Rebellion, but come on, right? But I think that's enough ranting about South Park Stick of Truth. I'm going to move on to number 334, which is Bejeweled Blitz. Now, I talked about Zuma Blitz recently, and the same basically applies here. It's a PopCap game, the Bejeweled franchise, but it's made in this competitive Facebook scene whereby you can get multiple powers and you can get weekly scoreboards and you have to try to beat people's score and all that, and you will accumulate points and you'll accumulate coins from doing things. And to me, that's what makes this game above, say, Bejeweled 2, is that there is this sort of, even though it's not really a leveling system, so to speak, it's as close as you can get, I suppose, given that, well, no, not as close as you can get, but it's on the way to being that. It's sort of a step towards that. And I do like that, but really there isn't anything new to say about that. Number 333 is Mad Riders. This is a game I got on the PS3, and I actually played this not too long ago. It was sometime in 2015, I believe, that I played this game, and I like this game. It's, you basically are racing on motorbikes, and that's the best way to describe it. You will have levels whereby you have to go through rings to like get speed up, and there's different types of scenarios and all that, but it's also kind of like one of those mobile setup games where you'll have a series of levels and you have to unlock X amount of stars by completing each of the levels, and that's basically the premise of the game, and that is what the game is. And I had fun playing this game. If only it didn't crash all the time. I don't know why, but this game, for some reason, it would just crash. Like, I think I had this game crash on me like 4 or 5 times. You would just be playing and everything would just freeze. I don't know what's wrong with this game as to why that would happen, but that is what happened. Number 332 is Marvel Pinball. This is part of the Zen Pinball series, I suppose. I believe it's made by Zen Studios. It certainly has the same setup and all that, the same type of interface, apart from these tables are Marvel themed. So like you've got your Wolverine one, and you've got, I think there's an Iron Man one. I'm not so sure. I am not. I'll just make this clear. Like I said all the way back when I talked about Fantastic Four, I don't know about Marvel and DC and all that. I know a few of the staples, and that's pretty much it. But yeah, it was a decent game. I really can't think of much else to say about it, so I'm not going to. Number 331 is Battleship, the version that is on Pogo.com. Now, if you remember my ruling, I said that I am not going to include mere duplications of physical games, and Battleships is a physical game. But what makes this particular version different, and so as to why I'm excluding it from that rule, is that it has power-ups that you can get, which is like, I know the sort of like this taboo against adding power-ups and things to traditional games, but I generally think that, it's just a different variation on a game. It's not a problem. It may be better or worse, but it's just not a problem. But I did have fun playing with this game. Now, everyone should know what Battleship is. Basically, you have this setup, this grid where you put down these battleships in the places that you want to put them, and then you call out a position on the grid, and they have to say whether you hit or missed one of their ships, and the first person to sink all the other players' ships first wins. Now, the power-ups in this game in particular include things like a bomb that will target an entire row at once, and there's also ones where it will home in and attack a ship head on without you having to aim. And the way that you unlock these is that you have to fire missiles within these highlighted squares, and within each highlighted squares you have to make sure that you hit the right thing in order to trigger this ability that you can get. Now, I have a tactic with Battleship. Actually, before I actually get into that, I am actually going to a little bit of a story about how I had a game of Battleship with somebody from this weird course that I was doing one time, and we had to play Battleship just like on pen and paper. And I understand that this has got nothing to do with the Pogo game, but this is just a story worth telling, I think. The way that we did it was we did it on paper and we just played Battleship with each other. I don't remember why we were doing this, but the person I was playing up against was so bad at Battleship. I mean, there's a few core strategies that you just need to know. Like, for example, if you miss a target, if you shoot something somewhere and you miss, I mean, this is me giving you Battleship tactics here. So if you win games, you need to thank me for this. If you go to hit a target and you miss, you should then not hit the targets that are directly adjacent to it, either horizontally or vertically, because there are fewer variations that a ship could be in that space. So what you have to do is you have to sort of hit diagonally. So you can go one diagonally, because that way there's going to be equal amount of variations. And the closer that you put them, that is, that you fire your missiles towards each other, the fewer variations that are going to be. So you're going to have to find this very particular pattern where you always hit as many targets as you can. But also, if you hit, say you hit one target and it's a miss, and you hit the one that's two spaces above, and then you hit the one that's one below that and to the left one, and then the one that's two to the right of that one. So you've got kind of this square on its side shape that you've just formed. You can deduce that the one in the middle isn't going to be a ship, because the minimum size of a ship is two spaces. So you basically eliminate smaller areas, and that's how you play Battleship. If you can get the two length ship first, that's just the best, because now you can leave empty these 2x2 squares and blast all of the ones around them and clear out so much space by deducing so little. So that's like the good technique as to how to play Battleship. But the person I was playing against was just the worst. Like, I have not seen anyone play Battleship so badly. I'm talking about, like, they'd say A1, miss, A2, miss, A3, miss, and then you think they'd go somewhere else, but no, they'd go B1, miss. They are just awful at Battleship. As for the question of where you should position your battleships, the technique that I usually use, and this is me giving away techniques, so if I'm going to play Battleship against any of you, this is me giving away my techniques. The way that I tend to play battleships is that I will sometimes make the battleships join each other, but like at a diagonal angle rather than horizontally or vertically. I generally won't make them connect horizontally or vertically, because that way, if they hit one, they have more variety that they can go to, because generally if they hit target they'll go for the ones around it, so they'll be able to hit more targets that way. They've got a higher chance of hitting the target. And also, people in general, of course this person I was playing against before didn't do this, people in general go for the middle. So it's good to either, so I mean, one of the techniques I tend to do is like two horizontal ones along the top, but not actually on the border, and three or two or whatever, the rest of them on the bottom horizontally, but again not on the border. That's the type of thing I do. Near the borders, but not on the borders. Although, of course, if you keep doing the same strategy over and over, people are going to realise that you're going to have to mix it up eventually. But anyway, yeah, that was a long time of me talking about strategies of Battleship. I'm going to end this part here. So thank you for listening, everyone, and I'll see you all next time. Hi everyone, and welcome back to my top 500 games. We are continuing on right now with number 330, and that is Space Harrier 2. This game I had on the Mega Drive. I actually have no idea how I got this game. It may have been a birthday present at one time, or it may have just been given it for some reason. I don't remember, but I had it. The main memory I have about this game is that the box cover used to scare me a bit. It used to creep me out a bit, the way that there was that monster head. It was kind of like a Medusa head, but it wasn't really Medusa. It was like a weird creature with horns. She looked like she could have been a Medusa, I suppose, but no, she wasn't. Well, yeah, I was pretty creeped out by that box cover, so I remember that when I went to bed, especially during the summertime, because in summertime, given my location in the world, summertime at 9 o'clock it was still bright and sunny outside, but 9 o'clock was my bedtime for when I was younger. And I remember going to bed and it would still be pretty light outside, as in the sun, it wouldn't be broad daylight of course, but it would still be, bluish, greyish skies, and it would be so that you could see within my room. And so I remember I used to always make sure that that particular box was faced like away so that I couldn't see it, so that it was like tucked in between two other boxes so that there was no way I could see it. It sounds silly, but you know. As for the game itself, it's sort of like one of those continuous shooters, apart from it has a 3D perspective to it, whereby instead of going from left to right or bottom to top or whatever, you're going forwards, like into the screen. So when the enemies come out, they're actually coming out from the distance towards you. And generally what that means is that the sprites would just grow in size as they get towards you. And each of the levels in this game kind of had the same basic theme to it. The floor looked the same. There were some levels with a roof, but they kept changing the colour scheme and the background would change, and the enemies would have different forms. So some of them would have like these weird grassy, greeny monsters, and there'd be this other level where everything's all robotic and stuff. And you could choose the level that you started on, which is quite strange, but the way that it worked is that you started on the level that you chose on, and then when you got to the last level in the list, you sort of looped around and did the first bunch of levels that you missed off, which is strange. I always felt that it was best to just start with the first level and just continue on from there. And then once you've done that, that's when you have a boss rush and the final boss, which is the dark version of the main character. I do remember the music to this game as well, and I do remember quite liking the music. But again, I don't remember how I got this game or whatever, I just remember having it, which I suppose is probably the case for quite a few of the Mega Drive games. Number 329 is Puyo Pop Fever. Now, Puyo Puyo, Puyo Pop, whatever, is basically the standard game for dropping beans from the roof of the screen. There's a few variations. Dropping beans from the top of the screen and having to match them up in order to get them to disappear and build up chain reactions and stuff. In this game specifically, this was a GameCube game, and I remember in this game specifically, they had a story to it which was kind of silly. I remember it was kind of like, you had the main character who was late for school, and their punishment was that they had to have a game of Puyo Pop against the teacher, or something like that. Then a bully would come out and be like, haha, I challenge you to a game of Puyo Pop. You also had different segments where you would have different arrangements that you would have to sort of set up and just clear out those types of screens that, like, as if it was like a sudden puzzle mode was introduced to you. I didn't actually get too far into this game from what I recall. It didn't seem to have all that much going on, but I had played games with the same sort of theme before and the same basic gameplay before, and I knew I liked it, so that's why I played it, and that's what I thought of it. Number 328 is Mega Man Powered Up. This is a PSP version of Mega Man. It was sort of like a variation of the original Mega Man. Now, I never had this game, but my brother did, and he let me play it for a while. And it basically has the cute, cartoony, chibi style graphics to it. And as far as I could tell, it was just a Mega Man game. It was like Mega Man 1, sort of. But what I did like about this game was that it had a level editor, and I was all over that. I was generally all over level editors in general, but I remember my brother made a level in this game where it was like, there were pits all over the place, but some of them led to hidden different paths and stuff. But your instinct is when you see a pit is to jump over it, so that seems rather strange. Maybe there was a bit more creativity that was viable in this particular level editor, I don't know. Number 327 is Knit Underground. Now, this game came out for the PS3/Vita. It was one of those download games. And I have seen playthroughs of other Knit games, but I've never really actually played through them. Like at all, really. But I have played through some of this game, and I like what I played of it. I got stuck at one point. That was the issue that I had. But what was really interesting about it, and what I really liked about it, was that it was one of those open space platformers, but it seemed more puzzle based than something that you would expect from something that was so open spaced. Usually when you have a platformer that's puzzle based, it's usually within very close proximity of each other. You've got the pieces you've got to fit together. This one was different in that it was quite wide with all of its different like layouts and stuff. Of course there were the condensed areas that you had to go through, but generally speaking you had these wide open areas, and there were different sort of mechanics that let you fly straight up, and you had to like go around and collect things, and I got stuck at one point so I couldn't continue, but I liked it. Number 326. Now, okay, this game wasn't given an official name as far as I was aware when I was playing it, but I found out later on its name, and so I'm just going to call it that name, and it's Blue Sphere. And Blue Sphere is the game that you get when you put the Sonic & Knuckles cartridge in the Mega Drive, and then you put the Sonic 1 cartridge on top of that, or it may have been any other cartridge, I'm not sure, but I used the Sonic 1 cartridge, and then you get this game called Blue Sphere. The reason I call it Blue Sphere is because on the Sonic Mega Collection on the GameCube, when you unlock the game, it's called Blue Sphere, so Blue Sphere is the name I've got with it. And basically, Blue Sphere is, you load up the game and it has different icons of Sonic, Knuckles, Tails and Robotnik, and it says no way across the screen, but if you press A, B and C all at the same time, you will go to this game, and you will have passwords to put in, and you will have your character select between Sonic and Knuckles, and you can just go ahead and play the game, and it will put you into one of the Sonic 3 and Knuckles special stages. And Blue Sphere is basically loads of these stages. Now, the level number goes up into the millions, so I don't know exactly how many different levels there are in total, but I just know that the number goes into the millions. Now, the way that it works is that, well, in the Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles and Sonic 3 and Knuckles, in those set of games, the way that this works is that if you clear out all the blue spheres, you win the Chaos Emerald. The way that you clear all the blue spheres is just to walk through them. Or, if you surround a bunch of blue spheres with spheres, they just all disappear and turn into rings. So if you collect all of the blue spheres, you get the emerald. If you collect all of the rings, you get a continue. But the way that it works in this game is that you get all the blue spheres, you progress to the next level, but if you collect all the rings, you progress 10 levels ahead rather than just one. And so you've got this wide variety of different levels, and I do remember playing up to level 100 something. I don't remember how many of those specifically included the 10 level skips, but I think what would be rather awkward about this game, although I can't really speak from experience because I didn't really study it that hard, but I think what would make this game rather awkward is knowing that you can skip 10 levels and get to a really hard level that you in particular struggle with. But if you didn't get all the rings on that level, and then instead just got all the rings on the next level, you could skip over that level. So skipping ahead 10 levels doesn't seem so much of a reward when you consider that you might put yourself onto a harder level, whereby if you just played for a bit and then skip 10 levels later on, you might actually bypass a level that you could otherwise just get stuck on. But yeah, that's that. Number 325 is Lemmings for the PS3. Now, there's a few games called Lemmings, which are different variations of Lemmings, but they just call them Lemmings. And I do like this idea of adding variety to the Lemmings formula, and Lemmings on the PS3, the game just called Lemmings on the PS3, it had the basics of the original Lemmings, but it had a few extra things mixed in. Now some people, and again this goes back to the whole battleship thing I was talking about, the whole Pac-Man thing I was talking about, people can say it's not genuine Lemmings, it's something different because they added in these teleporters and different things like that. But it's just another game, it's just an alternate game, and I had quite a bit of fun with this because I like Lemmings. And I remember one of the things that you had to do for one of the trophies was to save every lemming possible, which was quite interesting because a lot of the time the requirement of lemmings that you had to save wasn't equal to the amount that you could save, and in order to save more you had to do this like really weird techniques that you wouldn't otherwise consider. If you don't know what lemmings is, I'll explain it to you. You've got these levels set out, and the little lemmings, they just act on their own accord. They will drop down from the starting point and they'll just walk forward, and the idea is you have to get them home. And the way that you get them home is that you assign roles to them. So they'll be walking along, and you might want one to build a bridge or something, or you might want one to dig through the floor, or you might want one to block off a path so that you can blow them up, so that you can make way for something else, that type of thing. And I've just noticed it's really strange when I say the words together, want one. You might want one for this, you might want one for that. It sounds strange, but whatever. Number 324 is Pokemon Play It. Pokemon Play It is an odd one, to say the least. Pokemon Play It is basically a game that you got with a particular box of Pokemon cards that my brother got one Christmas, I think it was. It was a set called Tempest, whereby in it you got some Pokemon cards. I think it was a water electric deck, and you got some things like you got some damage counters, you got a coin, you got a poster, things like that, and it all came in one box. And I remember the advert for this game. It was just saying, "It's in the box." Well, what do we do if we need this? It's in the box. I remember that. And Pokemon Play It is the PC game that came with it that you got on this disc. And it's basically a teaching tool for the Pokemon trading card game. You have a series of levels with this really weirdly animated girl who's trying to explain the rules to you. Now the first bunch of levels which you have to do are basically a tutorial as to how to use the different cards and how to interact with the different mechanics of the game. I'm not going to go through all of the details of how to play the Pokemon card game because that would take up a lot of time. But this is basically an instruction manual as to how to do that. And the way that it worked was that as you progressed, you got to the point where you weren't given instructions as to what to do exactly. You just kind of had to work with what you could and beat the opponent with the given deck that you had. Of course, it was a training tool, so it was limited to very specific things, like you had to use the cards and the decks that they gave you. There was a deck creation system thing within the game, but you couldn't actually use those in the game itself. You could only make the decks and then print it off. So you could use the in-game sort of system to make a different deck and then print off that list, and then the list would print off, basically as just a way of saying, now you know how to play Pokemon cards, design your own decks, make notes so that you can go out and collect the cards, that type of thing. But I love the Pokemon trading card game, so this game is firmly on this list. Of course, it's only not higher because of how limited this piece of technology was. And I also remember that you also could unlock these wallpapers. Do you remember when that was a thing? Unlocking wallpapers, because you couldn't just go online and just find a thing straight away. You had to unlock them. That was interesting. I remember that was good. I remember being happy that I managed to unlock the Mewtwo wallpaper. Number 323 is a game called Flicky, and this is a Mega Drive game. Once again, a game I didn't have on the Mega Drive. I had this on the Sonic Mega Collection that came on the GameCube. It was one of the games you could unlock. And the way that it works is that, well, the reason it's on the Sonic Collection is because the character that you use is the little bird that you can save in the Sonic games. But the way that it works is that you play as the little Flicky, and you have this sort of 2D platforming level that endlessly repeats from left to right. If you remember when I was talking about Wiz and Liz, it's the same thing here. And the way that it works is that you have to pick up all of your little chicks and then bring them home. And also, you can collect many of them at the same time and bring them across, and they can go into the exit. And the more that you get in one go, the more points you will get from doing that. And of course, you get points for extra lives and all that. Now, this actually does compare to, if you remember when I was talking about Sonic 3D, how you can collect many of the flickies to collect the different things that are in the air and stuff. It's the same kind of thing here. You get a longer trail of them so that you can get more points at the end. But if an enemy comes across and touches the trail, then whatever's in the trail at that point breaks off. Which you may also remember when I was talking about the last guy, is the same thing there. And anyone who's not watched the previous parts are going to struggle because I'm making all these past references. But yeah, if you remember the last guy, I was talking about the same thing there, where you pick up this trail and you want to get as much of a trail as possible, but that puts you at a greater risk. You could defeat the enemies by running into these weird things on the floor and sort of launching them at the enemies, which would cause them to like spin around and lose traction for a bit. And also in between rounds you sometimes got these bonus rounds whereby all these little chicks would be shot into the air on these catapult type contraptions, and you had to go back and forth with your net to grab them and pick them up and all that. Number 322 is a game that is very popular, but I don't understand the big deal about it really, is Mega Man 2. Now, I've already talked about Mega Man 1, and I've talked about Mega Man Powered Up, and as far as I can tell, Mega Man 2 is just another Mega Man game, really. Like, obviously, I'm putting it ahead of Mega Man 1 because I can, I think it has better level design and stuff compared to the original Mega Man. But I honestly do not get the hype around Mega Man 2. I do not understand why people consider it to be one of the best games ever or whatever. Like, Mega Man 2 was the first Mega Man I played, but Mega Man was one of those series, like Castlevania, whereby I had never heard of it up until the internet. So when I actually went onto the internet, I actually remember I first discovered the Mega Man, and I probably should have told this story when I was talking about the original Mega Man, but I discovered Mega Man when watching a Flash cartoon on Newgrounds of Final Fantasy Big Brother, where they were all in Balam Garden and they all had to like live through the days, and Mega Man turned up in one of the scenes, and I didn't know who Mega Man was. And yeah, I didn't grow up with Mega Man, so I don't have that level of nostalgia with it, I suppose. But it seems it's a decent game. I can live with it. Yep, you go around each of the levels. One big thing that stands out as a difference from the first game is that now you have 8 Robot Masters as opposed to 6, and you basically go around and jump and shoot. That's jump and shoot, man. That's what Eagle Raptor calls it, jump and shoot, man. You go around jumping and shooting. And you pick up the different weapons from the different Robot Masters, and you can use those on the different Robot Masters based on what their weakness is. And then at the end you go through the Wily's castle and all that sort of stuff. But this was the first Mega Man I played. I played it on an emulator, and I actually didn't understand what the game was when I first picked it up. I say pick it up as if that's physical, but no, when I first played it on the emulator, what happened was I loaded up the game and I selected Flashman to start with because I didn't understand what was going on. I thought I was picking my character, and then when it said Flashman, it did the da-da-da-da-da thing. And then I started playing and I was Mega Man. I was confused. I was like, what's going on? I chose Flashman. Why am I this guy? It was a strange concept. Although I've got to say that I can't really think of any games that old, really. Although, no, that's not right. I can think of games that old, just not really prevalently, I suppose. Is prevalently a word? I don't know. But I can't really think of many where you actually got to select the order of your levels, because most platform games back then were just about doing the levels in a set order. So I suppose that would be a big thing that people like about this game, but in all honesty, like, I just do not get the hype around Mega Man 2. Quick Man Stage, I think, is rubbish. Like, the whole falling down and having the lasers come, I don't get why that's so interesting. I just don't, I just don't get it. But I'm going to end this part here, so thank you all for listening and watching and generally taking part in these videos and putting up with my ramble times where I'm rambling, but whatever. Okay, I'm going to end this here. Bye! Hi everyone, welcome back to my top 500 games, and we are currently at number 321, and it is Gravity Rush. This is a PS Vita game, and I don't know if it was one of the launch games on the Vita, but I do believe it was one of the early games on the Vita that was used to market the Vita, I think. But the reason I got this game is because it was free on PS Plus one time, and with the way that PS Vita memory cards are, it's very hard to download loads of files at once, so I ended up having to delete it eventually. But thanks to my PS Plus subscription, I managed to maintain the save file, so that's alright. But anyway, the way that Gravity Rush works is that it's kind of like this 3D adventure game, apart from you have this special ability whereby you can turn gravity off so that you will float in the air, and then you can launch yourself towards a specific target, and when you do that, if you land, gravity will be based on the way that you landed. So you might have gravity land a particular way, and you can tell by the way that the character's hair is flowing which way gravity of her is compared to, you know, the actual down gravity. The game was focused around combat and collecting things, I suppose that's the way that I can describe it, and combat also used this gravity mechanic, so you'd float in the air and you could launch yourself towards the enemy. And the way that it worked is that you had like a series of different challenges, and depending on how well you did in the challenges, you got points, and then you could use those points to like power up or level up different stats and abilities and stuff. So, if I'm remembering this correctly, you don't necessarily have a sort of experience system where you kill enemies and therefore you get experience, so to speak, but rather you have different challenges, and it depends on how far you rank on these individual challenges to what power-ups you get. Of course, you can go and do some challenges, get so many points, and then come back and when you've got more strength and stuff, and then do it all again. I didn't play it all that much really, but the main thing I remember about this game, in terms of my memories, in terms of, you know, experiences and stuff, was that I first played this in the car. I was in my dad's car and we were going somewhere, and I had to turn the whole gyroscope thing off because the way that it works is that you've got these cutscenes which are like these comic strips, and you can move the Vita around to get a different angle on the comic strip, and of course because we're on the car and everything's bumping over things and stuff, I ended up having the camera sort of twist and turn all these weird angles. I just had to turn it off. I think the only reason they really added that to begin with was because of realism or something like that. Like, oh, immersive, check out this new feature on the PS Vita, that type of thing. Number 320 is a game called Jumper, and this is referring to someone who jumps. It's not referring to a thing that you wear. It's a character that jumps. It's a platform game, which you can probably tell by the name Jumper. But I believe that there was a game called Jumper on the GameCube, which was based on a film or something. I don't know. I'm not talking about that game. I'm talking about the game that was made in Game Maker called Jumper, the one where you play as Ogmo. It's become a rather popular indie game, or at least it did when it came out. It became rather well known. It actually also became a character on Super Meat Boy, so it was that level of fame on the indie scene, I suppose. And the best way I can describe it is that it's just a basic platformer, apart from the fact that you have a double jump, which plays a rather large part in this game. Double jumping these days isn't a big deal, it's just a thing that all games seem to do, but in this particular game, it used it quite a lot. So sometimes you could, for example, fall and then jump so that you could make it through this dead gap in this electric field, and sometimes you could collect up arrows, which meant that you could do an extra jump in that cycle. So there was a lot of maneuvering and stuff, and you did have different levels with different themes, and I seem to remember there was lots of lasers around and a lot of laser dodging and stuff like that. I also remember there was a level editor in this game, although I may be confusing it with something else, I'm not sure, but I believe there was a level editor in this game whereby you could change the music, and included in the music selection was Kefka's theme from Final Fantasy VI, which was unusual, but okay. Number 319 is Disney's Tarzan on the PS1. This is a game that I have very little to say about, because my memories of it aren't too strong, but I did enjoy this game, and I do remember that I did enjoy the graphical style, and I like the whole 2.5D, and you had to collect the letters to spell Tarzan, and it was basically one of those film games where it sort of like took you through the stages of the film as you went through the game. But that's really, my memories of this game aren't too strong. I don't have too much nostalgia about this game, so I'm just going to move on from there. Number 318 is Treasure Island Dizzy. Now this is a game I do have a story about, because I played this game on the Amiga, and the way that I got the game was that I looked in one of our cupboards and it was just there. I didn't have it. Maybe my parents bought it for me as like a Christmas or birthday present or something, or maybe it just came with something and they just left it to one side and they forgot to tell me, or they just didn't know what it was, or I don't know. I don't know the story. I just remember the game was just there in the cupboard. So I did ask about what it was and if I could play it, and they were saying yes, 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 fine, whatever. I don't know if I ruined a surprise. Maybe that's what happened. I don't know. Maybe I ruined a birthday surprise or whatever and they just let me have it there and then. But I can't say for sure. But I played this game, and I remember this game is rather specifically a puzzly, platformy game. I guess you would call it that. The way that it works is that you control Dizzy, who's this egg character, who's actually a very popular character in the old UK home computer market, which I never really got into the Dizzy series in general, but I played this game. And the way that it works is you can hold up to 3 items at once, and the way that it works is you pick up an item, and picking up an item adds it to your inventory, and the button that you press to pick up an item is the same button that you press to use an item. And so the way that that works is that it sort of moves up the list every time you press the button. So you might pick up an item and it'll appear in your 3rd inventory slot, and then if you go to another item and pick up another item, you will pick up the new item, which will push the item in your 3rd slot up to your 2nd slot, and that item would go into the 3rd slot. And so when you had an item to the top of your list and you press the button again, it would drop the item above. And so what this meant was that you had to use the items in the order that you picked them up in. Now, I hear all sorts of stuff about how, oh, it was a technical limitation, how they couldn't go like about doing this in any way. And there's a podcast out there, I can't remember what it's called. It's like the something retro podcast. I wish I could remember off the top of my head. It's like 1H something podcast. I don't know. But regardless, you can search it by searching Oliver Twins Dizzy podcast. You might be able to find it that way. But what they were talking about this game, and they were saying that yes, it was not a graphical, technological limitation, that they weren't able to make it so that you could use the items in any particular orders, that you did have to use them in the order that you picked them up. But what they were saying, and this is something I agree with, is that this added an extra puzzle element of the game. Because, see, I have actually played this game since then. I played it on a NES emulator, because in the late 2000s I discovered a YouTube channel which isn't there anymore, unfortunately, but I really liked it at the time, someone called Dentalux, and he made Dizzy videos, and I watched the different videos, but I watched the one on Treasure Island Dizzy, which I actually found because I originally saw Armake's video on the Quattro Adventure on the NES, which I'm going into all sorts here, but he was saying that the game gets too much hate, and that yes, there are things such as you being hit once does cause you to die, but it's a very short game, and it is a very short game. And the way that you do have this inventory swapping around thing does actually work with the game, because another example I can give is that there's one part where you have to travel underwater, and in order to go underwater, you have to have a snorkel equipped. Now, if you have a snorkel equipped, which means you have it in your inventory, that means that you can't pick up an item in the water and then use it in the water. You have to get out of the water so that you can then drop the snorkel, drop the thing, then pick up the thing, and then pick up the snorkel so that you can use it without having to drop the snorkel first, if that makes any sense. And while it sounds annoying and silly, there are points in the game where this type of maneuverability thing, I think, really helps the game. I think it really makes it better because of that. But the idea of the game is you have to find these pieces and go around and collect all the coins and escape from the island. It's as simple as that. I have completed the game since then, like as in I've escaped from the island, but I haven't collected all the coins. I think I missed 1 coin. Number 317 is The Page Master. This was a game on the Mega Drive that I had, and I had never actually seen The Page Master, the film. I don't think I've seen it properly now. I think I've had it sort of in the background, but I've never properly watched the film. But the way that this game worked is that it's a 2D platformer where you go through the different worlds. There's horror, adventure, and fantasy, which are the three book characters, if I can count to three. This is top 500 games and I can't count to three. But yeah, you go through those three different worlds, and the level select screen is sort of like this grid where you walk along different paths and you select your level. And what was really strange about this is that a lot of the time you had multiple routes that you could go. Like sometimes you could go the top route or you could go down the bottom route, and you could go different ways. And I think the reason that you would want to go all routes, and there were some levels where it sort of led to a dead end in the level select path, but I think the reason you wanted to do that was so that you could get all the library cards and go through all the special stages and get everything that way. And even within the different worlds there were different styles of levels. So for example, in the horror world you had the castle levels, and then you also had like the graveyard levels, so there was still that level of variety even within the different worlds. It's your pretty typical platformer, I suppose, running, jumping, collecting items, and you also get these power-ups that will allow you to bounce off walls, and the controls are a bit finicky, they're a bit floaty, I suppose. And you also have these different items like rocks and stuff that you can pick up and move around to use as different platforms. And the idea was to find the book at the end, whereby if you get into the book, then that's sort of like the signpost to say that you completed the level. I seem to remember that if you picked up your library card, then what that meant was that when you completed the level, you sort of went into this 3D, sort of like a Space Harrier-esque bonus level where you flew forward and you had to avoid the different pillars and get to the end, and I don't remember exactly what the reward of that was. I also remember that each world there was a particular weapon that you could get. So for example, in the horror world you could pick up these eyeballs that you could throw at the enemies, and in adventure you got a sword, and in fantasy you got this magic fairy dust. But you could also carry the power-ups, these weapons, between different worlds. So if you had the eyeballs and then you went into the adventure world, you still had the eyeballs, you didn't lose them, you still had it. And I also have a fond memory of playing this game on a small black and white TV for some reason. I don't remember, I mean I had a TV, but I think it might have broken or something, so I had like this temporary small black and white one, and I had fond memories of playing the game on that small black and white TV. Also, there was no final boss. You just got to the end of the last level and then you completed the game. That was weird. Number 316 is a game called Luftrausers. Now, apparently this is a made-up word, so I know it sounds like it's a German word, but I've heard it's a made-up word. But anyway, it's one of those very modernized type of mobile type games where you have this little challenge arena thing to do, and you just have to keep doing it, and as you do it you will get different goals to unlock, and once you've completed those different goals you will then get points, and you can spend points on powering up different weapons. What's also quite interesting about this game is the colour scheme, but also that you fly around and it's like you shoot out different types of weapons and you shoot all these enemies, but the way that your health works is that you using like this turbocharge sort of like drains your health, and so you being hit, if you just drop down for a bit you will recover. It's a very strange thing and it's very hard to explain, but yeah, that's the way that that works. Number 315 is Sonic Adventure. Now, this is a game that has, in recent times, gotten a lot of hate, and people saying that it's just not a very good game in general. I would kind of have to disagree. I think that, in some regards, people saying that this is a great game, I think they're wrong. I think it's not that great. Calm down. I think it's a decent game. I think it's an alright game. I really can't sing too much of a praise about it. I didn't actually complete this game because I got stuck at one point on Sonic's story. I remember I wasn't able to find out where I needed to go in Station Square. But if you don't know the way this works, it's a Sonic game, and it's sort of like the first 3D Sonic game, like the first proper 3D rather than just graphically manipulated 3D, if you know what I mean, with Sonic, the game Sonic 3D. And you have to go around and just do these individual different levels. And they had this hub world, so you had the Station Square, and you could go into the train to go to the Mystic Ruins. and you just had this series of levels to complete. Now, this game's big infamous point about it that people really hate on it for is the cat stages, and yes, they are awful. I know they are awful. People also don't like the Amy stages, but honestly, I like the Amy stages. I like that level of platforming because, I don't know, people complain that she's slow, but I liked it. I didn't ever see a problem with it. I never really did much of the Chow Garden in this game because I know this game does have a Chow Garden, and I never really got into it, but I sort of acknowledged it and didn't really do anything else beyond that. But my main memories of this game are unlocking the other earlier Master System Sonic games in the main menu from and this is the the GameCube version of the game where you could do this. And I know I'm not saying that this is a reason why I like the game because, you know, it's kind of silly. This isn't part of the original game and I'm talking about other games here, but one of the memories I have is playing this and just unlocking these earlier games and then playing those earlier games, these Master System Sonic games. I'm really having a lot of fun doing that. And I also remember that you have the different types of levels, so you have the Sonic and the Tails levels, which are fine. You also have the Knuckles levels, which I still didn't really like all that much. The Amy levels I liked, the Gamma levels I thought were okay. But yeah, it's just a decent game. I first played it on the GameCube, and yeah, that's that. The next game, number 314, is LEGO Races. Now, this is going back a long time now, but LEGO games now are just about taking an existing franchise like Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, Marvel, something like that, and having this very particular type of gameplay slapped onto it. I'm not going to speak anything of the quality of those games because I know too little about them, but that's what LEGO games are now. But what LEGO games used to be is that they were more about the creative side of LEGO, what LEGO originally was about, you know, being creative and building things. And this is a typical kart racing game, I suppose you could say. The way that it worked with weapons is that you picked up a LEGO block, whether it be like a red one, which was like the shooting one, like the shooty projectile ones, the yellow ones, which allowed you to drop things behind you, the green ones, which were the speed up ones, and the blue ones, which were the shield. And the way that it worked is that you picked up the white block to sort of level up the type of colour weapon that you had. So the red one, it would be like cannonball, it would go into a grappling hook, and eventually it would turn into something else. And I believe that the last stage was the equivalent of the blue shell. I don't remember exactly what the third one was, or maybe the third one was the grappling hook where you sort of pulled yourself forward. But yeah, there's like these different stages. With the shields, it became just a basic shield, and then the shield sort of got stronger. I don't know exactly how it got stronger over time, but I remember it changed colour, and for example, I might be wrong here, it may be that the first shield, it gets destroyed once it's hit, and the second shield, doesn't get destroyed when it's hit, it's just there for so much time. But I remember the final shield, items bounced back off it. With the yellow ones, you had the oil thing, which caused the player to slip on, whoever it was that landed on it to slip, and then that went to other things, and then finally it went into this curse one, whereby it was like this evil curse where if you drove into it, you would lose control over your car for a bit. And the green one, which was my favourite, was like the turbo ones. It was just faster, faster, faster. But if you got all of the white blocks on top of the green block, you could use it and use this time warp ability where you would just flash through time and you would just appear later in the race. I used to play this game with my uncle quite a lot. This is my uncle who was into racing games, I mentioned when I was talking about Formula 1, and he used to say no time warping, only because he could do it. And I was just like, no, I'm time warping because the game lets me do it, I'm time warping. But yeah, also in this game, you unlock different block sets for different Lego pieces by completing the different levels. So first you had Captain Redbeard, and then you had the Tiki person, Aztec Mayan type character, and you had this alien one and Joan of Arc, and you eventually got to these levels where it was the flipped versions of the previous levels, and the final level was the Rocket Racer, I think. It was called something like Rocket Race. It was the symbol of Lego races, where it was just pure about being the racing champion. And I remember beating that and, yeah, completing those levels and getting all of those things. So yeah, thank you for listening and watching. I realise I went through quite a lot of detail with the games in this list, but you know, we're getting higher on the list, and that's what happens. The higher you get, the more detail you tend to go in. Not always, but it tends to go that way. But I'm just going to end this part here. So thank you for watching, and I will see you all next time. Bye! Hello everyone, welcome back to my top 500 games. And before I get into this part, I am just going to say something. At the end of the last part, I said that I'm going to start covering less games per episode because I will get into more details about each individual game on the list as I get to it. And the reason for that is that the higher up the list we go, the more I'll have to say about each individual game. But I want to point out that this part may be a bit of an exception. And why is that? Well, you'll find out soon enough. But I'm going to just kickstart this list by continuing on from where we are at, which is number 313. Hold on, this is a clump. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Number 313 is The Walking Dead Series 2. If you can't guess already, then I'd be very surprised, but number 312 is The Walking Dead, which is referring to the first series. So this is another purely story-based game, and honestly, as always, I have very little to say about this. But I will say this in advance, and I suppose you could call this a bit of a spoiler, but I think it's such a little spoiler, it doesn't really matter. This is the last time this is happening, as far as I can tell. This is going to be the last purely story-based game, whereby I just talk about how I don't have much to say when it comes to story. But The Walking Dead is, in my experience, the best of these. And honestly, people think that this game is like just pure and utterly amazing. Like it's the best game of the year it came out. It's just amazing in general. And I'm ranking these games at 313 and 312. So obviously I don't think they're all that amazing, really. But here we are. The premise behind The Walking Dead is that it's the apocalypse. You know the story. Everyone's turned into zombies, and it's all about trying to survive. I will say that this game does have emotional moments. I really don't want to be one of those people who says, this game is emotional, oh, it's so immersive, it makes me feel like I'm part of the world. I hate that wishy-washy, non-technical thingamajig stuff. Flowery language. I really hate it when people do that. So I'm just going to get this out of the way now so that I don't have to do this again. But yeah, this game is deeply emotional and it does feelings and stuff and it's really sad. But any specifics that I say would be a spoiler. So again, I'm just going to say if you want to play this, then go ahead. If you want to watch a playthrough it online, also go ahead. I don't mind either way. I'm not one of those people who thinks that you can just watch a Let's Play and that bypasses the need for a game, unless it's a game like this. Like, I can fully understand someone watching the Walking Dead, like a Let's Play of it or something, and then just being satisfied with that. But I think if the game has value in playing it, a Let's Play will not cut it. A Let's Play is good. Let's Players have a particular audience, and people enjoy Let's Plays for a variety of different reasons, but unless your game doesn't really have much value in playing it, then a Let's Play isn't going to override a Let's like playing the game. All this nonsense that Phil Fish is talking about, where he says people are stealing it by watching Let's Plays. If Phil Fish, if you think that people are stealing your game by watching Let's Plays, that's you admitting that your game has nothing to it. I realise I've just gone completely off on a tangent there, possibly my biggest tangent yet, so I will just end this and move on. Number 311 is Aqua Energizer. But hold on, there's actually another, this is a clump, this is a, number 310 is Acnos Energizer. Yeah, two clumps in a row. Strange, isn't it? But the way that both these games work is basically the same. Aqua Energizer is just the same, but with less stuff, I suppose, and it's a slightly different theming. And Acnos Energizer has more stuff, and it has a level editor, which is like its biggest feature. But the way that this game works is, and I will describe this in terms of Acnos Energizer, because that's the one I'm more familiar with, is that you control this electrical alien thingamajiggy, I don't know what it's meant to be, and you can move through these levels up, down, left, right, and you work on a very strict grid-based format. But there's also these green blocks that you can walk through or fly through or push through or whatever to get rid of them. And everything else works on gravity apart from enemies. So the idea is that you want to push all of these battery things into this battery thingy. I don't know what they are. But you want to push all of these things into this final zone thingamajiggy. And the way that you do that is by clearing things out of the way and moving them along. And you also have these rocks that you can use to squish enemies, but you can also use the rocks as platforms to get things across. And you also have exploding barrels you can use to blow up a particular type of soft wall, which really describes what this game is about. It's a puzzle game. You also have keys and stuff, and like I said, my favourite part of this is the fact that you have a level editor and you can play other people's levels. Some of them are obviously going to be terrible, but yeah, I did actually make a string of 10 levels and it was very interesting. I like being creative like that. I always find that when it comes to like creativity and stuff, with gamey creativity, I always find that it has to be like gameplay creativity where you make a level or you set up a challenge for someone to do, you know, something like that, like a level editor or a challenge editor, things like that. But when it comes to like customize your character by changing the thickness of their eyebrows, I do not care at all. I have no value in that. But I did have fun playing these games. Aqua Energizer is basically the same, apart from it doesn't have a editor, if I remember correctly. And it's based underwater and the different set of levels. But the fundamentals are basically the same. Number 309 is Peggle Extreme, and would you believe it? We have another clump. Number 308 is Peggle. 3 clumps in a row. This is really, really strange. But yeah, Peggle is another PopCap game, and I'll actually just describe what differentiates Peggle Extreme from Peggle. And basically, Peggle Extreme is sort of like this mini free version that was on Steam. And it's sort of Valve-based. Like, you have Team Fortress 2 base levels and all that, and it's more about, it has a much more war setting to it, where, you know, you'll have like gunshot bullet holes and all that sort of stuff, but the game is fundamentally the same. But the way that Peggle works is that you have a level full of these different pegs, and each one of them is either one of a few colours. So the blue ones are just there to get in your way and give you points. The orange ones are the ones you need to complete the level. If you hit all of the orange ones in a level, you complete the level, or rather the level will end, and then once the ball lands into the final pot at the bottom, your score will be added up. The purple ones, which will constantly move around, like different blue pegs will constantly switch to different purple ones, they give you extra points. And the green ones, which are also randomly distributed, it's all random, all the colours are randomly distributed, but the green ones give you power-ups. And the power-up that you use is dependent on which character you have selected. So for example, the initial character that you have on the first of the levels is Bjorn the Unicorn. And I've only just noticed the pun there. Bjorn the Unicorn. Yeah, so Bjorn's power is that the next 2 shots or so will have the super guide to it, so that you can see exactly where the ball will land and where it will bounce and all that. Gives you a bit more indication of how the ball will react. There are also other characters, such as there's the Sunflower, who will activate a bunch of orange ones. You have the Alien that will cause an explosion that will allow you to get a few nearby. There's the Crab that will allow you to use its claws as flippers. There's the Squirrel, who's cool, which makes the ball split up into a multi-ball once you hit one of the green ones. And you have the sort of, is it like a gerbil or something? I don't know, like this Egyptian gerbil thingy, which will allow the pot at the bottom, which is what saves the ball when it lands. It will turn that into a sort of pyramid shape so that you can bounce it off the side, so it gives you a bit more leeway with that. There's the pumpkin one. I may be mistaken here, but I believe there's a pumpkin one whereby if it falls through the bottom the first time, it will appear back at the top one, so you kind of like have 2 goes in one. There's the dragon, which allows you to turn it into this giant fireball that will just blaze through the pegs. And I'm maybe missing a few here, but they're all the ones I remember, apart from the final one, which is this owl, who is sort of like this mystic owl who basically takes your shot and slightly improves it. So say you shoot in one direction and it will calculate for you that you would have been better off shooting off in this slightly different angle, and then it will shoot it off in that angle for you. The thing is with Peggle is that it's one of those really strange games whereby it feels like it's heavily luck-based, but it's possible to imagine someone being really, really skilled at it by knowing exactly all the trajectories of the ball and the way that it bounces and everything. And also, an interesting thing I find about the final character, the owl, is that character is basically completely useless if you are the best player in the world, or if you are one of the best players in the world. It seems like a more of a newbie one, I suppose, although I suppose newbie could count for most people considering how hard it would be to be able to predict every trajectory of every shot in the game. But okay, whatever. Number 307 is A Bug's Life on the PlayStation. This game gets so much hate. Like, I remember I watched Kadikarus's review, and I think well, maybe not a review of the game, but I remember he mentioned it once, and he was saying how this game has gotten like 1s out of 10s from like reviews and stuff. And to be honest, it's not that great, but I liked it. It's basically a 3D platform game where you go through the film of A Bug's Life. The main things that stick with me about this game is that you can collect different power-ups for the different seeds. So you can pick up these seeds, which of course, compared to the characters of A Bug's Life, the seeds are big things that you hold up and plant in the ground, like really, really big things. And you can change the colour of them, and the colour of them determines its different like game abilities. So like the blue one allows you to bounce. So like the first stage of the blue one allows you to bounce on a mushroom, and then you eventually can upgrade that to one that propels you upwards. And this is reminding me a lot of Lego races for some reason, with the different colours and how they level up. The green ones will turn them into leaves that you can use as platforms, but I remember the second stage of the leaves is actually a platform that's too high for you to jump up onto from the bottom, and then you could eventually upgrade that one to higher ones where you do have the platform to jump from the bottom up to the top. And you also have the purple ones, which will upgrade your berries, because the berries are basically your weapons that you throw against enemies. Red ones are basically like the very core basic berries that you can throw just to destroy enemies. Then you have the blue ones, which I think can destroy grasshoppers because the red ones can't. Then you eventually get like green ones or purple ones that can home in on enemies, like you throw them and they sort of seek in on their enemies. There's a few goals for each level. The main one I remember was collecting the letters F, L, I, and K to spell Flick, which is the main character's name. And this was one of those games whereby it feels like it had more going to it than what you would expect of a game of this stature. Like, you would expect just like, you know, a random film-based game to just be a series of levels connecting the film together, which granted this is, but I thought it did have some creativity with the whole planting the seeds and using and utilizing different types of plants. And I do remember, like, you know, these different levels. Like, the one that sticks in my mind the most is one where you are going across. It's sort of like a canyon, but of course, it's not really a canyon, it's like a canyon relative to a bug, but the way that you play it is that you go through all these like little cracks in the ground, and it sort of splits off, and you have to collect the different power-ups and stuff, and then like use them to get to different areas in the different level to continue on different paths and stuff. I'm going to have to go and watch a Let's Play of this game, I tell you. Number 306 is Earth Defense Force 2017, and I realised that when this game came out, 2017 was in the future, and this is, relative to me recording this, it's still in the future, but not far in the future. Strange. It reminds me of when it passed the 31st of October, is it? Or the 25th of, or whatever it was. That day in October that Marty McFly goes to in Back to the Future 2, and now we've passed that day. Yeah, but whatever. Earth Defense Force 2017. I sort of describe this game as kind of like a Dynasty Warriors Light type game, because the idea is you have these levels where there really isn't much to it, but you have these levels where you've got all these aliens flying in from everywhere, and your basic goal is just shoot all the aliens. You go around with whatever weapons you took in with you, and you just got to shoot all the aliens, and they all drop little power-ups. So you might get health, you might get armor upgrades, and I just remember how like picking up an armor upgrade increases your max health by 1, but you at 1 being really, really small, but you just collected so many over time because they just drop all over the place. And you have to repeat levels and then go to like other levels to get more armor upgrades and stuff. It's just that core idea of leveling up and stuff to its very, very bare basics, I suppose. And I didn't play this game too much, but I like that. I also seem to remember that this game had like the most bare basics that you could have with achievements. Like, it was like 10 achievements, like 100 points each for completing certain levels or collecting so many weapons. Number 305 5 is Sonic Spinball. This is a game on the Mega Drive, and I did have this on the Mega Drive. Unlike Sonic 3D, which is one of the Sonic Spinball game, Sonic spin-off games. See, spin-off, Spinball sounds too similar. That's why I get my words mixed up. But yeah, this is another one of those Sonic spin-off games, Sonic Spinball, and from what I remember of what I've been told is that this game was produced by the Western division of Sonic rather than the Japanese division, which is why it looks really strange. I don't know if it's just me, but the animation and stuff on Sonic looks really, really groggy and cheap, but whatever. The idea is that it's a pinball machine, and the aim is to go around and collect all of the Chaos Emeralds. Usually I would say there's 7 Chaos Emeralds, but there's loads of them in this game because it's the aim of the game, and there's like multiple of them in each level. But it's sort of like this elaborate pinball machine. If you imagine each individual stage has several different segments to it. So if I talk about the first stage, for example, the Toxic Caves, you have this bottom part whereby you hit the switches to drain the acid from the, or toxic rather, from the thing above it, which is where one of the emeralds are, and then you have to go up through the pipes to the other areas so that you can go around, so that you could then fall into the barrel that will allow you to paddle across, and then jump into it and then get the Chaos Emerald that way. And there are also parts where you had to move switches around so that when you landed on this go-kart, not this go-kart, this mine-cart, big difference there, and you could slide along and you could go along to different paths to where the other emeralds were. And then once you did, you managed to get to the top of the level whereby you could fight the boss of the stage, which is basically Dr. Robotnik, but Dr. Robotnik has this new robot form and it makes this weird noise, and yeah, that's how each level went. But I think the main thing that sticks in most people's minds about this game, and the thing that sticks in my mind as well, is that this game is really hard. Unlike Sonic in general, which I consider to be really easy, this game is really hard. And there's only 4 levels, like 4 levels total, and you just have to do all 4 of these levels. I've since discovered that there's particular tricks that you can do in order to rack up points and get loads of lives, but I never knew this at the time that I played it. And you also have these bonus stages where you are literally Sonic playing at a pinball machine. You've got to like hit all the targets and stuff. But yeah, the difficulty of this game really spikes up. So you go through these different levels, and the 4th level I believe is called the Showdown, and the levels, from what I can remember, just get massive, and the error margin that you can make is tiny. Like, you'll have these massive pits and you can't fail. Like, you've just got to do it, and like, it's just really, really hard. And there's all these different mechanisms and different machines and different paths that you can go to get all these different emeralds, and then eventually you've got to just keep on going until you can complete the final boss and then complete the game. And my claim to fame about this game is that I have completed this game once. I completed this game once. Never before that had I completed it, and I've never completed it since. So yeah, that's that. I'm going to end this part here. So thank you all for listening and watching, and I will see you all in the next part. So goodbye. Hi everyone, welcome back to my top 500 games, and we are continuing on right now from number 304, which is N+. This is a game that I played on the Xbox 360. I don't know if it was available on other systems, I'm really not sure, but I played it on the Xbox 360. And I was actually introduced to this game through my friend Alex, who I know from university. And, well, I didn't have a Xbox 360 at the time, but I eventually did get one in 2010, and that's when I got this game. And basically, it's sort of like a 2D platformer, apart from you have loads of very small levels and very, very basic graphics. It's like the walls are grey and the background is like a lighter grey. It's like that type of graphics. But you play as this ninja character, and you have to sort of jump around, and I'm just describing the basics of a platform game here, but it was a lot about the physics of the game. So the angle of which you jumped off the floor and the speed that you were at when you ran and jumped. There was a lot of focus on that, and so in order to fit through like specific gaps, you had to make sure that you ran at a certain speed, and the floor that you jumped off was at a certain angle so that you could jump through and collect the items. You basically had to collect all of these little dots and then just make it to the end of the level. It's a very basic game in concept, but it's also interesting enough, I think, that when you do play this game, you do have to consider all of those different angles and all that sort of stuff. Number 303. Now, this is a game that I have heard people speak really negatively about because of how simple it is and how basic it is. But I have a story about this game, and I think I may have mentioned this in one of the earlier parts as well, because this game is Alleyway. Alleyway is a game on the original Game Boy, and it's a very, very basic bat and ball game. So you play as a little bat, and you've got this ball that like goes down and bounces up, and you have to break all of the bricks, like a breakout style game. Now, my story behind this game is that this was one of the first original 3 Game Boy games that I got on my 10th birthday in 1998. Because I mentioned before that I got F1 Race, which I've already talked about in the previous part. I got this weird American football game that I didn't understand how to play. And I got Alleyway. And of the 3, Alleyway is probably the one I played the most. The way that this game is structured is that all the levels comes in sets of 3s. So you've got the first level, which is just this basic block of bricks, and the way that it works is that hitting a white brick gives you 1 point, then a slightly darker grey gives you about 2 points, and then the last darker brick gives you 3 points. And you have to clear out all the bricks. But the first level was just that single block, and then the second level was the same, apart from the whole block moved to the side. So it was like constantly scrolling and constantly repeating as this pattern was moving across the screen. And then the third level was the same again, apart from after so many times the ball hit the paddle, the whole level went down. So it kind of closed in on you. But when it got to a certain point in the level, the bricks just disappeared. So they couldn't actually fall into you, but it just dropped as you kept hitting the ball. After every 3 stages, there was the bonus stage, which is basically a pattern of a Nintendo character. So it might be Mario or it might be a Koopa. At the time, I didn't understand all these Mario references. I knew who Mario was, but I didn't understand all the references. But the way that it works is that on these bonus stages, the ball actually goes through the bricks rather than bounces off them. And you'll have like a minute or so try to break all of the bricks, and the music speeds up the further you go through. And if you do it all, you get an extra life, and then you'll go to the next set of 3 levels, which goes through the same pattern again, like a different setup. So like the stage 4 is this particular setup, and then stage 5 is the same setup, but things are scrolling across, and then the third setup, which is stage 6, will be the same but falling down again. Although the variations are that when you do have these scrolling along levels, it's not always just the whole thing scrolling to the left. Sometimes you'll have parts scrolling in different directions or parts scrolling at different speeds. And when it comes to the levels that drop, sometimes you'll have levels whereby it will drop and then more will come. It'll start repeating the pattern, or it'll repeat the pattern, but things will be flipped around and stuff. And also what you have in this game is that if the ball hits the roof of the stage, the paddle will shrink to a smaller size. So you want to try to avoid that. But the first 3 levels actually have this solid wall blocking off the top of the stage. So you can't actually get that until you do get to stage 4, whereby that can happen. Now the reason that I rank this game, and I know I said right at the start when I was talking about the rules, I do rate this game higher than Hyperboloid HD, even though many could say that Hyperboloid HD has, again, I did that when I said talking about flight control. Hyperboloid HD. Anyway, yeah, that game does have more to it. It does have more types of bricks, has more types of power-ups and stuff. But what I found with Hyperboloid HD is that it's so easy to just do a string of levels and then be done with the game. Whereas what I liked about this game, and I suppose this is more of an old school typey thing with these old games, is that when you play a game, you actually start from the beginning and you actually have to try to get to the end of the game. And if you lose and run out of lives, you have to start again. So I have many fond memories of, just keep trying and trying and trying, just trying to get that perfect run through. Whereas with a game like Hyperboloid HD, you just have to do it and then that's it, if you get what I mean. I also have memories of playing this game on the balcony when we went to Ibiza in 1998, which is also, I talked about that in Kirby's Dream Land. And I did complete this game once. I remember being sat down in the living room, my uncle Darren was there, and I was playing it, and I completed the last level, and it has a picture of Mario, and he says, "Well done," and I was proud of myself. The game actually just continue on from that point. You just start the game again, but it's called level whatever the number is for the next level. But that's Alleyway. Number 302 is Arkanoid Live. Now, I want to point out this is a very similar game to Alleyway, but it's kind of like a more advanced version. But I got this on the Xbox 360, and so everything that I've basically talked about with Alleyway, well, no, that's not true. Not everything applies here, obviously, but the rules, the basic rules apply. It's a bat and ball game, but what makes this game stand out is that you have different variations with different types of blocks. So sometimes you'll have blocks that take multiple hits. So you have to hit them and then you have to hit them again. You also have different power-ups that you can collect. Sometimes when you hit a block, a power-up will drop and you can go into it and collect it, and then you will get whatever the power-up is. It might be a larger paddle or a multi-ball thing or whatever. And I actually have a memory of playing an Arkanoid game in school, but when I say that, it wasn't necessarily as part of the school, just on the computers at school. This is all the way back in primary school. Sometimes we'd have these things where in the main hall we'd have all these different, you could call them attractions I suppose, all set up around the hall, and you had to go around and pay to do things. It was basically like a fundraiser for the school. So sometimes you'd have like this thing of sand with matchsticks in, and you paid like 50 pence for a turn, and if you pulled out the right matchstick with the right end on, you won a prize, things like that. And there was an Arkanoid game there as well, apart from you controlled it with the mouse, and I remember, because it was a computer game, I was like, I want to play that one. So I managed to get a go, but because you were playing with the mouse, and I was so confused about playing like with a mouse on this weird game, it felt really strange. I don't think I did very well on it. Also, just a side note, and I know this has got nothing to do with Arkanoid, but I just wanted to mention it. There was one of these times where we did have one of these little fundraisers. It might have been the same one. We did have these little fundraisers in the main hall, and I actually won a prize because there was this grid of squares, and you had to guess where Santa was in the grid. So you got paid 50 pence for a turn. I paid £1, and you could write your name in a square per turn that you bought, and whoever got the closest won. And I won by writing my name in the most mathematically optimal spaces. No other kid would do that, but I did, and I won. So I got a singing Santa Claus thingy. But whatever, that's just enough of that. Number 301 is Dragon Quest Swords. This is one of the very few Wii games that I actually had. This is basically taking the Dragon Quest formula and mixing it in with the Wii type gameplay thing with the whole motion controls with the stick. And what I remember about it was that you just went forward, and it was kind of like an on-rails game, like an on-rails shooter, so to speak. Apart from instead of shooting, you just swung the Wiimote and you hit the enemies that way. And you also could press the B button to raise your shield, and there would be points on the screen where it would say like the enemy's going to attack here, so you can like raise your shield and block it, and your shield would be damaged over time the more that you blocked. And you could, in Dragon Quest fashion, get experience points and level up, and you could buy new equipment, and you could also power up your allies that you took with you, all that lovely RPG kind of stuff. I also remember seeing that one of the shields that you could get was a spoon, and I remember seeing videos on YouTube of someone just playing through and using the spoon as the shield. So the idea is that the spoon has a very small blocking area, so you have to be very precise with it, but I don't know if there's any long-term benefits that comes with using a spoon. It was just quite funny, I suppose. Maybe it's just a joke, I don't know. But yeah, there's that. That's one of the very few Wii games I've ever had. And that does it for the first 200 games on the list. We are on to number 300, and I've got to say that so far this has been great. First 200 down, got another 300 to go. We're almost halfway, almost to the 250 point. Looking forward to it. I'm just to say that yeah, I am excited to get to these higher games, and so I am just happy that we have gotten to this point. So let's not stop. Let's continue on to number 300, and that is Rayman 3 Hoodlum Havoc. I got this game quite late actually, and when I say late, what I mean is relative to how much I was playing platform games at this time, because I was well past the point where I was playing RPGs and I wasn't playing platform games as much. But I figured to myself, you know what, I haven't played Rayman 3, I'm going to get Rayman 3, and so I did. What I found with Rayman 3 is, and this applies to quite a few other platform games that kind of started on the PS1 style type era and moved on a bit. There's a couple other games that do this, is where they try to, how do I put this? Not so much take themselves too seriously, but they sort of believe that they have to be silly, and so they really play it up. If you look at certain games, like PS1 games, platformers, you know they're silly because that's just the way that they are, but Rayman 3 is one of those games whereby it felt that it had to be silly as part of its thing. And I know some people think that it's funny because it has these jokes in it, but to me, I didn't really like that. It's a 3D platform, it's a 3D Rayman game, and what stood out to me about this game, as opposed to the other 3D Rayman games, was that you collected points in this fashion that you got extra points for building up a combo, and you had to go around and collect these yellow gem things, and the more that you got in a row built up a combo. Also, there wasn't really like an overworld level select thing, and I always find that when games do that, it makes it rather hard to contextualize things. Like if you have a game where you got a level select and you can move between the levels and all that, then it kind of makes it easier to understand where levels are relative to each other and stuff. But when it's just you complete level, then you go through a doorway, and then the screen will say the name of the next area, I find it a lot harder to remember the different places, and I really find it difficult to remember the specific levels. And that is the case with this game. But it does have the basic Rayman things. You've got your enemies, you've got your punching ability, you've got your helicopter ability. You also can get different power-ups which will allow you to do the different things, like grabbing onto the purple lumps, which was strange how it was like a temporary power-up in this game as opposed to like a permanent one. But there were also silly like mini-games and all that along the way, like where you would be in this tube thing, I don't know how to describe it, and you have to like jump along these platforms as you're constantly rushing forward. And you did have to save tinsies to get like extra power and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, it was a fun game. I just find that it wasn't very memorable as a whole. But I do remember one part that does stick out to me was the area where there were invisible platforms, but their reflections were visible. So you had these invisible platforms, but you could only tell where they were by their reflection. It was strange, but I liked it. Number 299 is Asterix for the PlayStation. I believe this is one of those games that wasn't released outside of Europe, or maybe just wasn't released in America or something, I don't know. I'm not too sure about that, but this game is basically Risk. That is what it is. I didn't really understand that at the time because I didn't know what Risk was. But the way that it works is that you have France and you have to basically take over France, or at least liberate France, or something to do with France. And you have the three characters. There's one character that I don't know the name of, who's kind of like this professor type guy, and you use him to pour liquid into these cauldrons on each of these different tiles. And then, again, I may be mixing this up, it's been ages since I've played this, but you use either Asterix or Obelisk to then move pieces around between the grids. So you might have 10 units on this space and 4 units on that other space next to it. You can move some around. And then you use the other character, who I think was Obelisk, to then take those, and you could attack the different squares, and the more soldiers that you took, the more likely you were to win. It was basically Risk. But what made it different from Risk, really, was that there are certain tiles on the map where if you try to take over them, you would have to complete this platform level. It was just like a platform game. But it was strange because you would think it would just be a platform game, but no. It was this strategy game where you took over the individual spaces. And I did complete this game, and I did quite enjoy this game. One thing I remember always doing was making sure that all of my units were on the outside, as far out as they could be. So there was no point of having any on the inside. Like, if you've got one space that's completely surrounded by other ones, you may as well just put your extra units in the areas around it that are touching the enemies' areas. Number 298 is Need for Speed Pro Street. I don't really have too much to say about this game, but I got this on the PS2, and I got this game at quite a late date. I got it when I was well into my RPG phase, and I was really into, RPGs at that time. But I thought to myself, I haven't played a racing game for a while. I just felt like getting a racing game. And I was with my dad one day, because it was a Sunday, and we were always seeing our dad on Sundays. And then we went to HMV, and I bought this game, Need for Speed Pro Street. And then we went to my nana's house, and there was at the time a PS2 at my nana's house. And the reason for that, and that sounds a bit strange, but the reason for that is because we went there every so often. We went there quite a lot, and so my dad had recently inherited a PS2 from his wife's oldest son, but it's going to be complicated. But yeah, basically there was a PS2 at my nana's house, and that's where I first played it, and I was just thinking, you know, it's nice to play a racing game again. I mostly remember getting to a point where I couldn't really progress because it got too hard. I think you had to like repeat races so you could get money or something to grind for points or whatever so you could upgrade, but it did get to a point where I felt it got too hard. Number 297 is Need for Speed Carbon on the City. Now this is the PSP version of Need for Speed Carbon, and again, I know it's another Need for Speed game on this list right after the previous one, but this game in particular, I like the open world nighttime theme to it. There was different things to do. I remember you had the story which was like all these dark comic strip things, and I quite like that. And I also remember in this world you had to find the different crates to burst open. So it was like a collectible thing. And I think this was probably my first experience of a racing game where you did that, where you actually went around and found collectibles or things to break. And I remember scouring the city for these different crates to break, and I remember finding so many and then just not being able to find them, but sometimes you'd find that extra one somewhere, and yeah. But also, when it comes to racing games, for some reason I like cities at nighttime. Generally I don't like games where it's too dark so that you can't see, so racing games where it goes from night to dark, I generally just prefer it being night to dark. Did I just say night to dark? I meant light to dark. So light to dark, and generally I just prefer it being light because it's easy to see. But if it's centered around it being dark and, you know, you can see clearly, I really like that. But yeah, I'm just going to end this here. So thank you for listening. I will see you all next time. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to my top 500 games. We are currently at number 296, and I don't know how you're meant to pronounce this, but I will say it how I pronounce it, and that is Eastwat City Under Siege. Is that how you pronounce it? I presume it's not ESWAT, because that just sounds strange, but okay, whatever. This is a Mega Drive game that, once again, I did not play on the Mega Drive. It was the Ultimate Mega Drive Collection as to how I played this game originally. It's sort of like one of those shooting platformy style games where you go through the levels with not too much in the way of platforms, really. It's more so to do with being able to aim your shots and be able to duck so that you can dodge bullets and get out of the way, and it's pretty nice. I don't really have too much to say about this game because my experience is limited, but I am basing this off my experience that I did play when I was on the Mega Drive Collection. So yeah, this was a fun game to play. Number 295 is another game that I haven't played too much, but I'm basing this off what I have played, and that is WRC 3 FIA World Rally Championship. This is a racing game basically, but from what I played there wasn't really as much racing in it in terms of racing against other cars. It was more about beating the timer, and there is sort of like this audio that plays when you play this game, which is kind of like instructions saying that there's this type of corner coming up at this. A bit like when I was talking about V-Rally and I was saying that you have moments where it says easy left, hard right, apart from this voice is actually speaking to you and saying like, oh, there's a so-and-so degree turn at so-and-so feet. So it kind of feels like it was more of a training thing more than anything else, which is unusual, I suppose. But I did enjoy the amount that I did play, and I got this game from PS Plus. I don't remember if I mentioned that, and if I did, I've just mentioned it again. Going through these games a little bit faster than what I have been in the last couple of parts, but that's okay. It's just that I don't have as much experience with these games, and the same is true for the next game on the list. Number 294 is Skate 3. Skate 3 is actually a game that my brother got by complete accident because he went somewhere to buy Skate, and it was in a second-hand shop, so it was very cheap, and Skate was a pretty old game at this point, so he went and bought it, and he ended up being given Skate 3 by mistake, but he was happy that he got Skate 3 just because Skate 3 was a more expensive game. Kind of like how one time when I got my my Xbox 360, one of the games I bought was Fable 2, and they accidentally gave me the anniversary edition thing, but whatever. Skate 3 is one of those skateboarding games that sort of marketed itself off the idea of realistic physics and stuff. And when it comes to things like skateboarding and all that, I've got to say I like the realism aspect. I like the realism when it comes to racing games as well. Not because I'm one of those people who's like, ooh, check out the detail on this bonnet. No, not at all. I just find them more interesting, I suppose. I don't know really, but yeah. The realism aspect of this game did make it feel good when you were able to pull off certain tricks, and it did feel that everything was rather difficult. Like with actual skateboarding, I suppose, although I'm not one to argue that realism makes a game good because I think that's a stupid thing, but I think that if you add a bit of difficulty to something, you do kind of have that weight to your actions, but that's not necessarily the case in all instances. It's kind of hard to explain, so I'm not going to try to explain it anymore. What I didn't like about this game so much was, one, that everything seemed really condensed, and condensation is something that is happening. It's just a trend amongst games overall. I may have to talk about this another time, but the idea is with games condensing is the idea that challenges are getting shorter but more frequent. So you basically have these parts where it's like, do this trick on this rail, and you're given a specific amount of time to do the trick on the rail, or something like that, as opposed to having a list of goals, as to what like an early Tony Hawk game would do. So that whole do this in this very specific way thing is something that I'm not a particular fan of. And just to actually, I will just make a little side note when it comes to this. When people say things like newer games give you more freedom to do the things the way that you want them to, what they actually mean by that is that when it is condensed, like a game like this, what they mean is that the challenges are laid out such that you have a choice of all of these different challenges that you can do. But the challenges themselves are very, very strict and very specific, and the idea is you want to be able to eventually do them all anyway. So freedom in terms of your direct choices that the game presents you with, maybe, but freedom in terms of how you deal with things, not so much. But yeah, I did actually find this game really hard to control at times. Sometimes you would do like a little flick, and because the little flick that you did wasn't exactly right on the right analog stick, you might end up doing something that you didn't intend to do. That was very common, I found, and that was something that's a big down thing for me. Number 293 is Rock Band 2. Now, I did go through a phase where I was really into these types of guitar rhythm style games, but the thing is with Rock Band 2 is that I didn't play this game as much, and I know the thing about Rock Band and the thing that they really tried to emphasize with it was that you could play different instruments and stuff, and that's when I think it just got over the top. I mean, to me, the guitar was enough, and I liked that, but I didn't really bother with the other parts of it because I just couldn't be bothered. But I think that these games are generally as good as the songs are for the most part. One good point that Rock Band 2 does have, and I suppose you could see this as a bad point depending on how you look at it, but one thing that was quite nice is that it has DLC, quite a lot of it as well, so you could get quite a wide variety of music for this game, including a couple of Rancid songs, which I really like, and believe it was Rock Band 2, where you could get my favourite Less Than Jake song, Younger Lungs, and yeah, that's good because I love that song. But Rock Band was kind of marketed as a more advanced Guitar Hero, I think, but I didn't really see it as such. I just saw it as like an alternative, I suppose. Number 292 is Phantasy Star 2. This is a game that I did not play on the Mega Drive, or was it the Master System? I believe this one was the Mega Drive, wasn't it? But that doesn't matter because I played it on the Xbox 360 on one of the Xbox Live arcade games, and my standards for RPGs was a lot higher at this point. I feel that Phantasy Star 2 is an example of a really, really primitive RPG. And when I say primitive, I don't mean random battles, turn-based battles, because people saying that's primitive is just stupid, right? What I mean is things such as the lack of depth in range of abilities and just the way that everything was so unclear. But saying that, I still did have fun with this game. There's just something satisfying about an RPG where you start the game off, you're level 1, and there's a world out there for you to go and conquer, and you go out fighting bees or slime or whatever it is at the beginning and getting a few experience points and getting to that level 2 so that you're a little bit better and you've got some more money so you can buy that little bit better sword. There's something just really nice about that. I didn't really get too far. I remember getting to a dungeon and it had all these teleporters and I just got lost. I just did not know what was going on. But I did enjoy the bit that I did play of it, and I thought the battle theme was really nice. But then RPG battle themes are usually really nice anyway. So we've just had a few games whereby I've not had much to say about them, and I think that's been a bit of a shame. But this next game, number 291, is Echo the Dolphin, and this is a game that I did have on the Mega Drive. And again, like with Space Harrier 2, I have no idea how I got this or why I got it or anything. I just remember that I did get it. But this was a very strange game. I remember being quite fascinated when I first played this about just being like this sea creature, because obviously you're a dolphin. But I remember at the beginning of the game, you could press the A button, I think it is, to send out like these sonic waves so that you could communicate with things. And then you talk to this whale, and this whale would say something. And I just remember sitting there with my dad, and he would tell me about how these different animals communicate and stuff. And I remember I was quite fascinated in that this was a game that was very different in that how most games were focused around, most games are just like either you got to get all the stuff or you got to beat all the bad guys. But this game, it was kind of different, and I think that now when people say that, oh, this game is so good because there isn't any combat, I think that's just silly. But when I was such a young age, it was quite an interesting thing to see, I guess. Kind of like when I was playing Lionheart and my dad was telling me about, like, oh, something happened and he turned into a lion or whatever, and I remember finding that a bit freaky. Kind of the same thing in this regards, apart from it was more to do with how I found it interesting and not necessarily freaky. But it was freaky at the start of the game when you jump into the sky, all of the sea life gets sucked up just out of nowhere, and that kind of caught me off guard. As for the game itself, you're a dolphin, you've got to swim around, you can zoom forward to hit into enemies, you could also send out these sonic waves to speak to the other creatures, as I've already said. But also, you had to jump out of the water to get air, and sometimes there were parts where you had to jump over a rock in order to go from one part of the level to the other. And I enjoyed that. I suppose you could say I enjoyed the graciousness of this game. I don't know if graciousness is a word. Gracefulness, that's the right word. There's me being the exact opposite of graceful by just making up words that sound clunky and all that, but whatever. And there you go. I remember one of the early levels, you were in this really deep underwater part where you couldn't escape from the top, but you had like these little pockets of air and through all these different like tunnels and stuff, and that was quite interesting. This is another one of those games where I have strong memories of it, but I feel like I just have to go and watch a Let's Play or something, just to refresh my memory and see how accurate my memories are and stuff. Sometimes you see something that you haven't seen for a long time, and even though it's very much how you remember it, it's strange seeing it. Like, I feel like that's the case here. But I did get to a level, I believe it was called the Ocean, where what happened there was it was just a large body of water, and I don't know what you're meant to do. I just remember trying to get to the end and failing every time. So I don't know. Also, what was quite strange is that many years later, my friend Bridge, who is a friend who I met in secondary school, I used to go to his house quite a lot, and we used to play games and stuff, and I used to talk to him about games. But Echo the Dolphin was a game that I used to talk to his mother about. That was quite different. Number 290 is Chrome. Not Google Chrome, just a game called Chrome that was out on the Amiga, and it's been quite a long time since we've seen one of these Amiga games, hasn't it? But this was a game that I got one Christmas. I believe this was the Christmas that came after the Christmas that I got my Amiga, which would have made it Christmas of 1993, I think. But yeah, I got this game, and it probably would have been one of those games where it came on a floppy disk with multiple other games and you had to press one of the F keys to activate this particular game. What this game is it's a platformer. It's rather atmospheric in the fact that it's got no music, but you can just hear the wind. Very, very simple graphically, but you control this ball and you just have to get to the end of the level. You have a limited amount of time to get to the end of the level, and there are things that hurt you, sort of like hurt your time. So it's kind of like your time and your health is the same thing that just keeps draining. You also have these different panels that you can walk over that will make you bounce or will make you stick to the floor or will drain your health, and you also have bullets that you have a limited amount of, and so you have to get to the end of the level. And you can play this game multiple players, but that's just, taking turns. So you have the first player who's the chrome ball with the blue circle in it, and player 2 is the chrome ball with the yellow circle in it. And basically you just gotta be careful. It's one of those games where it's not so much about making giant leaps or going fast or jumping all over the place. It's more about taking your time and being careful, but not taking your time, being aware of the timer going down, but, just being careful. And I did like that. Although I think probably at that time I didn't really notice it because, it was just a brand new game. Wow, new games, yeah, amazing. But I remember specifically I would complete the first level. This was on Christmas. I'd complete the first level and then I would go to my parents and I'd say, guess the password. I'd say, guess the password for the level. And all the passwords in this game were 5-letter words. So the password for the first level was start. I don't know why the first level needs a password. And the password for the second level was truth. Truth. But I thought it said tough, because I wasn't very good at reading. I was never good at that stuff. And I did like an impression. I was like, guess what the password for level 2 is? And I sort of like flexed my muscles and stuff. And they said muscles. And I went, no, it's tough. And they were saying, that doesn't like have 5 letters or something. And I said Truth, like, oh, truth. That's a little fond memory of mine. I also remember eventually my friend Matthew and I would try to guess passwords. So I think one of the passwords that we managed to guess was paper. P-A-P-E. I don't know why I'm spelling out these words for you. You should know how to spell these. But we just guessed paper and it's like, yep, that's a level. Fun times. Fun memories. But less about fond memories, and let's talk about something a lot more recent. Number 289 is Peggle 2! Yeah, that everyone remembers that, I hope. But yeah, Peggle 2 I got on the PS4, and as I'm recording this, I'm still in the middle of it. I have completed all of the main stages now, the bonus stages, and I have all the tasks to do. But the way that this game works is, I've explained Peggle before. I've explained the Peggle earlier, where you've got the orange pegs and you've got the blue pegs, and you have to destroy all the orange pegs, and if you hit the green pegs, you will activate the character's ability. And you have different characters this time round. You have the boulder guy, I don't remember his name, where he throws a boulder which breaks through all the pegs. You have the Sasquatch, who will make it so that when you hit a peg, it will knock other pegs. And there's a few similarities with some of them. There's the electric guy who will zap other pegs when you hit them. There's this little skeleton girl who will make all of the blue pegs invisible so that when you shoot it will go through the blue pegs but still like hit them along the way. And you have the DLC characters who you have the skateboarding squirrel. But what I don't like about the squirrel this time around is that because everything's more themed on the characters, what I really am not liking is that when you do hit one of the green pegs as the squirrel, or I said no, not squirrel. It's like a gopher type or a beaver. I forget which one. It's something like that. But what I find annoying is that it starts playing this annoying dubstep music because he's cool or something and he skateboards. I don't know. But the other DLC character is like this fairy bird who will turn random blue pegs into purple pegs, which increases the amount of points that you get from hitting them, which is very useful. And I actually don't like it when DLC is actually useful. It kind of resembles microtransactions that way, but I got the Ultimate Edition of Peggle 2 when it was on my PS Plus sale, which is why I have them. But that is very useful for the different challenges, because the way that it works now is that all the levels will have 3 goals to them. As long as you complete the level once, you can then replay the level, selecting any character that you want. But you have all of these different goals that you have to accomplish. So there might be one which is score so many points, or clear out all the pegs, or something like that. And the idea is you want to try to clear out all the goals on every level. But it's a bit more expansive, I suppose, than the original Peggle because of that. But also there's these bonus rounds where you've got a very specific challenge to do. So it might be destroy all these pegs in one ball, or it might be you have 3 balls to destroy all these pegs, but the pegs are moving around really quickly. But you also have these extra stages once you've completed the main bunch of levels, which is set like in space, and the idea is that these are the extra hard levels that will take extra skill for you to complete. And there is actually no default character, so you actually have the responsibility of picking a good character for those levels, as opposed to being guided by having levels set up for specific characters to be more beneficial than others. But yeah, I'm going to end this here, so thank you for watching, everyone. I will see you in the next part, where we will continue on with number 288, and I'll see you then, so goodbye. Hi everyone, and welcome back to my top 500 games, and we are continuing on right now from number 288, and this is a game that I don't really have much to say about it. This game is Sega Rally. Now, I'm specifically talking about the PSP version here because that's the version that I had. I also had the Xbox 360 version, but what I seem to remember about that was that I just couldn't control the car with any sort of traction at all. You would just turn slightly a little bit to the left and then it would whiz out of control. Then you turn slightly a little bit to the right and the same thing would happen again in the opposite direction. But the game that I played the most of, or rather the version I played the most of, was the version that was on the PSP, which seemed to be pretty much the same type thing as the 360 version, apart from I could control it. That was the big bonus to that, I suppose, even though it's not really a bonus. But this game is kind of like a sort of sequel, spiritual successor, or sort of a spin-off of the V-Rally game that I mentioned earlier, even though I do know that Sega Rally was an actual game from ages ago. That's the game where it goes, game over, yeah! That one. Yeah, that's not the version that I've played, so I'm imagining that V-Rally is a spin-off of this game or something, I imagine. But yeah, I used to play this on the PSP, and it's a racing game. But what's interesting really, and I suppose this is kind of the opposite of interesting actually, is that I really don't have much to say about it. I just played this on my PSP, I played it in my nana's house, I remember specifically sitting in the kitchen and playing on it. And I just remember having a good old time doing races on the PSP. That's the main point of this. So really, I don't have much to say about this game, so I am just going to swiftly move on. Number 287 is a very strange game, and I'll just preface this by saying that if any of you have played this, I'll be very surprised, unless, I suppose, if you went to a secondary school in the UK around the early 2000s, I would say there's a chance that you've played this game. Otherwise, I can't imagine any of you ever played this game, because this is quite an anomaly. This is a game called Prime Solver, and if any of you did go to school in the UK during those times, I imagine some of you are going, oh yes, I remember that, and the rest of you are going, what? What's this? Basically, it was a piece of software that came on a particular brand of computer. It was the Acorn computers that we had in the school, and the best way I can describe this game is that it's sort of like a Rube Goldberg machine type thing. You have a series of levels of which are puzzles that you have to solve, and the aim of each level varies depending on what the level actually is. So it might be you have to get this ball to drop into this jar, so you have to place a ramp in this area so that it will bounce off into the right angles and then it will bounce off walls or something like that. Or you might have it where you have to burst a balloon, so you'll have this laser device and you have to set up mirrors so that the laser can be guided towards the balloon so it can burst it. The main level that I remember was you had to get this frog to land in this water, and so you had to connect this machine up using pipes. I don't remember exactly the significance of those pipes, but I just remember that the frog kind of fell onto a diving board and then landed into the water. But also, there was a sort of level editor that came with this as well, but it wasn't really a level editor because it wasn't that you could set up your own individual puzzles. All you really had were these different blocks and different pieces that you could put together that could make your own Rube Goldberg machine. So you have like a ball that hits a switch, and the switch will set off the laser beam, which will burst the balloon, which will allow for this other thing to fall and will turn on this conveyor belt, that type of thing. I did actually find out that there was a strict level editor later on, but I wasn't really able to utilize it because I tried putting the things together, but I think there was a problem with saving the level or something like that. I don't really remember. I just remember that I didn't really have much opportunity to work with that. But this is a strange individual game here that, like I said, if some of you remember those from school like I did, then this would probably trigger some nostalgia for you. Everyone else, you've probably never heard of this. Number 286 is Xmas Lemmings. Not Christmas Lemmings, Xmas Lemmings, specifically called Xmas Lemmings. This game I got one Christmas of, I believe it would have been 1993, because it was just after the Christmas where I got my Amiga originally, which I think was 1992. And I also spoke about this Christmas when I got Chrome on the Amiga. That is where I told my parents that there are 5-letter passwords and they had to guess by the actions that I did. I've told that story. But this is Lemmings. I've actually already talked about Lemmings because one of the previous entries was the PS3 version. But the way that it works is that you have the Lemmings, they come from the opening, the start of the level, and they will just walk forward and you have to put things in the level, so you could like build bridges or you could block them by turning one into a blocker, basically assigning them different jobs, and you have to try to get a certain percentage to the end of the level. Now I was already aware of Lemmings at this time, so I was already familiar with the rules, but that didn't stop this game from being hard. I remember this game being really hard at the time. I don't know if it was, but one of the things I remember was that the different difficulty settings were named after different types of snow effects or Christmassy things. I think the hardest difficulty was called Blizzard, and there were also these bouncing snowmen who were death traps. You had the snowmen acted as death traps, and there were death traps in the original Lemmings as well, but in this one it's a snowman. So it was kind of like just an extra level pack for Lemmings, I suppose. Number 285 is Zero the Kamikaze Squirrel. That is a strange name. This is a game that was made by Sunsoft and it was on the Mega Drive. It was also on the Super Nintendo, but I played it on the Mega Drive. It's a 2D platformer. You are a squirrel and you have these different flying capabilities and different combat capabilities. The controls are actually pretty strange because I think it was that B would allow you to jump and you could also press B in the air to do like an air spin attack jump thing. You could also press C to do like this weird attack jump forward, but it would also, if you press down and C in the air, you would do this air attack. And you could also press A to shoot the shurikens and maybe use the nunchuck, which is like a short range attack if you ducked and pressed A, maybe. Or maybe that was C that let you do that. I think it was A that let you do that. Or maybe you pressed B, I don't know. The controls are a bit confusing, but I liked this game. It was kind of like a wide open area type game. The first level was on this beach, and also as part of this game you had these secret areas where you had this blow up entrance, so you could jump on the blow up pump of this door, and then once you fully formed it you could go through the door into these secret areas, and if you pump them up too much they would explode and you wouldn't be able to go through them. What makes this game interesting really is the different types of controls that you have to interact with and the different ways of going about doing things. For example, in, I believe it was the second level, it's like this cave and you get to a point where it looks like you hit a dead end, but it's actually just really weird controls, and it feels really good when you actually get the hang of it. But I can kind of describe it as sort of like, if you imagine like a V-shape where you start at the top and you have to like fall down a hole and then you go right a bit and then you have to go straight up from there. It was kind of like that, apart from the way that it worked was that if you fell down, you could climb up these little steps to get back to the top. But you had to jump in the air, press C and down so that you could sort of get air collected as you're falling. And then when you hit the bottom, press right and then up, and from the speed that you've collected, you will start flying upwards. So you can't just, you know, jump and then start flying through the air. You actually do have to fall in order to get air resistance or something. I don't know the physics. I don't know how realistic or anything. It is quite weird, but you kind of understand it by playing it. You fall down to get speed, and then it's sort of like you can just change your trajectory by pressing right and up, so then you can fly up. I also remember there was the level on the speedboat, which I don't think I was as keen on. There was the paper factory, which may have been at the end of the game. There was also like a volcano and this area that was like in the trees, like high treetops. And those levels did have some really, really hard and awkward moments where you also had to like drop and do the weird flying motions and all that. But I did complete this game probably more than once, so it wasn't like a Sonic Spinball where I finally managed to do it once, but it did have some weird moments, had some interesting battles. For example, I remember in the cave level you had these guys in these machines that would swing a pickaxe back and forth up against a wall, and you had to do your down and C attack so that, or something like that, so that you could sort of fly directly into them and bounce off them. It's very hard to describe. It's one of those games where you kind of have to see it in order to understand what I'm talking about. Number 284, we have another Mega Drive game, and that is Columns. This game I had on one of those Mega Game Collection things, so it's like a 3-in-1 bundle cartridge, and it came on one of those. This is sort of like one of those puzzle action games where you've got things coming from the roof of the level, then you drop them down and you try to get colours to line up so that you can make them disappear and get as many points as you can. So the way that this particular puzzle action game worked was that you had blocks of 3 different gems, and there were always a vertical column of gems, and you could press the buttons to sort of toggle between the different variations, so it would sort of cycle around them, and you just place them down on the grid. And when you got 3 connected in a row of the same colour or the same type of gem, they would disappear, and then the rest would fall from on top of those, and you would get like big combos and stuff. You could sometimes get the blocks which were just 3 of a colour gem, and they would fall and just instantly disappear, but of course you could match them up with other things to make them disappear as well. You also had the sort of, how would you describe, sort of like these super gems, which are sort of like this white flashing coloured star things, and they would just destroy all of the colour of whatever you put next to it. So say you put it on top of an orange gem, it would just destroy all of the orange gems on the level, which can set off a big chain reaction. Generally, if you're destroying all of one particular colour, then what that means is that you're reducing the amount of different types of colours that there are on the board, so you are creating a higher chance of there being a combo, a chain reaction from that. And I also remember that this game had particularly minimalistic music, which I'm not sure if that's actually true, it's just how I remember it, I suppose. Number 283 is a game that, I know some people hated this, Worms 3D. Basically this is the 3D version of Worms, and I had the GameCube version of this, because this was probably shortly after I got a GameCube. I think I saw it in a shop and I just thought, yeah, Worms 3D, I'll have that because it's a 3D Worms game, and I like Worms games. So the way that Worms works, if you don't know, is that it's primarily a multiplayer style party game, although you can obviously play single player with computer opponents. But you have this small little team of 4 worms, and you can collect and use all these different weapons with all these different effects to them. So for example, you'll have like the shotgun, which is just a direct shot, but then you can also have the bazooka, and the bazooka will fly through the air and it will be affected by the wind, but it will cause a big explosion when it lands. Now, most Worms games are in 2D, which is why this particular one is called Worms 3D, because, you know, it was to stand out. And what's quite strange, I suppose, is that the environment is destructible. So, say in the original Worms, or any 2D Worms game, you would throw a grenade, and the grenade would blow up, and if it was next to some land, it would just form like an empty circle. But that doesn't mean in this Worms 3D that it would form an empty sphere. It just means that it would blow up certain blocks. It was as if the levels were compromised of these different sort of randomly assorted and randomly shaped blocks that were like scattered all around. Also, the way that Worms works is that you take turns between each of the players. It's not a constant ongoing thing. You have your turn, which means you control one worm, and that worm then goes and does a thing, and then once they've done that thing or the time has run out, then the next worm in line has their turn. And you'll cycle through all your worms in order, and it'll cycle through all the players in order, although usually there's an option that will allow you to change which worm you're controlling, so you can change the worm that you are primarily controlling every single turn. This game also came with some challenge modes, and I love challenge modes. I always love challenge modes and stuff, like single player campaigns as they would normally be called, I suppose. And also this had the theme song Shake Your Coconuts. I don't know the name of the band that play it, but the music also appeared on an episode of Malcolm in the Middle where Hal fantasizes about having some springy shoes, and he's running down the street bouncing on these springy shoes, so he wants to get Dewey to sell so many cookies or something like that. But yeah, that's the theme song of Worms 3D, and that is Worms 3D for you. Number 282 is Super Hang-On. Now, this is another Mega Drive game that I had where it came on a sort of 3-in-1 disc. I don't think it came on, not disc, what am I talking about, not disc, cartridge. I don't think it came on the same one as Columns did, although it may have, I'm not so sure. And Super Hang-On is a racing game, it's a motorbike game. And this is one I have many fond memories of. You have two different modes. There's one mode which is basically the arcade mode, where you select your level and you can choose between Africa, Europe, Asia and America. I think Africa is meant to be the easiest, and then it goes Asia, then America, then Europe is the hardest, or at least the longest. Also, you can choose the music for your level. So you have Outrider Crisis, Sprinter, Winning, if I can say the word properly, Winning Run, which is my favourite. I love Winning Run. It's... Did I say Winging Run? Winning Run. I'm getting tongue-tied here. Winning Run, which is my favourite of the three, and then Hard Road. And there was also the original mode, and this was my favourite part of the game, because in original mode, you basically started from the bottom of the barrel, and you had to win against your rival 5 times. It was a best of 5, I believe. I may be slightly mistaken there, maybe best of something else, but I remember it being a best of 5. And if you win 5 of them before you lose 5 of them, then you will progress to the next race. If you do lose 5 before you win 5, you will go back to the previous race where you'll have to win 5 again. And each race that you have a sponsor, and so you'll gain so much money if you win, and you'll gain so much money if you lose. But if you lose, you gain a significantly smaller amount of money. Money is used to buy parts, upgrade parts of the bike, and you can also do it to upgrade your mechanic, so you have a better mechanic. I don't know exactly the ins and outs of how a better mechanic works, but you start the game and you look at the stuff, and you can see like mechanics that cost hundreds of thousands or millions even of dollars, and you think, how am I ever going to get that much? And obviously you get that much by getting to the later races and being able to getting to the higher ones where your sponsors give you more money. One thing I do specifically remember is that for some reason the sponsor that you have of the second race gives you less money if you lose than the previous one, which is strange because usually it's the higher sponsors just give you more money overall, but you get less of a reward for losing. I know it sounds strange that you get a reward for losing at all, because if you lose then that's just losing, but the idea is that it's meant to be grinding, and that it's like it's a punishment that you're getting less money than what you would have got if you win. And of course you use the mechanics to repair your bike if it crashes, but I discovered a trick with this game. I discovered that if you just start the game off, just crash your bike, just start the race, crash your bike as much as you can until it's just completely broken, then don't fix it, start the race, and what will happen is it will say like something like can't compete, bike broken, and then you will instantly lose. But because you instantly lost, you will instantly get your losing money, the money that you get for losing. And so it's really quick to just crash your bike and then just enter races, be instantly disqualified, and then get your taking part reward. It's very strange. Also, in terms of the actual races, in terms of like the mechanics of the actual races. You do have a turbo thing that you can hold down that will allow you to speed up, but of course if you use it around corners it's going to cause a lot more trouble. And all of the levels and all of the scenery is basically the same, just how it looks is different. So it might be all sandy, it might look like sand, it might just be like a yellow side of the road with all these different signposts and then this certain background, and then every 2 checkpoints it all changes. So it may change to grass and palm trees, or it might turn to pavement with lampposts and like a city in the background. But it's just dressing, it all functions the same. But yeah, that is going to be it for this episode. So thank you to everyone who is here listening and watching. I will see you all next time. Hi everyone, welcome back to my top 500 games. We are currently at number 281, which is Tales from Space About a Blob. This is the first of the Tales from Space games, and basically the way that this works is that it's a 2D side-scrolling platform game, but you are a blob shape, and one of the features of this blob is that you can squeeze into small gaps, which can look quite strange, but strangely enough, when you play it, it kind of feels alright. It doesn't seem to break the boundaries of reality, what you would expect to happen, I suppose. But the main idea of this game is that you are a blob that is an experiment gone wrong, and what you do is you go around eating things. You basically just pick up any items that you find lying around, and this causes you to grow. And growing is the main thing of the game. The idea is you grow so that you can eat bigger things, so that you can grow bigger. And you just keep on doing this and doing this over and over again. But fundamentally, it is a platform game, so of course you're going to have different traps, different contraptions, different obstacles to try to get around. So there's all that. Not really too much I have to say about this game in particular, so I'm not going to waste any more time. I'm just going to continue on to the next game. Number 280 is Dynasty Warriors 6. Now, I talked about Dynasty Warriors 6 Empires ages ago, and I am not so much a fan of the Dynasty Warriors Empires games. But Dynasty Warriors 6 is one of the base core line Dynasty Warriors games, and if you don't know how Dynasty Warriors games work in general, I will give you a brief overview. Basically, Dynasty Warriors is about having your wide selection of characters and having these different big battles where you go around and beat up loads of enemies. But really, it's more about the actual process of going through the game. Rather, there is a lot of focus on the different weapons that you can acquire, different stats that you raise, different means of leveling up and customization. And these are the things that they tend to mix around and play around with whenever they release a new Dynasty Warriors game. Dynasty Warriors very often does get panned for it being just a button masher or always being the same, but that's not strictly true. As for the actual fighting of Dynasty Warriors, the way that it works is that you press square to do the normal attacks, and I am talking specifically using PlayStation controls here. Just imagine these controls with like a different button layout if you want to. But you go around, you press square to do the regular attacks, you can press triangle to unleash the end of the combo for a bigger attack, or you can press circle to unleash your Muso, which is sort of like that character's special attack, where they'll go out and do like a big attack that will attack loads of enemies or it'll cover a lot of ground or something like that. But in order to use your Muso skill, you have to build up the Muso bar, and you do that by being hit or attacking enemies, or it will just raise automatically if you're on critical health. That's a general rule of the Dynasty Warriors games. And there are also different power-ups and bonuses you can find along the way, like temporary buffs like double defense and double strength for 30 seconds, and then double speed for 10 seconds, or max Muso for 10 seconds, those types of things. Now, I really like the Dynasty Warriors series of the games that I have played, but the reason why Dynasty Warriors 6 falls really low on this list, for one, is that it doesn't really have much in terms of universals, and that is a big thing for me. And universals is just something I made. It's a term that I made up. This is not something that is officially used as far as I'm aware, but what I refer to as universals in a Dynasty Warriors game is those things that you can collect and level up and build up upon that don't just apply to the character that you're using, So the idea is that you will train up one character and you will still have some things from that training of that character to carry over to the other characters. And this game doesn't really have so much of that. But from what I could tell, the only real universal in this game was the horses. So you can get different horses, and that's really it, that from what I was able to play. Also, in Dynasty Warriors 6, each character has their own individual skill tree, so you will get points that you can spend in developing different stats and different skills. And it looks different for every character. It's not huge, but in Dynasty Warriors fashion, there are a lot of characters, so there's still a lot to do there. Number 279 is Dragon Fantasy Book 1. I don't believe Dragon Fantasy Book 2 has been released in Europe, at least not on PSN, because I played Dragon Fantasy Book 1 on the PSN, and I think it's pretty obvious from the name itself that Dragon Fantasy is a mix of Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy, the name that is, and the idea is that it's a basic RPG. Now, I've played this not too much, and I do want to get into the later chapters, because from what I'm aware, I think it gets better, but the best way I can describe it, and well, the best way I think that most people would understand this, is for me to say, it's an old school RPG. You run around, you have random battles, you have a list of different attacks to use, but from my experience of this game, I really feel that it kind of misses the point, and I think that this is quite a big thing that companies, just people do in general when it comes to things like, RPGs and, just flat out missing the point. It kind of feels like what this game has done in my limited experience of it, is that it's as if it could just copy some of the core concepts of an RPG, but not really expand upon them. There is some grinding in this game, but the grinding is so static in that it's obvious that you need to do a bit of grinding, and so you will go and do some grinding before progressing to the next area. And when you get to the next area, you'll have the equipment and stuff. And it's very basic, and it's a decent game. I do enjoy playing. I have enjoyed what I have played of it. I just think that just having random battles or just having a world map isn't really enough, because that's kind of how it feels like it's portrayed as if it is enough. I don't know if I'm making sense. It's kind of as if they thought to themselves, these are the features that these types of games have, and we want to make a game that's very reminiscent of those types of games, so let's add those things without thinking so much about interesting ways to implement them or interesting ways to use them. It sort of works off this completely ludicrous notion that innovation in RPGs is all about action-based mechanics and stuff, which is just stupid. But it's kind of as if they thought that what they were doing was so uninnovative, I guess, that they kind of didn't realise that they could have done more with it. There doesn't really seem to be much strategy in the game that I've played, but hey, I did enjoy the game. I just have a few criticisms of it, such as the music being really boring. But enough of me talking negatively about games. I should be talking positively overall, I suppose. But like I said before, there's going to be some points where I speak negatively, and that's not because I like the game less. I mean, you can see from the number where I rank it, but sometimes topics just arise that may be negative, and they just have to be talked about. So, yeah. Number 278 is Jetpack Joyride. This is a Heartbreak Studios game, and so we see Barry return in this game as well. This is kind of like one of those endless runner games, apart from instead of running, you are kind of running, but you also have a jetpack, so you're not just jumping. And it's very much a standard mobile microtransaction-y type game. I hate microtransactions so much. I will never stop talking about that every time it comes up. I hate microtransactions to its very core. I think microtransactions are anti-gameplay. They're not just bad gameplay, they're anti-gameplay. But let's actually start talking about Jetpack Joyride, despite the microtransactions. So the way that it works is that you start the level every time breaking through the wall, and you are constantly going forward. And you can use the jetpack to jump up and sort of fly up, or you can let go of the button or the screen or whatever device you're playing on to drop down. And so the idea is you have to collect coins. That's the main goal. But also in true free-to-play mobile game fashion, you'll also be given these different challenges. So it might be like high five 10 scientists, or come close to missiles 3 times, or whatever. You can also get the giant coins, which will allow you to activate a slot machine when you do fail the run, when you do run into a laser or a missile or whatever, and that can give you extra stuff like more coins or an extra life or something like that. Of course, you can also get the coins to spend on different power-ups and stuff. So you can get the different vehicles throughout the stage, but also you can get magnets for the vehicles, depending on what you've bought. I will describe how that works. Each vehicle is controlled sort of separately, apart from there's really not too... It's really just pressing a button and not pressing a button, really. But say, for example, you have the gravity suit, whereby you'll always fall, but you can press the button to switch which way gravity is. You'll also have the dragon type thing, I forget what it's called, where you will be at the top and pressing the button makes you go down rather than up. There's the stomping machine, which is constantly runs forward, and you press the button to jump, and you can also do like a hover, glide down. There's the badass hog, which is a motorbike where you just press the button to jump. There's also the money bird, where you press the button to do like a little hop upwards, and you can keep doing that. Kind of like Flappy Bird, but I think this game came out before Flappy Bird, so it kind of sounds like it could be a joke on Flappy Bird, but not particularly like it really could have been, given the time it came out. You also have the teleporter, so you'll just be moving forwards with this target moving up and down. You press the button to teleport to the new target. And there are probably others that I can't think of on the top of my head right now. But the idea is you can use these as like extra health and to like help you get through the levels. You can buy upgrades using the coins that you collect, including different magnets for the different vehicles, meaning that when you're in the vehicles, the coins will attract to you. You can also get a special gem thing, which will allow certain coins to become gems, which are worth more money than just a regular coin. But you can also get things like special types of shoes, or a bouncy ball that will knock you even further once you get hit. You can get a power-up which gives you a bonus, one of the large coins right at the start of the level, or one that gives you a vehicle right at the start of the level. There's all sorts of different combinations of equipment that you can have. One of the best ones, one of the most expensive ones I remember, is the normal magnet, which just gives you a slightly weaker magnet, but you're constantly having this magnet equipped rather than just when you have a vehicle. And of course there's also things that prevent hazards from working, such as things that burn out the lasers or prevent rockets from shooting out. There's all sorts of different bonuses and upgrades and stuff. And there's also stupid little cosmetic things you can buy as well, which are just silly. But extra stuff to spend your money on, I suppose. So yeah, I've played this on quite a few devices because it's a free game. I've played it on the Vita, I've played it on the PS3, I've played it on the Windows 8 laptop that I had, and I've also played the Jetpack Joyride Deluxe version, which as far as I can tell is pretty much exactly the same. But you can collect the letters S, A and M to get the strong arm machine, which will allow you to constantly drive forward and use the arm of the strong arm machine to block off the different missiles that are heading your way. And so I have had fun with this game, but of course, like I said before, the problem I have had with it is that, well, it's got microtransactions, but let's move on. Number 277 is a game called... Now, I call this game Ristar, or Rista, but I've heard it being called Rystar, but I've always called it Rista. Basically, it's a Mega Drive platform game. What stands out about this particular game is that your weapon is your arm, so you can reach your arms out to grab a thing and you will sort of slam yourself into it, which can also be used to climb walls and stuff. I discovered this game through the Sonic Mega Drive collection, no, the Sonic Mega collection rather, that was on the GameCube, because this was one of the hardest games to unlock. The way you unlocked games on the Sonic Mega collection was by playing the other game so many times. It'd be like loading a game up, exiting, reloading it, exiting, and so on and so forth. Kinda stupid, but you know, that's what it was. And Rista was the hardest one to do that. It required the most things. But yeah, I have had some fun with this game. Can't really think of too much to say about it. Very nice and colourful as well, got a nice colour palette. Number 276 is Super Mario Galaxy. a game that is loved by many, but I didn't really feel it so much. It was actually my brother's copy because I didn't really have many Wii games, so I borrowed my brother's copy. I think I managed to get through a few worlds. What I wasn't so keen on with this game was the whole waggle thing to do the spinning attack, and I didn't necessarily like the whole pointing to gather star bits. I like the idea of star bits, like the idea of this collectible that you could keep getting for feeding the Luminas. Is that what they're called? The Luminas? Anyway, it's a good Mario platformer. They've got some decent creativity with the different levels and layouts and stuff, but the only thing that, and this is just me, I don't think anyone else ever really feels like this, but I'm not too keen on the whole planet thing. Like, I like the level where you can turn into a bee or you've got this floating island just like in the sky and stuff. But I'm not so keen on the levels where you're jumping from planet to planet because it kind of feels like each individual planet doesn't have much going for it. It kind of feels like a series of one thing to the next, and there isn't really any way to connect them other than those star things that shoot you out. But yeah, that's Mario Galaxy. Number 275 is Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time. Now, I need to play more of this game because I played probably a good few hours and I liked the core principle of jumping and reaching different platforms and swinging and all the acrobatic stuff I quite liked. The combat as well was quite nice. What I liked about the combat and what I remember about the combat is mostly to do with how you kill enemies. Or what I mean by that, I realise I just spoke nonsense there, but what I mean by that is that you kind of have to jump on the enemies so that you can get behind them to do this sort of back attack thing or something like that. I just remember that just attacking doesn't really work. You do have to know how to maneuver around them, and I like that. Also, this is home of the rewind mechanic thing, but it's not infinite, and that's pretty nice. It creates more variation in results based on skill, and I like that. Also, this game has possibly one of the most annoying characters I've ever seen in anything ever. Like, I don't know his name, but there's one character who's like telling you what to do because there's this big contraption, but he's yelling at the top of his voice. He's got this really, really annoying, like, croaky, shouty thing, and it's like constant. I don't know. But yeah, that character's really annoying. Number 274 is Blatant Plagiarism, or rather, Portal Quest. This is a Flash game that I played on the More Fun Zone, I think it was, and it's basically Portal. It's a 2D version of Portal, but obviously they didn't have the rights to any of it, or at least I very, very highly doubt it. But yeah, you play as this character and you've got these 2D levels and you shoot portals with this gun, and you have the blue end of the portal and the orange end of the portal, and you also have to carry blocks around to find different ways to get to the end of the level. It's just someone ripped off Portal and made a 2D game with it, but I'm not going to deny that it isn't enjoyable to play because it is. Number 273 is Dynasty Warriors on the PSP. This was, I believe, one of the very first games I got with my PSP because I remember when I did get my PSP, I got like 4 or 5 games with it all at once, and I'm sure that Dynasty Warriors was one of them. This is basically based off Dynasty Warriors 4, you can tell because it's got all the different fonts and stuff, and it's got all the Dynasty Warriors things, like, you know, different characters with different weapons and collecting items and stuff for all these power-ups and stuff. But the main thing that I remember about this specific game was that it was all divided up into individual segments on the map. So you didn't just have one big level, you had to travel between individual different segments, and that was probably a hardware thing as to why they couldn't just have one big level. But that's what they did. And I also remember there was a leveling system which was specific for a single playthrough of a level, which is interesting to have that on top of the general leveling thing, so that you do get stronger overall as the whole game progresses, but even still within that, you can't just start the game and rush to the end of the level because there's this internal leveling system where you'd want to reach the end of that leveling system. I thought that was kind of neat. But anyway, I'm going to end this part here. So thank you all for listening. I will see you all in the next part. So bye for now. Hi everyone, and welcome back to my top 500 games, and we are continuing on from number 272, which is Aladdin, the Mega Drive version. Not the Super Nintendo version, the Mega Drive version. I got this game one birthday. I don't remember exactly what birthday it is. It would have been somewhere in the mid-90s, around that time. And the main thing that I remember about this birthday is that I was so bored because I got Aladdin and I had a birthday party. Not saying that I was bored because I had Aladdin. I was bored because I had a birthday party round at my house. So I had a bunch of kids from school over at my house and we all sat and watched 101 Dalmatians. And I was bored because all I wanted to do was to go up into my room and play Aladdin. So yeah, I had a rather boring birthday. But anyway, it's a side-scrolling 2D platformer, which my friend Thomas also actually had this game as well. I don't remember if he had it first and then I saw it from him and that's what made me want it, or whether I just got it originally and later on I found out that he also had it. But when I was a kid, I really liked Aladdin. It was one of those films that I just watched over and over again. So I wouldn't have put it past my parents that have seen it in the shop and then just bought it for me because they figured I would have liked it. And I did. So it's basically a platform game. You have a sword as a weapon to attack the enemies. You could also throw apples. Apples are sort of like this limited resource. But you can also like collect diamonds and stuff that will give you bonuses for when you complete the levels. And you can also get the Abu thing, which will allow you to play a bonus stage where you play as Abu at the end of every level. And the levels basically go through the different stages of the film. Although it's not exactly one for one. You'll have, you know, Agrabah, then you'll have the desert, and then you'll have the Cave of Wonders. You know, you've got all of the different levels. I think perhaps the most infamous level of this game is the chase in the Cave of Wonders, where it's collapsing and all the lava is spewing everywhere, and you have to dodge all of these rocks. You're on the magic carpet, and you've got the genie hand pointing you in the right directions to which way you have to go to dodge the rocks, but sometimes it just shows you a question mark, so you have to guess. That was quite a bit of a nightmare. And I did complete this game. This game, I don't think it was too hard. I think I didn't really struggle with this game. But a big story I have about this game mostly is about the fact that I was scared about getting a game over, because when you get a game over, what happens is it pops up with an image of Jafar and he's laughing, and it was kind of like a jump scare and I didn't like it. It just appeared and you go, ah ha ha, and I didn't like it. I found it quite scary, so that was the issue that I had. But I did complete the game and it was fine. Number 271 is also a game I got one birthday, but a much later birthday, is Grim Grimoire. I got this on my 19th birthday, so this would have been 2007, whereas Aladdin, I probably got that around my 8th or 7th birthday or something, which would have been in the mid-90s. But yeah, I got this on my 19th birthday, and it was really, I think this was the only thing I remember about my 19th birthday, because I didn't really do much on my 19th birthday, but I think I got it, and I think it was from money that my dad gave me. I don't remember. I think we went out and I spent money that he gave me for my birthday. But it's a vanillaware game, and it's basically kind of like an RTS. And I know the whole thing about RTSs aren't very good on consoles, but this one didn't really require too much. It didn't have too much of the RT element of RTS. You didn't really have to hurry up because you could pause the game and then select things for individual units. And it was based in this magical school, kind of like this Harry Potter type setting, apart from you have these different elements. So for example, you have glamour, which is the greeny element, and that's full of fairies, and you use those to gather the crystal resources. You also have alchemy, which is very much based on technology and machines, very orange theme going on with that. You have sorcery, which is all about fire, and it's all red and demons. And then you have necromancy, which is all about the dead, the living dead, the undead, or whatever. And I really like that theming. I thought that theming of, you know, those elements of glamour, alchemy, sorcery, and necromancy were really, really interesting over the standard fire, water, wind, you know, that lot. Also, one thing I remember about this game was, and this is quite unusual for a PS2 game, but it was quite late in the PS2 life cycle that I played this game, and that was that it didn't really show up very well on a small screen. So my friend Josh, for example, he had a screen that you attached to a PS2, and that's what he used to play PS2 games. And I tried it on that, and the screen was just too small, just could not see the text at all. It was a bit of a problem, although it was a bit of a problem with other games as well, I suppose. Number 270 is a game called Smart As. Yeah, it's a very strange name. You would think it would be called Smart Ass, but no, it's Smart As. And I think the idea is that it's meant to be a play on, not just a play on the words for smart ass, but also as if to say like, you are smart as this thing. This is a Vita game. The reason I got this game originally was because I had some credits for a shopping site and didn't really have anything I wanted, and it had some games on, so I figured I'd get some Vita games, and this was one of them. And this is one of those brain training type games, but I've got to say, I think this one in particular is really good. You've got different types of categories for challenges. So, like, for example, you've got the wordy ones, you've got the pure mathematics ones, and then you've also got ones to do with memory and logical thinking, that type of thing. And the variety of different challenges in these games are, I think it's a really good challenge. And also, you have different levels of challenges where it can get really hard. Like sometimes, like in the memory one, you'll have one where you have to remember a list of items, and sometimes the list can be like 8 items and you've got to remember the order that they appear in. And sometimes it can get really complicated. An example of the word game would be ones where, you know, there's missing letters and you've got to write in the letters because it uses the touchpad as a primary feature. And there were also challenges like, I think it was one of the logic challenges where you had to connect poles together, but you weren't allowed to make the paths cross each other. Yeah, it was an interesting game. I thought for what it was, it did it really well. Also, it was narrated by John Cleese. Just a little thing to add into that. Number 269 is Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 1. This came out in 2010, and really this game, not so much that it was highly expected to be, but it was brought out with high standards, I suppose, because people were, with a name like Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 1, people had high expectations for what it could be, and people were expecting it to be like the earlier Sonic games, which it is, but I think it really falls short. The way that it works is you have 4 levels total, which for a Sonic game is tiny, but the idea is that, you know, it's episode 1, so it's meant to be like a small part. But then again, it did come out for like £10, so, you know, there's that. But the main issue that everyone had was the controls. The way that there wasn't really much going on in terms of momentum. If you just stopped pressing the button on the controller, you would just come to a complete stop instantly, and all that sort of stuff. And also there was the fact that there was the homing attack. I wasn't too keen on this game, really, overall, as a Sonic game. What I also didn't really like was how the levels seemed to be rehashes of levels from previous games. So yeah, you had Splash Hill, but I mean, you know, it's expected to have a so-and-so hill as the first level, but then you also had that other level which was blatantly Metropolis Zone, Mad Gear, and then you had the Labyrinth Zone, which, you know, blatantly Labyrinth Zone, which I can't remember exactly what it was called, Lost Labyrinth or something like that. But yeah, the levels are just a blatant copy of the other levels from the other Sonic games. And there was also the casino one as well. And the bosses were as well. So Splash Hill just had the Sonic 1 Green Hill boss, apart from it swung around its big ball thing. For some reason, okay, tell me if this happened with anyone else, but the swinging ball in Sonic 1, that, you know, that Green Hill boss swinging ball, did anyone else hear about it being called a bobbin knocker? I've never heard that word before, that term before, or that term being used for anything else ever, but I knew someone who said it's a bobbin knocker. Is that a word that exists, or did they just make that up? Or did they hear it from somewhere? I don't know. Very strange. But yeah, I didn't like how the bosses were mostly just rehashes. I mean, the Labyrinth boss was sort of different. I mean, people didn't really like the original Labyrinth boss, but I didn't really have a problem with it. But also what made this game different was how the way that you got emeralds was that, yeah, you still jumped in the giant emerald at the end of the stage like you did in Sonic 1. And the Sonic 1 special stages were revisited. Although, I will say, my strongest point of Sonic 4 Episode 1 is the special stages. I think are the best special stages that there's ever been in a Sonic game, even better than the Sonic 3 and Knuckles ones. I think the ones here are just amazing. Just Sonic 4 Episode 1, best special stages in the series. I will go ahead and say that. The special stages are basically the Sonic 1 special stages, apart from instead of the level automatically rotating, you rotated the level, and that was your control. That was your element of control, and you had to like guide yourself around these different areas, and so much more creativity with them as well. But what I was going to say was that the thing that makes it different as well is that the emeralds that you get, when you get an emerald, it ties that emerald to the stage you got it from, so you can't get the same emerald, or rather you can't use the same level to get more than one emerald. So what it's best to do is it's best to get the easier emeralds on the later stages, so that obviously the harder special stages you're going to have to keep replaying over and over again, so you can get those on the earlier stages like Splash Hill Zone. So you could just repeat those, because when you fail a special stage you have to replay the level in order to get to the special ring thing. So just save those for the early stages. I thought that was a little bit messed up the way that worked. I think that it would make more sense to me if sort of like you collected the rings at the end of the level and that unlocked the special stage for you to unlock, considering that it did have this save feature where you could keep a track of the levels that you'd been on to and you could replay those levels. But anyway. Number 268 is Rayman Fiesta Run. Now you may have noticed that I've put in this far ahead of Rayman Jungle Run, but it's basically the same idea, but I was able to play so much more of this because of the controls. I actually did play this on my phone, and I just felt it was a better game in general. Now obviously, like I said with Rayman Jungle Run, if I was able to play it with better controls, I'd probably be able to have a better view of it, but even still, I did think that this game was better. What I really liked about this game was just the amount of levels it presented you with, because you had levels in sets of like 3 or 4 or whatever, and depending on how many lums you got was how many tinsies you saved. So once you hit certain checkpoints is how many tinsies that you saved. Like, so say you got like half of them, that would be like 2 tinsies or whatever, and you've got all of them, that would be all 4 tinsies. And then the way you unlock levels was based on how many tinsies you'd saved. So if you did all the levels in order and just max them out, you would unlock so many levels ahead of time, and I really like that. But other than that, I don't really have much to say. But Fiesta Run is basically to Rayman Legends as Jungle was to Rayman Origins. But yeah, I've basically said everything that needs to be said, at least as far as I'm aware about this game. Number 267 is Kung Fu Rabbit. This is a game that I have on the PS3 and also on the PS Vita, and I've completed it on the PS3, still haven't done the Vita, but this is another platform game, and the way that this game works is you have the different carrots to collect. So every level will have a few normal carrots, and then you have a big carrot, and the big carrots respawn, so you can complete the level once, get all of the carrots, and then you can replay the level, and the big carrot, you can get that again, and it will still add up to your total carrot thing. And the carrots are used to buy power-ups and upgrades. And upgrades include things such as being able to move faster, being able to attack enemies from their non-weak points, such as like from a top, and my favourite one, which was you can create checkpoints. That was one of the things you could buy, so you could buy checkpoints, and you could place the checkpoints in the level so that when you died you would reappear at the checkpoints. And so the idea was to go through all the levels and collect all the carrots. And once you've done that, there's this extra mode where you play through all the levels again, but they're actually harder. So like world 1 to 4 is just like the game, and then you have worlds 5 to 8, which is the same levels again, but with more enemies and more traps. And you'll have the different blocks that like appear and disappear, and you'll have blocks that disappear once you step on them, and of course there's like power-ups for that you can buy. And I found that really interesting, the way that you can buy these power-ups to interact with the levels in different ways. My biggest mistake first time playing through was I grossly overestimated how many carrots I needed to save, because by the end I had so many carrots, and the last few levels I realised, okay, I can just create checkpoints every which way here, so I made loads of checkpoints along the way. And that whole paying for checkpoints thing is a pretty neat idea, I've got to say. I think it's really interesting, and I'm glad to have played a game where they did that. This is actually a very recent game that I played. I played it in 2015, so yeah. Also, in number 266, we have another game I played in 2015, and that is Mousecraft. The best way that I can describe Mousecraft is that it's a mix between Lemmings and Tetris. Of course, it isn't. It's more like Lemmings than Tetris gameplay-wise, but the reason I say Tetris is because you have these blocks that are Tetris block shaped. The idea is on Mousecraft to get all of the mice to the cheese, and you want to collect as many crystals as you can. So every level is a puzzle. You'll start with 3 mice, and if you can get all the 3 mice to the cheese at the end, well done, you've saved all the mice on that level. And also there's these crystals as well. You really only have to save one of the mice to, properly complete the level, but for the 100% you have to save them all and get all of the crystals. The way that it works though is that you have the mice. When you release the mice, they'll just walk forwards and they'll just continue on forwards like lemmings do. But what you actually do in this game is you place the different Tetris blocks and you interact with the different items. So you might pick up a bomb and you can use that bomb to blow up a block, or you might have these evil mice who, if they touch one of the normal mice, they'll kill them. And the further you go, the more that you'll discover in terms of features. So, for example, you might get to a level where it'll introduce water to you, and the idea is that the mice can live in water, but only for so long, so you have to try to get them out of the water. And it's a really interesting game. It's very jigsaw-based and very maneuverability-based and all that, I suppose. The mice themselves can climb 1 block height, but they can only fall, I think it's 3 blocks. If they fall any further than that, then they die. So it's a case of lining things up and putting blocks on top of each other in such a way that you can form bridges, and just making sure that you can solve the puzzle. And that's what I really liked about this game. I really like the puzzle element of it, I suppose. Number 265 is Sonic Advance. This is a Game Boy version of Sonic the Hedgehog, and I think this is one of the final games that I played in the Sonic series where I really had that Sonic feel to it, whereas later on, even in the 2D games, it seemed to go more towards just massive speed, and I suppose I'm not too sure, but that's how it felt with the 2D games. So in this game, you could play as Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and Amy. Sonic can do his air attack, so he'll do a weird short-range attack in the air. Tails can fly. Knuckles can glide and climb walls, but Knuckles can also jump just as high as Sonic and Tails, which is not what I'm used to with these 2D Sonic games. I'm used to Knuckles not being able to jump as high. But there you go. And Amy is actually the worst character in the game, but is actually my favourite in that I think it provides the most challenging gameplay. Because with Amy, she can't spin dash or her jump, she doesn't turn into a ball or anything, but you have a separate attack button, and that's how you deliver your attack. So you have to manually swing your hammer, and you can do that to also jump up higher in the air, which I thought made it more interesting because it added that element of difficulty to it. Also, I thought the game was just naturally a bit harder than the other Mega Drive Sonic games. Even though I'm not saying that this is a Mega Drive Sonic game, but the Mega Drive Sonic games that I was used to from before then. And so I played this game quite significantly, I suppose. I did complete it with all the characters, and I did like some of the levels. I liked the boss on the icy world. I thought that was quite interesting, the way that he drops the icicles. You have to use the icicles as platforms to reach him, and the final boss is pretty good as well. I found it interesting the way that before you fought the final boss, you actually had to fight the Green Hill boss and the Emerald Hill bosses from Sonic 1 and 2, and it played the music from those games. And isn't it strange how in one part I mention the same boss twice from 2 different games, but neither of those games are the game that it originates from? Isn't that so weird? But whatever. Another thing that this game had was it had a Chow Garden. So if you had your Chows from one of the Sonic Advance games on the GameCube, you could transfer it over to your Game Boy, and on this Sonic Advance game, you could use your rings that you collected to buy them fruit, and it would change the hunger of the Chow. It would also change their stats as well. You could also buy toys for them to play with. There was a trumpet and stuff, and there was a TV, the really expensive TV, which I never bought. I don't know, I just never had the willpower to not spend the money that I'd saved, well, the rings rather, that I'd saved. And you also had weeds that grew in the garden that you picked out. I also remember once trying to just not pick out any of the weeds, see how much grass could grow if I just left it. But I think there was a limit to it. I'm not too sure. And I also remember that with the food, there was one particular piece of fruit that you could give it, which was strange. It increased its hunger really fast or something, or it actually made it more hungry but decreased stats or something. Oh, I don't know. I remember there's one red fruit that was really different, but it was really cheap or something. And so that is the end of this part for my top 500 games. I will see you in the next part, so thank you all for listening. I'll see you all next time. Hi everyone, and welcome back to my top 500 games, and we are currently at number 264, and this is Castlevania Dracula X Chronicles on the PSP. Now, I remember hearing that you could unlock Symphony of the Night or some other Castlevania game on this game somehow, but I was never able to do it. Basically, this is one of the non-RPG style platform-ish Castlevania games, I suppose. And what I mean by that is that you just have a series of levels that you go through. It's not like a Metroidvania and you don't level up and all that. And the reason that I got this game originally is because I had bought something from a shop, which was a sort of like connector wire thing that would allow me to connect my PSP onto a TV so I could play PSP games on my TV. The problem with that was that the screen was actually very, very tiny in the center of the TV screens. It didn't really work properly, but I sent it back, and I ended up getting some stock credit, and with that stock credit, I just got this game because there wasn't really anything else I wanted. So I just got this game. I did enjoy this game. I did enjoy the precise nature of it, like I suppose Castlevania is known for. I believe this is actually a sort of rehash of one of their earlier games, although I'm not entirely sure. I'm not too familiar with the Castlevania series as a whole, but I do remember it was sort of like just a PSP version of another game, but I'm not entirely sure which one. None that it really mattered to me because I just knew that I liked the game while I played of it. But I remember it got really hard. I remember I got to one level where there were these knights with these giant spears, and if you went even close to them, they would launch their spears out at you, even if you were on a separate platform. I remember struggling with that. Number 263 is Bugs Bunny Lost in Time. This is a PS1 game that I had, and I remember this would have been towards the end of the 90s because, you see, this game actually became a bit of a meme factory in our house. Well, not so much our house, but between me and my brother, we started to make, I suppose you would call it like a meme, but we made a joke out of the Merlin character because during the introduction of the game, and this is all based on Bugs Bunny episodes as well, the intro to the game has this character Merlin, and he says, "How do you do? I'm Merlin and I am a sorcerer." And then that sort of became a joke between us. And so it was something that my dad had picked up on as well, that we were saying, like, "My name's Merlin and I am a sorcerer," all the time. So it became sort of this like family-wide joke. Like I said, something what you'd expect to be a meme these days, but it was just within our family, and it was with Merlin, this character of Merlin. As for the game itself, it's a sort of 3D platform game, and you start off in this place called Nowhere, and you get taught the basic mechanics about like sneaking around so that you don't interrupt people or you don't wake them up or whatever, landing on things gently with the helicopter hair thing. Well, not hair, I'm thinking of Rayman there. Helicopter ears, he uses his ears as a helicopter, again like Tails from Sonic. I don't know how that is meant to work, but okay. But you also learn about how you collect carrots to regain health, and you also have to collect golden carrots, and you can exchange those for the time symbols or whatever. I don't remember what they called them. They had a name for them. But the main collectible of the game were these clocks that you had to collect, because the idea was that you travelled through different time periods. So you started in the Stone Age, and each world had a particular Looney Tunes character as their villain. So Elmer Fudd was the caveman from the Stone Age, and then you had like the pirate world where Yosemite Sam was the villain. And depending on how many of these clocks you collected, it unlocked different areas for you. And in order to complete the game, you didn't necessarily have to beat bosses or anything. You just had to collect enough clocks before you unlocked the ending, which is, again, rather strange that you don't really have this final boss thing. You just have different levels that you unlock by collecting clocks, and you complete the game by having collected so many clocks. Also, what was a bit off about this game was that it was rather skewed with how many clocks you could earn. So, for example, you might have a level with 7 clocks in it, and they'd all be relatively easy, but if you have a level with 1 clock in it, it takes like the whole level to get the clock. So the difficulty of gathering these clocks varied based on how many there were through the level and how scattered they were, but they all still held that same value. Also, One of the things I remember was that my copy of the game didn't run one of the worlds in the first world, in the caveman world. I think it was just a level with one clock in it. But yeah, my copy, it just didn't like that level. It just didn't want to play it. And I also remember that you could unlock special powers that you activated by stepping on these tiles. So Bugs would say something like, "Ollie Ollie accent free," or "Open sesame," and then like the door would open or he would bounce up or something like that. And I also remember the final world was with Marvin the Martian. So it was set in space, and the final level that you unlocked in that world was a puzzle level. You basically had a series of puzzles, a series of little games you had to complete in order to get the clocks, and I really liked that. Also, I believe this may be the first game my brother ever played, because he was playing this, I remember, back when I had the game, but he wasn't really playing games before then, but he would have been like, how old? Maybe like 4 or 5 years old at this time, so yeah, he still started playing games around the same age that I did, but of course, I'm older than he is, so I started playing them earlier in 1992 rather than 1998 or 99 or whatever it was. Number 262 is Streets of Rage 2. This game I did not have on the Mega Drive originally. Again, I played this in other places. First place I actually played this game was in the childcare centre that I used to go to. I mentioned this before. This childcare centre is the same place that I originally played GoldenEye 007 and I originally played Pilot Wing 64. I've mentioned it in those instances. But anyway, Streets of Rage 2 is obviously a sequel to the original Streets of Rage, which I had played previous to this. But this is the more popular of the Streets of Rage games, and also you are granted with 4 characters in this game as opposed to 3, which the original had. And each of the characters had individual stats. There were a few minor details that I remember, such as you had Max, who was this big strong guy, but obviously he was slow, and then you had Skate, who was the very fast but again weak, the opposite to Max basically. Then you had Blaze and Axel, who I think was sort of like the middle ground. In fact, I think Blaze was the absolute jack of all trades, since, if memory serves me correctly, all of her stats were equal, but I may be wrong there. But yeah, it's a beat 'em up, and you have regular attacks and you have jump attacks and all that sort of stuff, but you also have this special attack which costs a bit of your health to use, but it's extra powerful. And also what's good with these Streets of Rage games is that they have good music as well. I have also played this since then on my PS3 because there's a PS3 version available. I haven't managed to get all of the trophies on this game because some of them are really hard. Like there's one where you have to get so many points and it requires you to basically play the game on very hard, and I'm not all that good at the game, so I really can't do that. Just even with save states, and that's sort of like another rant in and of itself there, the whole thing about save states with these PS3 and Xbox 360 version of these Sega games having save states. I hate the existence of save states. I think they ruin games, basically. And don't give me that whole, if you don't like it then don't use it, but I am not going to go into that right now. Number 261 is The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. This is, I imagine, going to be quite a controversial one because I know The Elder Scrolls is a very highly regarded series by many, and I am ranking this at number 261. The first time I was introduced to this game, I was talking to somebody over MSN and we were doing like the webcam chat thing, and she was playing it. So I was watching someone play this game and I had never heard or seen this game or anything like that before, and what she was saying was, this game is amazing, you can go anywhere you want, look at all these things that are happening. And I was sort of like thinking to myself, oh, that's very interesting. I later on found that my friend Josh had been playing this game when he had his PS3, because he got his PS3 pretty soon after the PS3 came out, I believe, and I saw him play it and I was rather interested. And this game was my very first PS3 game. When I got my PS3, I got this game with it. I actually got my PS3, my original PS3, I got it second hand, and then I got this game with it with the collector's edition rather than just the regular edition. Well, the Game of the Year edition, that's what it was called, the Game of the Year edition, where it came with the Shimmering Isles and all that. Now, the one thing that I never really like about these big open world Western RPGs is I'm not a fan of role-playing. I'm just not. The whole thing of making a character and choosing their name and choosing their appearance and then having to have dialogue trees and shape a story around the character that you make. To me, I feel like all I'm doing is I have a mannequin that's like completely personalityless with nothing going on behind that. I kind of feel like, I don't know. I mean, I would rather have a character like Link, which is just very generic as it is, but you know who Link is, but I would much rather have that than a character who's sort of these bits and pieces that like all screwed onto this face. And I don't like this whole thing about, you know, talking to people and having to think about what to say and trying to be nice to people or nasty to other people. I don't like that stuff. I like stats, I like leveling up, I like puzzles, I like gameplay, like strategy. That's the type of thing I'm into. But when I played this game, what I did really like was I really liked the exploration. In that, I really liked how, you know, you'd find a new place on the map and it would tell you that you found this new place and it would highlight it on the map. I really like that. What's quite interesting is that my friend Tom, or rather Chris, his name is Chris, but long story short, I went thinking he was called Tom for a while, so I just called him Tom. But he actually was surprised that I didn't know originally that you could see the new areas coming up on the compass. So when I told him that I finally worked it out, he was like, well, you should have known that straight away, it was obvious. And I was wondering why I wasn't finding anywhere, which was also quite strange, because I remember also looking up online at a map of Cyrodiil and seeing all these things all over, just saying like all these different places. I'm thinking, why haven't I found any of these places? Number 260 is Shinobi. This is a Master System game that I had on my Master System converter because basically I never had a Master System. I had a Mega Drive and I later on got a Master System converter, which I got one Christmas. But I didn't get this game straight away with the Master System converter. But this Christmas that I got the Master System converter, I remember my uncle telling me, well, what's the point of a Master System converter when you've got a Mega Drive, which is a better machine? And I remember this was my first instance of being surprised that people only value new technology and they don't put value in older technology. Because I was of the mindset that if something allowed me to play more games, then that would just be a good thing. It was a strange discovery, but I'll probably talk about that more with a later entry, but I'll just talk about Shinobi for now. Shinobi is one of those very precise ninja-based platform games, I suppose. I don't know if platform game would be the right term. I mean, it is a platform game. You do the jumping and you do have different ledges and stuff, but it's primarily about your enemies, aiming your shots with your shuriken and knowing like where to duck and where to jump and all that sort of stuff and being very precise. And unlike Ninja Gaiden, it's not about running fast or just being fast in general. It's more based on this idea of just being methodical, being accurate. I suppose you could put it more in line with something like a Castlevania game, or like I mentioned this same thing with Chrome earlier. The basic idea was that you had to go through all these stages and save all of these hostages. What was quite interesting as well was that this game also had this weird jumping mechanic where you could sort of jump between different layers. You'd have like the top layer and the bottom layer, and you could do this weird jump where you press this button or do something and your character, Shinobi, would do this strangely animated like whoa jump and you would be on this different layer. The big memory I have about this game most of the time is the boss Mandara. Mandara is the third boss in the game, and the way that most bosses work is you've got the boss and you have to kill them like most bosses would be. But Mandara was a nightmare because Mandara was this massive pile of things. It looked like this Hindu goddess. I'm not entirely sure, but it kind of had that type of appearance to it. But there was like 4 piles of like 5 of them or something like that. There was just like several different piles, and all they did was slowly crawl towards you and you had to destroy all of them. But when you hit one, it sort of registered a hit and they would spin around, but you wouldn't be able to hit it again for that hit to work until after like so much time had passed. So you spent the whole battle jumping and shooting these shurikens out. So you'd have just like these piles of these Mandara spinning and you just have to hope that you perfectly timed it all. Number 259 is Toy Story 2, Buzz Lightyear to the Rescue. This is a PS1 game and The thing is with this game is that it's one of those games where you would probably think it wouldn't be that good because, you know, it's based on a film and like who cares about games based on films and stuff. But I think this game actually did a lot better than what you would have thought. I actually did enjoy this game, and what I did find interesting about it was that even within just the Toy Story landscape, and I suppose, you know, it being Toy Story and you being a toy, like a toy character, so you've got this small character and you have big obstacles which are represented as what we as humans would consider to be very small things. That I found very interesting, just the way that these platforms were themed and the way that they were put together. Each level you had a variety of different goals that you had to accomplish in order to collect these Pizza Planet icons, and that was like your main collectible for the game. And also, as you progress through the game, you unlock different powers, and you'd find different powers located around the different levels, but if you hadn't unlocked that power yet, then you wouldn't be able to use it. So for example, one of them would be this ball that would allow you to travel across dangerous surfaces, and there would be one which is like these power boots that allow you to zoom forward, and you'd need those power boots in order to be able to complete one of the goals in one of the levels, which was like this race. And I also remember the different levels. Like I remember there was the garden area where you had to climb this tree and there would be like this kite boss at the top, at least I think it was a kite. I remember there was this construction site level and you had this puzzle that involved mixing different paints together, and my brother told me originally that he struggled on that one because when he was too young he didn't understand how mixing paint worked with different colours. I never actually completed this game. I got to the level which was the one in the building. I don't remember what it was called, but if you've seen Toy Story 2, you know the building where Woody gets sent to and he's there with Jesse and the Prospector, where he's basically trapped there for a while with all the merchandise. That building there, I couldn't get past that point. I know that there's a level later which is the airport, again a later part in the film, but yeah. Also what's interesting is that I'm sure that I got this game at the same day that the film came out, and of course the game featured clips from the film. So at the start where you see Big Al take Woody, I saw that on this game before seeing it on the film, and then we went to see the film. Number 258 is James Pond 2, codename Robocod. I never had this on the Genesis or Mega Drive or whatever, but that is the version that I have played the most thanks to emulation. But I originally had this on the Mega Drive. Amiga. I realised that Genesis and Mega Drive is the same thing. I meant to say Amiga. And this is a game that, obviously with it being on the Amiga, this is a game that I played when I was very young, and I did play this game quite a lot, and it has a few good tunes. I remember the tune Many Cats. Basically, it's a platform game. You play this James Pond character. At the time, I just knew this game as Robocod, and I didn't know it was a pun on, you know, Robocop. I didn't know that. In fact, I had an argument with some kids at school saying, it's Robocod, and the other kids were saying, no, it's Robocop. I'm saying, what are you talking about? It's Robocod. Yeah. But it's a platform game, and you have this strange ability where you can stretch your body out to grab onto things above you. But of course, if you get hit, I say of course, not of course, but if you get hit as you're stretching out, you will shrink back down. And so that's the different ways that you can maneuver around the levels. The levels do change their theming, and you get this variety of different themes as you go along. Some of them get really like stupidly hard. Like there's a music level where there's all these musical notes scattered around, and so they act as very tiny platforms. And you do just get things that just look weird. Like there's this level where it's based on paint, and the whole level is just this sort of yellowy mess. Also in this game you could get different vehicles, and for example, if you were in the car, you could drive back and forth and run over enemies. There was also the aeroplane, which is basically the same but you can fly, and then there was the bathtub, which is just the aeroplane apart from it's a bathtub, so it's silly. I never completed this game. I did get to the final boss a few times, but I could never beat him. The thing is with James Pond 2 is that there's so many strange things going on with it, so many different level themes, so many different strange different setups, that it's very hard for me to get my thoughts together in such a collected way. Like I have so many memories of playing this game on the Amiga, but I'm finding it very hard to describe them because there's just so much stuff. Like, I'm just thinking, the train level, yeah, and then I'm thinking, oh, the level with all the playing cards where the backwards facing cards are fake ones that you fall through. But the two things that I do really feel like I need to mention, one is that this game was sponsored by Penguin, which is in the UK. Although I've not seen them for a long time, it was like this chocolate biscuit thing, which, you know, they were nice. But yeah, like Chupa Chups was Tazul. This game had penguins in it, and I mean not just the penguins that you find that you need to save to complete the levels, but also the penguin biscuit bars. There were levels that had these penguin biscuits scattered around the level as like obstacles. And the second thing I feel like is important to mention about this game is that there are two different versions of this game. I mean, the game has been released on so many different consoles across so many different systems, but there's a very clear distinct difference between the first, like the original version, and the last version, the new version of these games. The new version of these games don't use penguins, they use elves, and also there's clearly a more of a Christmas theme with the music, and the level design is completely different. Whereas you look with the earlier versions, like the Amiga, the Mega Drive versions, all that lot, they have the penguins that you save, and it's clearly sponsored by Penguin, and that has its own level design. I think there was probably something to do with the fact that it was sponsored by Penguin as to why they had to change it so that they weren't advertising something that they weren't being sponsored by, or maybe some new laws to do with games, I don't know, but that's the story there, and I'm going to end this here. So thank you all for listening. I will see you all next time. Hi everyone, and welcome back to my top 500 games. We are currently at number 257, which is Switchball. This is a game that I got on the PS3. It's a download game, and the basics of this game that I can describe is that you play as this marble and you just have to get to the end of each stage. Now, what makes this game stand out and what makes it interesting is that, well, first of all, it's very physics based, so you've got very distinct weight to your movement and you have a very distinct sound effects for when the marble drops from ledges and stuff like that. But also you can enter these machines which will change the marble that you are, and you will gain different attributes. The biggest example I can think of really is the heavy ball that you can become. You enter the machine and you become this larger, stronger but heavier ball, meaning that you can push things further because of course you're stronger. But the disadvantage to this is that also you can't climb slopes as high, or you can't move as fast either. And so every different type of marble that you can change into comes with its own pros and cons, and you have to use this information to solve the different puzzles. Also, there's sort of like a time trial feature to this game as well, where you will get rewards based on how fast you complete the level, and it got to the point where it was too hard for me to get the higher rewards. I don't know what I did wrong, or if I did anything wrong I just wasn't good enough, I don't know. Number 256 is Gym Power. Now this is a game that I played on the Amiga, but is also available on the Mega Drive. Although it does look distinctively different on each version, as in, not just the graphics look different, but the main character himself looks different. I actually didn't manage to get too far into this game because it does get really hard. It's one of those one touch and you're dead types of games. So you get hit by anything and you will lose a life and you will appear not too far back. So it's kind of like health, I suppose, with one life, but rather, no, you get hit and you die and you get walked back just a tiny bit, but you do get walked back a bit and you just gotta keep going. Main mechanics, as you'd expect, running and jumping. You can also shoot, and that's how you defeat the different enemies. But once again, this is one of those very precision-based platformers, so you've got to make sure that you land on the platform precisely rather than working up a large momentum and covering a large amount of space. But with the one-hit kills you nature, you've also got to be very careful with the enemies, because the enemies can be very fast. They can run around back and forth very fast, and if you run too far ahead, you might have like this horse enemy that will just run straight into you and kill you straight up. So you've got to be careful, making sure that you shoot enough, that you shoot fast enough, you shoot in the right direction. And you can also get these different power-ups that will increase the amount of bullets that you shoot and how many directions that you shoot in, and also the size of the bullets that will help you defeat those enemies faster as well. You do have some very precise platforming. For example, you will also have these platforms that will constantly open and close, so you've got to time it just right so that you land on it whilst it's closed, so you can like jump off it again straight after, and just make sure that you are very precise with everything, but it's very easy to just get hit over and over and then get a game over very quickly. Once you've completed the first stage, you have a boss which I have beaten before, but it's really hard. You're basically flying through the air on this jetpack, and there are less levels where you do fly through the air on the jetpack. And I also want to point out, the music for the first stage in the Amiga version is very nice. Number 255 is Monkey Island, and this is another game I've played on the Amiga. Now, this is an adventure game, and I did say that there wasn't going to be any more purely story-based games on this list. And I've got to say, I don't believe this is a purely story-based game, because even though it is all story-based, you know, you are just going through a story, there is quite a bit of thinking involved, and you do actually have to think about what you're going to interact with things. It's not like a Telltale game where you'll just have all of the answers laid in front of you and you've got to select the right one. No, you've got to think about what you're going to use on what. But this was my first one of these games, and I think this was the first game I played where there was an actual story that carried on. My dad actually had a really fun time watching me play this because he really got into it as well. Not playing it, but watching me play it. And the big thing that sticks out to me is just memories of the early game, because I got to a point where I got stuck and I couldn't continue any further. And I will explain that when I get to it. But the parts that I remember that stick out to me is the part where you're in the tavern at the start of the game and you talk to those three pirates, and they each require you to perform a different goal. I remember you have to, for one of those things, you have to go to a circus and get shot out of a cannon, and to do that you need a pot from the kitchen. And I remember my friend Matthew was the one that actually told me about how you can get the fish from the plank of wood outside if you stepped on it to make the bird fly away, and I would never have thought of that. I also remember there was a part in this, it was like a rich house, it was like this gallery, and I think you had to steal a painting or something, but you did actually grab this thing, and this guy threw you in the river, and you had this thing strapped to you, and if you didn't make it out in time, you would die. The game would just end because you would lose. So what you had to do is, the thing that you were tied to, you had to pick it up, and the first time that I played, for some reason, I didn't think to pick up the thing that I was tied to. I was looking all over for other stuff. But yeah, you can pick it up. I remember the second time I got to that point and I realised that I could pick it up, I was quite amazed. It was like, oh, you can pick it up. It was sort of like why didn't I think to do that? It seems so simple. But the part that I got stuck on, and I think that this is the part that has become rather popular, is the part with all the sword fights. Basically, you have to win a sword fight against the Grand Master, who is very good at sword fighting. And the way that you defeat the Grand Master is that you have to train against all of these other little pirates that are relatively a lot easier. And every time I tried fighting the Grand Master, I would always lose. All the time. Just every single time I would lose. Now, here's the way that it works. You fight these people, you have sword fights with these people, and they hurl insults at you. And you basically have to hear those insults, and you can learn different insults back because you learn the insults that you hear. You have to give the correct comeback to their insult. So, for example, if they say something and you just say, "Oh yeah," then that isn't a very good insult. It's not a very good comeback, so that doesn't count very much in your favour. But if someone says something and you say something that matches, then that works in your favour. Now, my friend Matthew did actually get past this point. He didn't explain how, he just told me that he did. But maybe it was just me, but I did not think for a second that what you said had anything to do with it. I tried all sorts. I tried clicking the mouse really fast. I tried clicking on the swords. I tried not clicking at all. I tried pressing different keys on the keyboard. I did not understand. I think I just didn't understand this concept of wit when I was at that age. I don't know. I just didn't understand. And so I never got past that point. It just seemed like it was impossible. Like, I don't know how you're supposed to beat this Grandmaster. Number 254 is Alex Kidd in Shinobi World. Now, this is the Alex Kidd equivalent of the original Shinobi game that was on the Master System, and this is also on the Master System, and it's basically the same game in concept, apart from it's an Alex Kidd game, and I think this was one of the very first Master System games I got, even though I didn't really get that many, but I think I got this the same Christmas, possibly, that I got my Master System converter. This was the Christmas where my uncle was saying to me, what's the point, you've got a Mega Drive, and also, he was the one that gave me his Mega Drive, software because it was originally his. Yeah, this is also the same uncle who I played Lego Racers with and all these different like racing games with, and who was better than me at Tetris, my uncle Darren. This is all the same person, by the way. But our kid in Shinobi World was more distinctively like a platform game than Shinobi was. I don't know if it was easier, I'm going to guess that it was easier, but it was the same level design. You had the same basic levels, you had the same bosses, you had the same music, and I really liked the music for the first level in this game. But because it was Alex Kidd, it had more precise jumping and more precise platforming. Also, you could do this technique where you could climb on like a post and you could spin round it to shoot off in one particular direction. And I also really like the graphics of this game as well. Everything's so like crisp and clean, and everything's so like very clear as to what you can jump on and what you can't, and it's very hard to describe, but I know exactly what I'm talking about. Did I ever complete this game? I think I have, but I can't confirm that, so I'm not going to say that I have or I haven't. And also, just to get talking about the Master System itself for a bit. The Master System, the controller didn't have a pause button. The pause button was on the console, so I remember having to press the pause button on this Master System converter as opposed to being able to press the start button on the Mega Drive, which I originally found out because my friend Matthew had a Master System, but I'll be getting to that later. Number 253 is a game called Devil Dice. Now this is a PS1 game, and it's a, I suppose, party game. It's kind of like a multiplayer game where each character is this little baby dressed up as a devil, different colours, one for each player. And it's a rather creative game, this, because I don't think I've seen anything like it. But the way that it worked is that you have all these dice laid around on this level, and you step on the dice, you start on the dice, and you move in the different directions to roll them around. And then if you can get dice with certain numbers on them on top and get that many of that lot together, you get points equal to that number squared. So say for example, if you match 2 dice next to each other that both have the number 2 facing up, you will get 4 points. And say if you get 3 threes together, you'll get 9 points. And if you get 6 sixes together, you'll get 36 points. And as you get them together, they sink into the ground, and whilst they're sinking into the ground, you can move the dice around to connect with them to build up a chain. So say you've got 4 fours together, you get 16 points, and they start sinking. If you get another 4 next to those sinking 4s, then you will get an extra 4 points on top of that, because you will build up a combo. And the winner is basically whoever gets the most points at the end of the round. Now, the ones are unique because you can't just get 1-1, because that would really be strange. But if you connect a 1 to any sinking dice, then all of the ones will sink and you will get all of those points. It's got a very strong, competitive, puzzly, just a very strange sort of theming to it, which is very interesting, and it's very nice. But also there's this puzzle mode where you are presented with a problem and you have to solve it within so many moves. So it'll be like, here are the dice, you have 4 moves, get rid of all these dice. So you have those puzzles to solve. But you'll also have different types of dice as well. So you might have rock solid ones that don't move, or icy ones that slide. I don't remember exactly the different types of dice that there are. I remember there's like this wooden dice. I don't remember what the significance of it is, but that I found very interesting. Number 252 is Bomberman Tournament. This is the Game Boy Advance version of Bomberman, basically. I do remember I enjoyed the different level variety in this version of Bomberman. I'm not going to explain the rules of Bomberman again because I already have a couple of times in previous entries. But what I do remember is that in this particular game, that there was a level which was basically Total Power. I don't remember its name, but there was a level where there was no blocks there and everyone started completely maxed out with full power blasting bombs. And it had nice level variety as well. But the main reason that this game stuck out to me was because of the quest mode. You actually had a story mode in the Bomberman game. It wasn't just playing in these arenas over and over again. You did have a different story mode which you could go through and progress and find different things, and it was interesting. You could explore new areas and stuff. But aside from going around and exploring and finding different items and different paths around different areas and different enemies in different dungeons, you also got these different monsters, which were also interesting because they each had their own ability. Like, I remember the first one, I believe it was the first one, allowed you to teleport to different areas that you had been to before, sort of like a fast travel feature. And you could get other ones as well, and they also had all of their own abilities. You could also compete with these different monsters in this boxing ring, and it was sort of like kind of a pseudo RPG in that regards, but that wasn't really too significant. But it was still interesting to have this sort of adventure mode, or quest mode rather, to be able to find all these different things around this world, and I did play this game quite a bit because of that. Number 251 is Forza Motorsport 3, and number 250 is Forza Motorsport 2. So this is another clump here, and this is basically both of the Forza Motorsport games that I have played on the Xbox 360. I originally played Forza Motorsport 2 before the third one, and I generally tend to find that with racing games, you can't go too wrong. You're not going to have a racing game that's just flat out awful. I find it very hard to find racing games that are just flat out awful. But since 2 and 3, we've had like Forza Horizon and all that, and I've not played those. But what I did like about these games is just what I like about many games, is the fact that you can take part in these events and you can level up, you can get money, and you can upgrade things. Now, Forza Motorsport 3 has a really stupid rewind mechanic, and I hate it. The whole thing of if you crash you can rewind back time so far, and I think that's just stupid. I don't know why they did that. And you also gathered points together based on different makes of cars. So if you used Ford cars, then you would level up your Ford compatibility. And I think that, you know, this all ties into the whole car porn, I suppose, where it's always like, ooh, look at the bonnet, ooh, look at this ST721 steering wheel thing. I don't know any of that stuff, so I'm just making it up, but you get the idea. What I liked about Motorsport 2 was that I had never played a racing game before this where you start off so weak. Like, sometimes you'd see a corner like in the far distance and you would have to slow down in advance to prepare to turn the corner. It was really strange, but I liked it. It took a while to get used to, but I liked it. And we have passed the halfway point. Usually I would have made a notice at the point of passing the halfway point, but we were in the middle of a clump, so you can understand why I couldn't. But yeah, we have just passed the halfway point in terms of amount of games, so we have just covered over half of the games. There are now fewer games coming up than there has been gone, and that's quite crazy, especially considering the fact that that's the bottom part of the list, and now we have the next part of the list. But we will continue on with our second half of games when we get back next time, because I am going to end this part here. So thank you to everyone for watching. I will see you all next time. Hi everyone, welcome back to my top 500 games, and we are now in the top half of the entire list. So we are at number 249, and that is The Sims 2. I never really played much of The Sims overall, but I did play The Sims 2. I got it on PS2. I don't remember exactly why I got it, but I do remember I had played a bit of the original Sims at my dad's house at one time, but I really don't really remember much about it. I mean, I know what it is, obviously, but I don't remember much about that experience. But The Sims 2 is one that I did get on the PS2, and I remember spending a lot of time on it. Well, at least it felt like a lot of time. I remember just, you'd have the default houses, but then I thought, well, that's pretty boring to have the default houses and stuff, so I really like this idea of making my own house and doing all that stuff. Now, of course, one of the things that The Sims is infamous for at this point is torturing people, putting a bunch of people in a room and then removing the doors, or another example, very common example would be making a swimming pool and then removing the ladder once they're in so they can't get out. You know, that type of thing. So you can just watch them all huddled in a room and start wallowing around in their own bodily fluids and watching them cry and then die. There's something there's something very satisfying, I guess, about that very morbid and very macabre sense of humour, I suppose. But that's not something that I did myself. I was more focused on, you know, making the house look nice and making it all interesting and making it all decorated nice. And this idea of interior design as a game mechanic, I liked it and I just had fun with it. Really, there's not much else I can say about it. I mean, of course, there's going to be that issue of you can't afford everything. You can't afford the things that give you the greatest amount of comfort and stuff. But even still, you know, this was not actually one of those games where I was able to play it for ages and accumulate so much money and get all my little Sims married and stuff, even though I'm sure I did that every now and then. But mostly I just like designing the houses and trying to come up with all these nice, interesting designs. But even from a gameplay standpoint, I'm not saying this as in I just put things together and thought, ooh, that looks nice. I did like the whole idea of, you know, like things providing so much comfort and you had to think rather ergonomically, I suppose. Think about like how far it takes to travel from one room to another and all that sort of stuff. And it was something that I was into. Number 248. I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce this. I know there's a few variations of how people do pronounce it. When I was introduced to this game series, I was introduced to it a way that I have not really heard anyone else say it. But I'm going to say it the way that I've heard most commonly, or rather the way that makes more sense to me when looking at it. But anyway, let's get to it. This game is Suikoden 4. Now, my friend Josh, who originally introduced me to this series, always called it Suikoden, but there's an I there, and so I don't really understand how it's a Su, and the Koden, I would understand that, but Suikoden, or Suikoden, I don't think, Suikoden doesn't sound right to me. I would say Suikoden, I suppose. That's the best way I can describe it, but regardless. Now, this series is famous for a few things. For one, it's famous for the whole many characters feature where you can get several different characters all on your team, and the idea is that you have to collect the 108 Stars of Destiny, and it varies between different games in the series. There are also very distinct features of these games. For example, spells being used through runes, and you use runes by equipping them, and each level of the rune will take up one magic slot of however much charges you have of that level, that type of thing. But one of the things that made this game stand out, that made it different, was that this was the only one where you didn't have a party of 6 characters, because usually you have 3 at the front and 3 at the back. But in this game you just had 4 characters. And I discovered that if you had a turbo controller, you could just use an elastic band around the analog sticks or something like that, an elastic band around the X button, and leave it and you could win. Or maybe you didn't need a turbo controller, I don't remember, but I remember you could just set it on auto. The reason for this is because of how you fully queued after a level up, and also it was because of the way that the experience is calculated. It's basically 1,000 experience per level up, and the amount of experience you get depends on the difference between your strength and your enemy's strength. It's kind of messed up in that aspect, I suppose, but enemies will never give you any less than 10 experience levels, so it will take a maximum of 100 battles to get from any level to any other level, and so you can just set it up, and that's what I did. Now, also what this game is known for, and what I suppose the series is known for, are the giant war-like battles, and each game does it separately. This game was very water-based, so they were very naval-based battles, so you had to guide these ships around, but I don't really remember that much detail. But the main thing that sticks out to me about this game is my story behind it, because I got this game on my 18th birthday, and I got quite a few things on my 18th birthday. It's also the day that I got Kingdom Hearts 2, which came out the day before my 18th birthday. So my 18th birthday, that's September 30th, 2006. and I just remember playing this on my birthday and for a while after that. So yeah, that's that. Number 247 is Super Street Fighter 2. This is the Mega Drive version that I had played, and I had already played Street Fighter 2 on the Amiga, but I'm kind of bundling in with this because that's just the rule, I suppose. Like, if there are slight variations on games, I'm going to count them together. It's basically like an extension, I suppose, so yeah, there's that. But I had already played Street Fighter 2 on the Amiga, and my Amiga version of Street Fighter 2 was pretty broken because if ever you played as Guile, or the computer played as Guile, Guile would just appear as this mesh, sort of like a missing go, and the game would just crash. But Super Street Fighter 2 I got on the Mega Drive, and this also introduced a few new characters. It introduced Cammy, T-Hawk, DJ, and Feilong, and I believe this was the first game I ever got that I actually requested, because every time up until this point, I just got games that I was given. But I remember knowing about Super Street Fighter 2 somehow, and I wanted it, and I got it. And I did play this game quite a bit, but because there's no real progression or any, like, you know, long single player mode outside of just arcade mode, I can't really think of any stories to talk about this, apart from I did play this quite a bit and I enjoyed it. This game was also available at the Childcare Centre that I mentioned quite a few times at this point, but I played it there as well. Next up, we have number 246, The Revenge of Shinobi. But this is a clump, because at number 245 we have Shinobi 3, Return of the Ninja. These are both Mega Drive games, and I actually didn't have Shinobi 3 when I was younger and had a Mega Drive, but I did have Shinobi 2, which is The Revenge of Shinobi. And they both play very similarly, but I would say that Shinobi 3 is the better of the two. I actually had the Revenge of Shinobi on one of those Mega Game bundle cartridges that you could sometimes get. But I have played both since then from emulation and Mega Drive collections and PSN and all that. But again, like Shinobi, it's one of those more slow, methodical ninja games. Although I did learn several years later that you can run by tapping the D-pad in the direction twice rather than just pressing it down. And also, as a feature of this game, you have different powers that you can use. So you can pause the game and select your power, and then you can press, I believe it is A, to unleash that power. So you might have one which is like invincibility for a while, and there's also one which is like a kamikaze thing where you will explode, so it will cost you a life, and your explosion will do loads of damage to the enemies. But like I've said several times before, I really like the precision of these games. I really like that sort of precise aspect where it's not so much about learning different button combinations that you'd have in a fighting game to do a different move. It's not like up, down, left, right, A is a particular shuriken attack, and then right, B, and C is this other weird attack. It's just, no, every button always does the same thing. It's just knowing the right context to use all of those things. And that's what I tend to favour with these games. Now obviously I'm going to have more memories with The Revenge of Shinobi than I do for Shinobi 3, because that was the one that I did have on the Mega Drive. And the main thing that I always remember is the boss that's in the nightclub. So you have this boss who's jumping around all over the place and the walls are flashing different colours, and it looks really strange. And also this is one of those games where I can play it now and think, wow, this is really hard. However did I beat these bosses when I was younger, especially that particular nightclub boss that sticks in my mind. Number 244 is Ikaruga. This is a game I only played since the Xbox 360. It's basically one of those scrolling shooting games, but what makes this game stand out is the whole polarity thing, and quite a few games have picked up on this idea since then, but the idea is that you can switch between a sort of light mode and dark mode, and you will shoot out bullets on a colour based on what polarity you are. So if you're in light mode, you'll shoot out these white bullets, and if you're in dark mode, you'll shoot out these black bullets. And also, being a particular type of ship will allow you to completely avoid the bullets of that colour. So say you might have something that's shooting out a load of white bullets and only a few black ones. You can turn into a white ship so that you can more easily avoid the ones that are a threat to you, as opposed to becoming the black ship, which will cause you to be damaged by the massive horde of white bullets. The idea behind this, and it's a very clever idea if we're being completely honest, is that you sort of choose your difficulty setting, because in order to make yourself strong against the enemy and making it so you can get more points, you have to use the colour that will make it harder for you to dodge all the bullets. And so it's sort of like a difficulty setting that you can keep switching, but of course it's also a reflex thing, so you have to be very careful of what colour that you are at the time, so you have to make sure that you can react to that fast enough. It's interesting, certainly very interesting. Although saying that, I couldn't get too far because I'm not that good, or at least I wasn't when I played this game. Number 243 is Voodoo Dice. Now, this is very similar in theme to Devil Dice, which I talked about just not too long ago. And the idea is that you have these dice and you have to roll these dice around in order to get them to different spots. Apart from, this is a purely puzzle-based game, whereas Devil Dice had a puzzle-based element to it, a particular mode, and it was primarily a competitive multiplayer party game. But this one is all about the puzzles, and you have the different theme stages, and you have much bigger levels than what you would have in Devil Dice. And the aim of these games is, once again, to get the dice lined up with the correct numbers. Also, there's a bit of a story behind this game. This is, I believe, it was the first game that I played on my newest TV. When I got my latest TV, it would have been, I guess, 2012, 2013, around that time. And it's a 32-inch TV, but before then I was working on a 22-inch TV, so it was a much larger scale TV. And this was the first game I played on it to really see the difference in the TV sizes. Although, of course, when it comes to things like TV size, it's one of those things you just get used to very quickly. So now I'm just used to my TV, so it doesn't seem that amazing anymore, but that's how it felt like at the time. Now next up, we have number 242. Now this game is Ratchet and Clank Tools of Destruction, but this is a clump. Number 241 is Ratchet and Clank Size Matters, but this is an even bigger clump. At number 240, we have Ratchet & Clank A Crack in Time. That's right, we have a 3-game clump, and this is the first time that this has happened. But yeah, this is interesting, a 3-game clump. So I suppose all I can really do here is talk about how I was introduced to the Ratchet & Clank series. Basically, my brother played the original Ratchet & Clank, and he had it. I didn't have it. He had it on the PS2, which was back when it was on the PS2. So it would have been Christmas around 2004, I believe. If I work my memories out, I believe 2004 is the most accurate Christmas date I can assign to it. But regardless, that's not the one I played. I played Tools of Destruction first, and I eventually got Size Matters on the PSP. The one thing I remember specifically about Size Matters is the way that when you level up and your health goes up. And generally speaking, I did enjoy the whole leveling up thing, because that's just the thing I like in general, I suppose. A Crack in Time, which is the one that I am the most familiar with, introduced a time puzzle mechanic, and I just realised I've not really talked about the core of these games. Basically, they're 3D platformers, but there's a lot of focus on, I suppose you could call it gunplay. You get these different weapons, and you can upgrade these different weapons by collecting different bolts, like screws and all that type of stuff, and that's good. But A Crack in Time has this time puzzle thing with it as well, where you can, similar to the misadventures of PB Winterbottom, you can do a thing and then rewind time and do another thing whilst the ghost of the thing you just did does that thing you just did, so that you can line things up. It is pretty cool. I did get to a point in A Crack in Time where it just got really hard, and it seemed really hard to get past all of these enemies, but I did eventually beat all those enemies, and I did progress through the game. And I also like the fact that there's all these different planets that you can go to, and they all provide their own individual challenges, so that was nice. Number 239 is Worms Open Warfare. This is the PSP version of Worms. There also was Open Warfare 2, but this is the one that I played. And basically, it's Worms on the PSP. So I've already described Worms because I was talking about Worms 3D before, and I also briefly mentioned it with Worms Crazy Golf. But Worms Basically, you've got multiple teams of multiple worms. You each take turns controlling one of your worms, and you move around and you aim your different weapons and you shoot. And of course, you've got different types of weapons, like bazookas will cause a big explosion, but they're affected by wind. You've got the shotgun, which does general damage, I guess is the best way to call it. It delivers 2 shots. You've got the homing missile, which is more accurate. The airstrike, which will just fall from the top of the screen and land, and you can teleport. And all these different types of abilities. But my main memory with Worms Open Warfare was playing this game against my friend Josh, because I think this was one of those games where you only needed one copy to play multiplayer. So I would play it on my PSP and he would play it on his PSP, and we could play against each other from my one copy. And that was nice. But I'm going to end this part here. So thank you all for watching. I will see you in the next part. We'll continue on from 238. Goodbye. Hi everyone, and welcome back to my top 500 games. We are currently at number 238, which is Hell Yeah! Wrath of the Dead Rabbit. This is an indie game that came out on the Xbox 360 and PS3 as digital downloads, as they usually do. And the idea behind this game is that it's a 2D side-scrolling platform game. Apart from it sort of has elements of a twin-stick shooter in that you do use the right analog stick to aim your shots. You also ride around in this chainsaw thing, which you also use as well every now and then. But the main story behind this game is that you are Ash, who is this rabbit who lives in hell, and something happens. It's either an embarrassing photo or an embarrassing video gets shared around, and he hates people seeing this video or this photo. I forget what it was. I think it was a photo, I'm not so sure. But he hates people seeing it, and his goal is to kill everyone that has seen it. So throughout the entire game, you'll have all these different little monsters scattered around all these worlds, and they'll all be saying things like, ha ha ha, I can't believe you were wearing that thing, or something like that. And then you proceed to kill them, and you have all of these weird little mini games for when it comes to killing them. Like there's a weird Guitar Hero one, or there might be a button mashing one, but different ways to kill them in different gruesome ways. But what makes this game mostly fun is just the platforming and the shooting, just the general stuff, not the whole story behind it, even though, you know, people will like the story. And it is quite a funny story, and it is quite wacky and out there, I suppose. I mean, it is, but it is just generally a good game, just for the fact that it's a platformer and you've got the nice shooting and stuff. Although I will say, story-wise and theme-wise, I do really like the Happy Land. That is quite funny, because you've got all of these singing flowers singing about how happy they are, and Ash is saying things like, oh my god, please let it stop, because he can't stand the happiness. But it's quite funny. Number 237. This is a game that is just... it's just absolutely exploded all over the internet. This game is Minecraft, and Minecraft is huge. Minecraft has become its own genre of video on YouTube, which is crazy that there would be a genre dedicated to this one specific game, and it's very popular amongst kids as well. But I do like Minecraft, and I do have some stories to tell you, but I've never gotten this whole big fad. I mean, I understand the whole idea of it's like Lego, it's creativity. You can build a house, you can build all these different weird contraptions and stuff. You can build replicas of things from TV shows or games or whatever. You can create your own world. You can create these little contraptions as well that can do all these crazy things. I understand that, and I think that's great. I understand also that there's this whole lore behind it and this whole franchising behind it with the creepers and all that as well. You know, stuff like that. And you've also, obviously, the videos on YouTube have played into this as well, such as all those music videos, which are just strange. But I'm going to talk about my specific experiences with this game, because I don't really have too much experience when it comes to the main game, that is just the regular mode, survival mode, I think it's called, where, you know, you have to survive, you have to collect resources to then build things. No, I have stories more to do with the creative mode, and this is quite ridiculous, because like creative mode, it is kind of ridiculous the way that you can make things just on the spot. You don't have to work towards making anything. But I got this game on the Xbox 360, and a few of my friends also had it, namely Random DCE. He was playing it, and there was a few of us in that group, and we were all playing it on the same map. And so there was Random DCE, myself, and Kari Okami, who were all playing on this map. And it was on Random's own server. It was on his profile. And so the idea was that we just used this map to create whatever we wanted. And we did eventually lose the data to it. Either that or we lost access to it, even though he could go on it, but we couldn't get onto it maybe. But I'm going to tell you the story about what happened. Now, this would have been early 2010, so somewhere like it would have been after 2010, I believe. It may have been 2011, around that time. And the way that it worked is that we each had our own individual dedicated areas of the map to work on. This is how we started. We each had to build something. So Random built this weird paddless thing, and then Kari built this giant sprite, and I built this glass tower with the Velolympics. Obviously, because I'm Velocity 11, it was the Velolympics, and I'd have a sign saying, "Welcome to the Velolympics." And I'd say to them, right, we need to turn creative mode off and go onto this map, and we need to try out the Velolympics. And what it was you'd climb this tower, and you'd have this path of diamond blocks in the air, and it split off into two paths. One path led you all the way around the map to the other side, and at that other side there'd be a sign saying you've gone the wrong way. So then you'd have to turn around and go all the way back. And if you went the other way, you had all these floating these floating diamond blocks just in the sky. And I remember I was like stood at the bottom, watching Random, just looking up at him, jumping across all these blocks, because they're all like evenly spaced blocks, and you have to like jump from them one at a time, like really high above ground. So obviously if you fell, you'd have to like climb and do it all again. But I was watching him jumping across all these platforms, and he made it to the end. And then at the end, there's this room in the sky, and it says, "Congratulations," on a sign. And then you step forward a bit, and you fall down. And then you get to this other sign, and it says, "Step forward to claim your prize." And he was just said, "Oh no, I'm not falling for that." Right? Which was a shame, because if he had, he would have he would have stepped forward and then just fallen into a pit of lava. Yeah, that was funny. But also after that, we just started messing around. So we also made some like other like sprites around the map, and one of them also made this wicker man that they blew up, and they also made this spaceship. And I had this series of glowing blocks that said YMCA on it, and then a little sign over it that says "It's fun to stay out there." But the biggest thing that I did in that map was just like to the side, I built this giant satanic shrine. And it had like this staircase that like went up, and at the top of this, it had another staircase that went up to this giant pedestal, and on that was a giant sign that just said "Repent" across it, and it was all like red and black, and it was like covered in torches and stuff. It was funny. I still have some pictures of that shrine, and I will show them sometime. Not now. I might do in a bonus episode, so stick around. But yeah, I will do that. But yeah, I've spent a long time talking about that, but that was a very interesting memory, and I just really wanted to make sure that I talked about it. Number 236 is Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, the game. Not the movie, because this isn't a top 500 movies list, it's a top 500 games list. It is the game. And this is a beat 'em up. Basically, the movie, I have seen the film, but the film is about just these kids. I'm not going to go into all the details, but the idea behind the film is that it's meant to be like a game, where you've got the main character who has to fight all these other people, and they are treated as bosses, as if it was a game, so to speak. And so it's kind of like a game of a film that's meant to be a game, sort of, if you know what I mean. But it's a pretty standard beat 'em up. But what I like about this game, as what I usually like about games in general, is that it has a leveling system. Yay! But the leveling itself really only gives you new abilities, which isn't really that interesting, I don't think, for a beat 'em up game. I mean, button combinations and stuff to learn new abilities has never been that interesting to me. But also what is interesting is that you can buy things with the money that you find, and you can upgrade your stats by buying those things. And the things that you buy, you can buy them at different places, so certain shops and certain levels sell certain types of food, and different types of food will increase your stats in different ways. Sometimes it would be like so much money for like a bit of this stat and a bit of that stat, or it might be a lot of money for a lot of this one stat that's a bit different or something. And so you've got this balancing going on of money and different stats, and trying to find out which way to invest your money. And I really like that stuff. That's just stuff that I really like in general. Also, probably just me, but the final level was really hard. I don't know if that was just me, but I really did feel like that. Number 235 is Rallycross. This is a racing game. It was on the same vein as V-Rally, which I talked about ages ago. That was like number 401, I think it was. Yeah, all the way back then. But I did play it about the same time as V-Rally. But I played it a lot more. I mean, I'm not sure if I did, but it feels like I did because my memories of it are much more vivid. I remember the different racetracks and how you'd have different variations of the different racetracks, and the cars jumped around a lot. It was very dirt. What's the term I'm thinking of? Monster truck. That's the thing I'm thinking of. It was much more monster truck based, so you had lots of jumping around and stuff. And really, I don't have too much to say about this. I just remember the different like races, and I remember there's one stage which is kind of like this arena, sort of like this, like this racetrack, like a NASCAR track, maybe I suppose. But you could unlock different variations of that track where you would sort of go inside like the different indoor areas as well, and that was interesting. It was, I don't know, it's one of those games where I don't feel like I should have so much nostalgia for it, but I kind of do. But yeah, there's something about it that I can't put my finger on that I did really enjoy about this game. Number 234 is a game that I think is super overrated and doesn't deserve anywhere near as much praise as it does get. So this is going to be quite a negative review, sort of speak, of the game. Even though I do like the game, of course I rank it at number 234. It is Portal. This game was treated as if it was the best puzzle game ever, or it was just amazing. Like, I like the game, and I think it's clever, the way that you shoot the portals, and you've got to think about different trajectories, and the way that you fall into things, and the way you, like, shoot out, and you've got to think about the different machines, and lining things up. It was quite clever, especially for a 3D game, but I just think there's so much hype around this game. It's just so not deserving. Well, maybe hype's not the right word because, it's an old game now, but I just feel like there's just so much praise surrounding this game that I don't think it deserves. It might just be me, I don't know. It might be because I'm really deeply into the idea of puzzles and strategy and all that, thinking type of game, I suppose, that maybe I just have a higher standard. I don't know, but then I'm not saying that people who really like it have low standards. At least I'm not trying to say that. But I will just explain. For one, I don't think the game's all that funny, to be honest. The cake is a lie thing is just whatever. The whole GLaDOS thing as well. People saying that GLaDOS is like the best villain ever. Oh. Okay, usually I don't care about characters or whatever. When things say the best character of all games, I'm not bothered. But I don't think GLaDOS is that funny. I mean, I think there's a few like little humorous bits here and there, but I generally don't think that GLaDOS is funny overall. And this game is treated so highly, I just don't understand it. I feel like I don't really have to explain this game because I think that it's pretty well known enough that I shouldn't have to. I will say that I never completed this game, but I do believe I got pretty far. I did certainly get past the point where you break out of the test chambers. The first time I played it, I got out of the test chambers and I was thinking, alright, I'm near the end. But the next time I played it, I did that same thing, but I got quite a bit further, and I still didn't reach the end, so I don't know exactly how long this game is. Okay, number 233 is Pinball Dreams. So this is a pinball game, so I shouldn't really have too much to say about it. It doesn't have much in terms of features, it's just a set of 4 pinball machines, and you gotta try to get the high score. There isn't any extra features other than that, really. But I had this game on the Amiga. One of the things I remember about this game is that I think this is one of the few games that I had not copied, so it was like a legitimate copy of the game. And I remember the cover for this game had a pinball table, and the pinball itself had the reflection of this man, just doing this really creepy smile. It's hard to describe, but I remember finding that pretty freaky at the time. But yeah, you've got the 4 pinball tables. There's Ignition, Steel Wheel, Beatbox, and Nightmare, each with their own themes, and obviously you know how pinball works. I'm not going to explain exactly how pinball works. But this was actually my first pinball game, because it was on the Amiga, and I don't think I'd even heard of pinball at this point. But what was also interesting in the game is that this is a game that my uncle had. Now, I'm not talking about my Uncle Darren here. My Uncle Darren is the person who I've talked about many times before. He was into racing games, all that lot. Yep, I've mentioned him several times. No, this is a game that my Uncle Kevin had. My Uncle Kevin is on my dad's side of my family, and it was really strange to think of my Uncle Kevin playing games, especially a game that I had played. I remember one time going to his house and he would play Pinball Dreams, and he'd have this big TV. Of course, this is relatively speaking, it wouldn't be very big now, but when I was that young and at that time, as in early 90s, it would have appeared to me to be a big screen, and I remember finding that really interesting, and I found that quite exciting. Also, I later got this game on the PSP when it came out on the PS Minis. There's two things that I wanted to talk about. One thing that I noticed about the PS Mini version itself, and one thing that I noticed about the game in general from playing the PS Minis version. One thing that I noticed just about the game overall is that underneath the flippers you have this little peg, so if the ball falls down in between the flippers, it doesn't necessarily count as you losing the ball. It could bounce off the peg, but the peg is actually really interesting because what it also means is that if you have the flippers flipped up and it goes down, it's not going to be able to bounce up. So you've got this sort of balance between flipping up and down, between relative spaces of where the ball is. That was interesting. But also with the PS Minis version specifically, you could play the game sideways, so you could flip the game on its side so that you could hold the PSP on its side and then use X and triangle as the buttons for the flippers. And I had never seen a game played like that before. I thought that was really interesting. And it really works as well with the portrait view because of, you know, a pinball table. They're tall, they're not wide. Number 232 is Micro Machines. This is another game that I had on the Amiga, and I think this was my first racing game ever. So we've just had my first pinball game. This is my first racing game, or at least I think it was. Micro Machines, it's a racing game, but it's the top-down view of a racing game. So basically what that means is that you're always looking down at the top of the vehicles, which means that pressing left and right would depend on which way you're facing, and your view is obviously not always going to be relative to that. So say if you're travelling downwards through the screen, you can press left and right to move left and right relative to which way the vehicle is facing, but it won't be relative to the screen, which I think I got a grasp of that pretty quickly. I know this is the type of thing that people tend to struggle with. Tank controls, I mean, I know it's a racing game so it's different, but tank controls in general is something that people do struggle with, but it's something that I find a lot easier to adapt to than say something like non-inverted camera controls, which I just can't deal with, but that's a separate topic. So yeah, the idea is that you are the red car and, well, I say car, but you go through a different set of vehicles. But the first level is set in this bathtub, and you have to complete 3 laps of this bathtub in order to be able to progress to the next level, which is like the first proper race. But when I first played this game, I didn't understand the concept. I didn't know what I was meant to do, so I just kept failing over and over again. But yeah, you go around and you do 3 laps of this bathtub, and then you go to the next race. And you always have these series of races, and each race can have its own individual type of theming. So for example, you can have the buggies, and the buggies race on top of this breakfast table where you have like all these little Cheerios that are scattered around to make the racetrack. What's interesting about this particular game is that the racetrack doesn't have specific boundaries. For the most part, there are exceptions, but the racetrack doesn't have specific boundaries for where you can go. It's kind of just like a guideline of where you should go, and if you try to skip past, if you just leave the track and go off to try to cut corners, then your car will just explode. But usually if it's only just like a minor corner, you know, like it's like a little turn, then that's fine. You can't just like jump across the entire track. And you'd have different obstacles along the way. So on like these breakfast table levels, you'd have boxes of cereal and then like ramps that will get you to jump over the boxes of cereal, and you'll have little spillages of honey which slow you down. There are also the school table type levels where you play the sports cars, and they are really fast. And in those ones, what makes those ones specifically difficult is that there's going to be bridges that you will come across made out of rulers, and they can be pretty thin, and your cars are fast, so you'll fall off them quite a lot. I also remember there was the tank levels, which I wasn't so keen on. With those ones, you could shoot bullets, and all I really remember is that you cross over like chessboards and stuff. And there was also like another tank type level where you played as these weird little tank type vehicles with spikes on, and these were done in like construction offices where you had like spillages of oil, you know, like pens and spanners around everywhere. And I wasn't too keen on the combat, so to speak, of these games. You also had the dune buggy levels where it was across sand, and those levels had like bits of water. It was kind of like a sandbox, like a literal sandbox. I'm not talking about the gaming term here, I'm talking about like the literal sandbox. And I also remember you had the helicopter levels where each player was a helicopter, and in those levels the walls were the actual boundaries of the racetrack. So you had to do all these levels in a set order, and you basically had so many lives in order to be able to get through. And you had all these different characters as well, and I think they varied in capabilities. So like at the top you'd have like Spider and Jethro, I think he was called, and someone else who I don't really remember. And at the bottom you'd have Mike, I think. I don't entirely remember all of the characters, but for some reason I had it in my mind where it was sort of like confirmed that Spider and Jethro were like the two best ones. I think his name is Jethro, I don't remember. But it's kind of like those two were like the best ones, but I don't know how I know that. I kind of just like feel that I do know it, which makes me think I might be wrong. So yeah, I always generally try to play as those two so that I didn't have to come up against the better characters in the game. And I got stuck on one of the later levels, which was on the school tables, the ones with the sports cars, because they were just really fast and you had to cross all these like tight bridges along these rulers. It just got too hard. One racetrack I forgot to mention is the pool table. So you've got this pool table and you've got all these playing cards that act as ramps, and you've got to avoid all these pool balls, and sometimes you've got to like go into the pockets in order to come out at the other side of the pockets. It's a very interesting game thematically, and it's something that if you've not played, you should play, or at least watch a video of it, because it's really creative with how it does all these things. But I'm going to end this here, so thank you all for listening. I realise I kind of rambled on a few games more than others this time round, but I will end this here, so thank you all for listening. I'll see you all next time. Hi everyone, and welcome back to my top 500 games. To start off this part, we have another 3-part clump. Number 231 is Road Rash for the PlayStation. Number 230 is Road Rash for the Mega Drive. They are different enough, I believe, to count them as separate games, at least for my list at least. And number 229 is Road Rash 2. Now, the PlayStation version is definitely at the bottom of these three because it has severe problems when it comes to load times and scrolling through menus and all that. It has some nicer graphics during the races, and it also has some really strange looking cartoon graphics for outside of the races, like when you are going through the menus. Like you've got all these characters with giant mouths or just horribly mangled faces or just really strange looking. It's hard to describe without having seen it yourself. It's a very particular art style. But as for what Road Rash is itself, the series is a set of racing games. You control someone riding a motorbike and you have to get to the end of the race. And the way that it works is that you'll have a set of 6 races, and then once you've won those 6 races, you'll progress to the next set of races, and then you have to beat those races and so on and so forth. You earn money by doing these races, and with that money you can buy upgrades to your bike, which is really the main thing that you do upgrade. You just get like extra bikes and stuff. And as for the races themselves, they've got quite a strange bit of variety to them when it comes to racing, because it isn't just racing. You do attack your opponents, but not traditionally in the way that you would with, say, like a car game where you shoot out weapons and stuff. You basically just punch and kick them. They go next to you, you can punch and kick them, and they can fall off. And also, they can knock you off as well, and if you do get knocked off, you will have to go back to your bike. Although your character does automatically run back to their bike, it can be quite a fair distance. You can control it during this point, but there's really no need to, because the computer will automatically make you run at the optimal angle at the best that they can. And also, to improve your knocking enemies off bike ability, you can snatch clubs from your enemies as well as change. I don't know exactly whether the club or the chain is better. I think the chain is meant to be better than the club, but the way that you get them is just by attacking the enemies that attack you with those items, so you can steal it from them. Now you can also lose the race by getting wrecked, which is where you basically crash too much, and you can also lose the race by being busted, and that is where the policeman catches you. So you've got to escape from the police as well, because after all you are racing on a public road and you're being violent. Upon completing each race you will be given a little animation, a little video. On the PlayStation version you get a full motion live acted video of something happening, depending on whether you win or lose. So it may be that someone runs over your arm, or you finish the race and everyone's cheering. Just different variations on that. And of course on these other earlier versions it's just a little animation using the in-game graphics. But I really got into these games. I think I may have had a Road Rash game on the Amiga, but I'm not too sure about that. I think I might have had one on the Mega Drive, but I'm not too sure about that. I know my friend Thomas definitely did have one on the Mega Drive. I'm not sure if I ever did. But what's also interesting is that each character in the game has a name and a personality. So before you start a race, you'll get this picture of one of the characters, one of the other racers, and they'll say something to you. And it depends on what type of character they are, it will vary what they say. And usually the different races are based in different states. So you might have the Arizona race, or you might have the Texas race, and they'll have different environments, and they'll have different music to accompany them. It's a strange music. Number 228 is Time Splitters 2. This is a game that I know is very highly regarded by many. I got this game because my friend Bridge got it, and I eventually got it for the GameCube. I got it one birthday, I believe it was, but I got it a second-hand copy, probably because it was too hard to find. But Time Splitters 2 is basically a first-person shooter where you've got this wide array of characters, and it's basically a competitive first-person shooter, which is something that I never truly got into overall, but I did like this game. You also have a vast array of different characters that are just crazy. Like, you'll have a gingerbread man, or a snowman on a flying carpet, or a monkey, the monkey being Time Splitters' mascot, I suppose. But I can't really think of too much to say about this game, but I did like this game. And the story mode, I don't remember if I did complete it, but I do remember that I played it. I remember, for example, you could switch between not just having a weapon and having a different weapon, but you could switch to this device which would act as a map, which is also interesting because, you know, these days all games would have just the map in the corner. Like every game would just have that by default. So it was interesting to like switch between. And also it was interesting to have parts where you have to shoot the camera so that they can't see you, which is strange. You can shoot the camera so that they can't see you, but surely the security guards would be able to see that the camera's broken. You'd think that they'd figure out something was up there, wouldn't you? But yeah, that's that. Number 227, we have Tekken 2. This game, I believe, was a big improvement over the first game. Although saying that, gameplay-wise, if you're talking very specifically for the actual quality of the combat, I don't think I could comment too much on that. But this game was such a big game for me. This is one of the big milestones, I suppose you could say, because this game I played in an arcade. I mentioned this ages ago when I was talking about Virtua Fighter 2, how my granddad would sometimes take me to this place where there were arcade machines on Saturdays, and I would play Virtua Fighter 2 there. There was also Tekken 2 there as well, and again, like I was with Virtua Fighter 2, I was pretty amazed by the graphics. But apart from that, I also played this game at Thomas's house. I mentioned my friend Thomas a few times as well. He had this game because what happened was, when we were younger, we both had Mega Drive, so we talk about Mega Drive games. And then one Christmas I would say to him, I got a particular game. And then he would say to me, so what? I got a PlayStation. And I was so jealous. I mean, there's another game coming up where I'm probably going to talk about this story, but I was so jealous. It's like I wanted a PlayStation at this point. I was just like, I was just thinking, it's not fair. I want a PlayStation. He got a PlayStation. And I never really had this sense of like, at least from what I recall, I don't really remember ever being like actively jealous of someone, because I remember previous to this, my friend Matthew, who had a Master System, I wanted a Master System, so I got the Master System converted, which I've been into that story before, and I'll go back into later. But this time it was just like, oh my god, a PlayStation that is amazing, because I had remembered playing it at my granddad's house. But eventually, my granddad did give me his PlayStation. But I'm talking about Tekken 2 here. Tekken 2, when I went to his house after he got his PlayStation, he had a few games, and one of them was Tekken 2. And I remember playing this game quite significantly when I was there, and I just had so much fun. Like, I think of the few games that were there, this was the one I got bored of the most, but also I was just so excited to be playing a PlayStation. And so I would just be amazed at like this 3D fighting game. And I remember there was one time where we went on to, it was something like Team Attack or something, where you have to choose characters in a set order so that you could fight each other one by one. And by doing this, it showed you the full character select screen where it had all the question marks for characters that weren't unlocked. I asked him, why are there all those question marks? And he said, they're all characters that you don't have. So I was just there thinking, well, okay, they're just characters that you can't play as. Strange that they would have them all behind question marks, but okay, there's all those characters that you just can't play as. And then eventually when I did get my PlayStation, which again is another story, I got Tekken 2 pretty early on, I think, and I remember I completed arcade mode as Law, and I unlocked Bake, and then I remember going into the menu and seeing one of those question marks became a character, and I found out that you could unlock new characters. And this was when it hit me that games, even though I did have a bit of experience with this in the past, not much but a little bit, but this is where it hit me, where games were this continuous thing that just like, you can just keep progress, and you can use a memory card and it will keep track of your progress. And it was just amazing to me that I could just unlock a character and then I would have that character forever from that point on. Also, what my friend Thomas did is he used to call the suits that you used, like the costumes, if you pressed X or circle, it would have the character's name in blue. He called that their sad suit, and the square and triangle one, which had their name in red, he called that their happy suit, which is weird. I don't know where he got that name from. It's like with the first boss of Sonic 1 calling it a Bommy Knocker. I think that may have been him. But yeah, that's the main story about Tekken 2 and why Tekken 2 is such a big part of my development, I suppose, because it did introduce this concept to me, which at the time was just fantastic. Also, one thing to point out just before I move on to the next game is that Devil kind of scared me a bit. Like the way that you finish the previous battle before, and then the previous battle before, which was the character that you would unlock with whoever you would unlock with the character that you selected when you first started the arcade mode. It's complicated, I know, it's weird, but you fought that character, and then you fought Kazuya, I think, and then you fought Devil, and the versus screen when you were fighting Devil, and it had like Devil's eyes in the background, and you'd stand up and it'd play that evil music with all that series of mirrors in the background. It used to scare me a little bit, but man, Tekken 2. I mean, obviously, number 227, I'm not saying it's an amazing game at all, but it just did so much for me at the time. Number 226 is The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, and I'm not going to be saying too much about this really, because I don't think I have too much to say, but I am going to say that I think this is better than Oblivion, because of what I mentioned before. Obviously, Oblivion was earlier on the list, so yeah, I like it more than Oblivion, but that's what I'm going to be talking about here. See, what I don't like about Western RPGs in general is that I don't like role-playing, I don't like creating a character, I don't like the whole thing of you start the game and you've got to decide on these things like select your star sign, select which things you specialize in before you even get to play the game. I just don't like that stuff. And this really toned it down. You basically chose very little at the start, and everything was built up about how you progressed your character as the game went on. And the way that the system worked is that you leveled up your individual skills by using them as you did with Oblivion, apart from there was no athletic skill, so you couldn't increase your speed by moving around. But you know, you had blocking, light armor, heavy armor, like sword skill, blunt weapons, smithing, all that lot. And by doing that, you leveled up that thing, and you also got a bit of experience to go to your general level. And when you leveled up your general level, you could then spend points into different of those different skill sets. And it would sort of work away along this like little skill tree, which I know is pretty generic, but you'd have like this little skill tree. And then once you maxed out one of those skills, you could then make it legendary, which means that you lose all of the points that you put into it, but allows you to level it up again. That's a system I can get behind. I like that system. I like the idea behind it. Because what it means is that you don't have to worry about putting skills into the wrong thing so that you like mess yourself up later on, I suppose. And I did really like that. Still never really got into the whole role-playing thing though. Number 225 is Marble Blast Ultra. This is an Xbox Live arcade game, and there really isn't too much to say about this. It's kind of like one of those games where you've just got to move like a marble around. Now, this game doesn't necessarily present you with any like special powers or anything. It doesn't present you with any really interesting mechanics, so to speak. It just has really nice physics. So you'd have these ramps, and you could really feel like you would get momentum from those ramps. And just the way that you landed and the way that you like floored through, it was really nice. And you basically had a series of levels that, to be granted, they all look pretty generic. They all look pretty just like a standard grid that was like put together. But I had fun playing this game. Really, really simple. Really not much to say about this, so I'm not going to just pad this out by talking about it more. But yeah, it was a good game. Number 224 is Hustle Kings. This is a pool game where you play pool. Now, first I'm just going to get this rant out of the way. There are microtransactions. Boo! Microtransactions are awful. Yep, it has microtransactions. You can buy different chalk, which will allow you to improve the performance of your queue, which is, you spend stuff on consumable stuff, and that stuff helps you. So, yep, microtransactions, that's horrible. But it was a pool game, and it was pretty nice graphic-wise. Everything looked really clean. Everything was rather clear. It did do the thing of where you have a line where it shows you exactly the way that the ball is going to travel in a particular direction, which, I don't know, I find it quite of a strange concept, really, because in a way, I kind of think, what's the point of making a game where you've got to aim where there is this line that just tells you where things are going to go? But then again, I think that that's really no different to just like holding a ruler up to the screen or something. I don't know. It's a tricky subject, I think. You did also have the extra snooker DLC, which is okay, I suppose. But what was strange is that you got points for doing shots in a rather unusual way, which is weird. Like, usually, like, you would just score points for getting the balls in the pocket and winning the game, but you got points for performing strange tricks, which sort of added up to your money. And everything was just kind of nice about this game. There was nothing really like insidious behind it, or nothing was really jarring, obviously apart from the microtransactions. But I don't know, it was just a nice game. But there's two things I'm going to talk about here, two things I want to point out. One of them is something that I really liked about the game, and something else is something that, well, I'm not going to say I like it, but something that I think is interesting. The thing that I find interesting is that in this game, they had adverts. Like, for example, you get to the loading screen, and at the bottom of the screen, it would have this advert for Pringles, just like an image advert, and it would, have the Pringles logo and the Pringles man, like with the mustache, and you just casually advertise Pringles. Is this kind of like a sponsorship? Sometimes they would advertise Wipeout HD, but it just gets me thinking, advertisements and product placements are sort of like the antithesis of an art form, I suppose. Like, if you have something where you've got this film and it's like meant to be an emotional scene, and then you've got one character just saying like, I'll just get my so-and-so's cola, it seems to take away from that experience and makes it feel cheap and tacky. But I kind of think that in this environment where you've just got the game itself and it's just during a loading screen, and it's not necessarily a game that's got like a narrative behind it or anything, it's got a very specific style to it, such as, a pool game, then I think to myself, would it be good for a game to have those types of product placements in it in order to make up costs so that they could reduce the price of the game. I know it's a tricky subject, and there's obviously room for insidiousness there in it. Like, for example, they could purposefully make the loading times a bit longer just so that they could advertise and get so much more money out of it. Of course, there's going to be that. And there is the whole question of integrity and everything. But it was something that I saw and I thought, this isn't intruding on my game at all. I didn't feel like it was intruding on my game at all. I didn't really have a problem with it. But I think it's just an interesting question and something to think about. What do you think? I didn't want to make this into a big discussion thing, but I think this is just an interesting thing. But enough about that. Let's just talk about the thing that I really like about this game. And that is that there is actually hustling in this game and not gambling so much because it's skill based. But what I really, really liked, and I really like this about the career mode as well, is that in order to get later on to the different stages of the career mode, like the later games in the career mode, you have to earn so much money. And in order to take part in events, you have to spend money. So you start the match or the game or whatever. What do you call it? Like, I suppose I call it a match because it's a part of a game, but you'd say game, whatever. But you start this up and you pay so much money to join in. So then you have that level of threat. There is this idea that you have something to lose if you do lose. It's not just a case of you don't progress until you eventually do. You really, really have to be careful with what money you spend. And I love that feature. And also looking through like the shop, which obviously microtransactions you can buy this with real money, so that kind of puts it down on the whole thing. But if you look at the shop and you can see all these different items, not ones that help you, but just ones like, avatars and stuff. And there's one which is like a crown, and you can see things that are selling for like millions, like 100 million of these coins or whatever. You just think, wow, that is good. That is a very, very skill-based thing to get there. It just makes you think of just how much skill and dedication it would take to get to those higher things, given the circumstances of how much you have to pay to get to those things. It interests me. I just love it. But yeah, I'm going to end this part here. So thank you all for watching. I'll see you next time where we'll continue on with 223. We're getting on quite well all this, aren't we? I'll see you then. Hi everyone, and welcome back to my top 500 games. We are currently at number 223, and that is Tales from Space Mutant Blobs Attack. Strange, I would have thought it would have been called Mutant Blob Attacks, considering that it is about there being one blob attacking, but whatever. It's a title I've gotten confused about quite often, to be honest with you. But this is a game that I played in 2012, I believe it was. I believe it was just before I got my new TV, the new 32-inch one that I started with Voodoo Dice on it, if you remember me mentioning. And this game is basically the sequel to Tales from Space about a blob, and I've played this one more. I have actually completed this one. Although I played this one on the Vita. That might be why I played it at the time, because I was waiting to get a new TV, maybe. Either way, one main improvement over this game is that you don't have to hold down a button to eat the different items around you. It just happens because really you have no reason not to. But also, this game took advantage of some of the Vita's features, which I know is in most cases a bad thing, but it actually did them pretty well. It wasn't just gimmicky, just using things for the sake of doing things. They actually did use the touchscreen pretty well. There were moments where you had to use the touchscreen to move obstacles around and stuff, and it wasn't just a case of, here, let's use the Vita screen because, hey, look at this technology, we can do this. But at the same time, it never clashed with your ability to play the game. There was always a bit of lenience. There was always enough lenience for you to be able to do that. But yeah, I will reiterate the premise again here. The premise is basically that you are this blob and you have to take over the world by eating things and getting bigger and bigger. And eventually you will destroy the universe by becoming this gigantic blob and eating the sun. So yeah, there's that happy fun time game. Number 222 is Sound Shapes. This is another game that I played on the Vita, although it's also available on PS3 and it's also available on PS4 as well. Although saying that, Mutant Blobs Attack is now also available on PS3, but it wasn't at the time that I played it. But this is a very solid platformer, I'd say. When I say solid, I don't mean solid as in like it's really, really, really good. but it's solid as in everything's all about very specific levels and doing things very accurately within the assigned levels. Or at least it gets to that point when you get to the death stages. The way that it works is that you are this weird little blob thingy. I know this sounds like it's very similar, but it isn't. And you stick to walls. But if you hold down the R button, you will lose your stick and you will speed up and you will roll a lot faster, which is what you need to do sometimes in order to be able to jump across large gaps. But you need to make sure not to hit the bad areas, because if you do, you will lose. And so you've got all these levels to do, one after the other, and eventually you unlock the death stages, and the death stages are basically just very, very small levels where you'll have to collect X amount of these little tokens and they'll keep randomly appearing throughout the level. It is kind of luck based, it's just a case of keep at it until you do it properly, I suppose. But it does get very frustrating when you keep failing over and over and over again, and you have to be very precise. But sometimes you have to hope that you will enter a level where the icons just so happen to appear right next to each other. And it will be that you collect one and then another one will appear, and you have to collect that one and you have to keep going until you collect so many. After that there are the beat schools, which are kind of silly. It's basically just a little rhythm and you have to try to put in the markers on the grid to mark where the beats are in the rhythm, and if you do it correctly you win the round. It's really not much to it, but most of it is DLC, to be honest. Number 221. Now, I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right, but I'm going to pronounce how I think it's pronounced. Zelda X2 Final Prototype. This is a game by SideQuest Studios, an indie developer based in Germany, and this is basically a side-scrolling shooter. The way that it works is you have a series of levels and you can press the L and R buttons to switch between different weapons, and what I do like about this game is that when you shoot and you hit the enemies, you do see the damage number, so you can see the variance in power between the different types of weapons. Also, hidden within each level is a set amount of keys, and some of them are really hard to find. Some of them are easy and you'll just stumble across them naturally, but some of them are really hard. And there is sort of like this leveling system within the game, but it seems pretty weak. It doesn't seem to make that much difference overall, but it is a decent game. I would recommend it. Number 220 is a game called Aero Racer. Now, this is another one of the PS Minis. That is one of the little games that you can get for the PSP or the PS3, and you can transfer between them. And the best parallel I can give to this would be something like Wipeout on Micro Machines. It's certainly got that Wipeout feel to it, but it's also got that top-down view that Micro Machines does have. And it has a really nice colour scheme as well, this game. I don't know if this colour scheme was influenced by anything, even if it was influenced by something just like Micro Machines, where you have the very distinctively differently coloured cars. Probably just the fact that it's a top-down view, and otherwise you wouldn't really get too much viewing of them. But you do get this little trail of light as you race through the levels. But the main thing that I remember about this game, and the main thing that I really liked about this game, was that you could use ramps to speed you up, and ramps were rather strange because it was a top-down view. You could kind of see by the different gradients where there was a ramp, and it's something that's hard to describe, but if you play it you sort of get a feel for it. So if you drive closer to the edges you speed up, but by doing so you put yourself at more danger. So that was very interesting. Number 219 is Mod Nation Races Road Trip. This is the PS Vita version, and I played this through, I believe I got this through PS Plus, and that's how I managed to get it. It is basically a kart racing game. It's the medium molecule kart racing game basically, and as well as having your kart racing weapons, stuff like that you would expect, you also can do different tricks, different spinny tricks and stuff in order to be able to increase your boost. One thing that really sticks out to me about this game, that was a big feature that they promoted when they really started the whole Mod Nation Races thing, is the whole creating a track editor. I had some fun with that, trying to make a track and trying to make things go over and under each other, and you get to play around with scenery, even though to me that wasn't too much of a big deal, but it's still fun to mess about with, I guess, and play with that. Number 218 is Miscrits Sunfall Kingdom. Now this is a strange one because this is a Facebook game, and I went through a period of time where I was discovering Facebook games and I was looking up to see what games there were on Facebook. And of course, as we all know, that most of them are rubbish. We all know the stereotypical thing of, you know, people constantly bugging other people to do things for them so they can get more of this game. So that, you know, it's the whole advertise our game feature of these Facebook games. But I don't really remember much of that in particular in Miscrits. But Miscrits was sort of like this lower scale Pokemon in a way, that you do go out and you do have to try to catch these monsters, the monsters that are called the Miscrits. And they did change the system as time went on, because when I started playing it, it was that you as a player leveled up, you had your own level, and when you leveled up you collected these orange plus symbols, and you could use those to level up your Miscrit individually. The aim of the game, like the ultimate aim I suppose, was to catch them all, and I know there's the Pokemon parallel just glaring right there, but you have all of these different Miscrits and you can, for lack of a better word, evolve them into these newer versions. And when the game started, or at least when I started playing it, there were 3 different elements and it had the whole rock, paper, scissors thing, which it was something like, you know, fire, water and grass. But later on they introduced 3 more elements, which would have been, I believe, wind, electric and earth. And I don't remember exactly how the cycle works that way, but the main thing I do remember is that as you level up your Miscrit and as you get more abilities, they start to get more abilities that are more powerful but less accurate, but where the power makes up for the accuracy more so than it does the accuracy detriment the power. So for example, you might have something with a power of 10 with an accuracy of 100%, and then you'll get something with a power of 12 with an accuracy of 90%. So it did get stronger strictly as time went on, but there was of course that balancing factor where you would sometimes want to use the weaker attack for the higher accuracy if the enemy was nearly dead, for example. They also had the system in place where every so many levels you got to choose one of 2 bonuses, but you could sort of never go back to undo that or get a different bonus, which is interesting, but I always like to have a way to be able to go back and get extra bonuses from before, even if there is an extra difficulty to doing that. But they did change the system eventually where your Miscrits did individually level up, and what happened was when they leveled up you could spend points to increase their stats, or you could pay like a premium amount and they would have a stronger level up. So of course you could have a cycle of a Miscrit from level 1 to whatever level it can get to, but not have that a good cycle, whereas you can later on get one and have a better cycle of level 1 to max. I don't know if that had anything to do with the free-to-play microtransactions. There's probably something to do with that in there. I do remember microtransactions in this game were more focused on particular items that you could use in battle, like healing items and stuff, but really powerful ones, which is never a good thing. I mean, microtransactions, I'm not going to go on about it again, because I've done so many times, but I can't stop reiterating that I just hate microtransactions. I just hate microtransactions. At number 217, we have Tony Hawk's Underground. Now this is when the Tony Hawk series had finished going through the numbering cycle, so we just had Tony Hawk's 4, and then it decided to start giving them subtitles. So this is Tony Hawk's Underground. Now Tony Hawk games were a series that I was into. Skateboarding games, you know, go around, do tricks, score points, accomplish goals, and so on and so forth. Now Underground was the 5th game in the series, and by this point they had changed up the formula a bit. What they had was, instead of having set levels where you played as a particular skater and did the goals of each level, what you did instead was you created a singular skater and you went through the story of that particular skater, which, to be honest, I preferred just the original method of just having a series of stages and having a different career mode for each character, rather than having the single mode that you just go through. But what I did like about this game was that I liked the way that this game had, and this is gonna sound a bit confusing to some people, I know, because of the use of the word, but this game had grinding. Now, when I say grinding in this case, of course, it has grinding as in, you know, grinding on the rails, because that's what grinding is, but in this context, I mean grinding as in leveling up. Not strictly, so to speak. It wasn't so much that you had to do something over and over so that then you could build up points to spend on things. It was more to do with breaking particular records, and there was a cap put onto it depending on how far through the story you were. So, for example, in order to increase your grinding skill, and I'm talking about the grinding on a rail skill here, in order to increase your grinding skill, you had to grind. And I'm using the word grind in both cases. This is too confusing. You you had to grind on the rail in order to get better at grinding on the rail. And the thing is, it wasn't so much grinding in the leveling grinding sense. This is ridiculous. It wasn't like that sort of, repeating it over and over again. It was more so that you had to beat a record. So it would be that you can grind, like your grinding stat is this high, it's 5 points or whatever, and then in order to be able to increase it to 6 points, you have to have a 10-second consecutive grind. Just so that you know what I'm talking about, I'm making up the numbers, but it explains the systems basically. And then once you do that, you'll get your 6th grind stat point. And then the next challenge on the list will be something like grind for 15 seconds continuously. But they placed a cap on how far you could go based on where you were on the story. I don't think that meant that you could accomplish the goal and then have it automatically unlock when you reach the next part of the story. I don't think that's what happened. I think it was just a case of when you hit certain parts of the story, that's when those challenges became available. What this game did that I didn't like, and this is something that started with Tony Hawk's 4, and it's something that I've never liked in Tony Hawk games, it's just things that are not skateboarding. Like, there's one part where you have to drive a car to go somewhere, and there's one point where you have to, run across rooftops, and it's just, I don't know why they would do that. Is it to sort of ingrain itself into the skateboarding culture as opposed to just being about the act of skateboarding? I don't know. Number 216 is Tony Hawk's Project 8. I was close to making this a clump, but I think I have enough separate to talk about each of these individual Tony Hawk's games that I wanted to talk about them individually. I wanted to list them separately rather than put them down together as a single clump. Tony Hawk's Project 8 did have grinding, and again, I mean the grinding in the leveling up sense. And what I mean by that is that you did increase your stats based on how much you did a thing rather than just breaking a set record. I also remember about this game that it was all based on one singular map, and I think this was something that they sort of started with American Wasteland, where they advertised it as the whole needing to get rid of the loading screens thing, but I think they just made the game this one map that kept expanding and new areas would open up as you played more. It's a neat idea. I like the idea. But the only thing is I find with this is that when you do this, I find it a lot harder to think about each place as its own unique place because it all has to fit within a particular setting. Like in a Tony Hawk game from before, you could have one level in a city, then you could have another level in a factory somewhere, and you could have another level in Brazil, and it would all make sense because you're traveling to different parts of the world or different parts around the US. But when you have it all together like this, you can't really do that so easily. But even still, I did like the idea behind it. I did like the way that this game was presented. One thing I didn't like, and this is purely just my own experience here, I realise this is not a fault of the game at all, but I played the Xbox 360 version, and to me, Xbox 360 controls are not very good for Tony Hawk games. PlayStation controls are good for Tony Hawk games, and I put that down to the fact that the D-pad is used a lot. At least it is for me. I find that the D-pad is better than the analog stick for Tony Hawk games. Number 215 is Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Blue Rescue Team. Now this is a strange one because I know there was a period of time where I played this quite a lot. Like, I would just sit and play it for hours on end, and after that point I just sort of stopped. The main thing I remember though is that you do start off and you choose a Pokemon to be, and you choose a Pokemon to be your companion, and you go through the different stories of all these different randomly generating dungeons, and so it has that roguelike end element, and that is basically what it's meant to be. It doesn't have the whole permadeath thing, but it does have the randomly generated floors, and it does have the different types of Pokemon that you find in the previous game. So, it's a Pokemon game. It's going to be Pokemon themed. So you've got all the different types of Pokemon. One thing that bugged me about this game was that at the beginning of the game, it says, are you male or female? And it says, it's generally what they've started doing in Pokemon games since Crystal, where they say, are you a boy or girl? And so I picked female. But if you do that, what it means is that your status bar on the menu is this garish pink colour, whereas if you pick male, it's a blue colour, and that looks fine. And that's kind of annoying. Like, why would you have to pick one particular gender in order to be able to make your menu look a certain way? I know it's based on stereotypes or something, but I just think that whole pink colour looks pretty nasty, if I'm honest. I just don't like it. I'm not a fan. But my main memory of playing this game is mostly playing it on a train. I was once on a long train journey. I say long, it's like 3 hours or so, and I was just playing this game, listening to Sufjan Stevens on my iPod, and just listening to one song that I got into, and I really, really liked it, called The Mistress Witch from McClure, and I just listened to that song over and over again, and I was sat on the train playing Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Blue Rescue Team. So, I'm going to end this part here. Thank you all for watching. I will see you all next time, where we will be at number 214. We've almost hit 200. We've almost hit 300 games. Almost in the top 200. Can you believe it? Goodbye.